Hey, y'all. Good morning. How are you? I had it on loop. Sorry. Thought we'd vibe a little bit longer. Um, so let me see. Good morning. Well, it's almost afternoon. Shiraz came in hot with May the Storm be with you. We ain't doing that. Hey, Spin. Sorry about the hot water. That's not good. But I'm glad you're here. Hey Lisa and Margaret. Margaret, no work today, ma'am. Hey Kel, glad you're here. Glad you're all here. Thanks for joining me. Um, I am trying to figure out who's who over here. I got two QBs. Stand by, y'all. Okay, I think that's right. Can y'all hear me still? Oh, I think you can. Okay. All right. So, Kel, it says person pink swaying hair, Margaret. Oh, it's funny. Hey, Miss King, how are you? Good morning. Hey, Lauren. I know your mama's watching the race, but I'm glad you're here. This cat's gonna try to knock my computer down. Um, so I guess we'll just get started. There's a lot. There's 2 days. Not quite sure how many. It cracks me up when it's like teal swinging, hairy, waving. It cracks me up. So, I guess we'll get started. There's let's see, the first day. Oh, I can't even see it. Let me look. Let's see. Oh Lord, it's 6 hours. So we're gonna go at 1.25 speed and see how we do. I'm sure there's breaks and all kinds of stuff. So we'll try to get through it. But I'm just gonna go ahead and get started. Day two is another 6 hours. So we're gonna see what we can do. We're gonna see what we can do. But we're gonna get started and I'll pop in and out every once in a while, I'm sure. So but while you're here, if you wouldn't mind, hit the like button, um, subscribe, share, do all the YouTubey thingies. If you're on the replay, if you'll hit hashtag replay, please, and do all the YouTubey thingies like subscribe and share. We'd greatly appreciate it. So I am spins. Yeah. Oh, girl, I can't wait to Kel, I can't wait to see how you get. I'm so impressed with you. Like that's amazing. It's huge. Did you get that from Hade? I think it's from Hade. I I don't I do cross stitch and I diamond paint. I don't know that I would take that on. Um, but it's beautiful and it's a handle in, so yeah. Um, but I can't wait to see the update. So you just listen and we'll be here. And I'm glad you're here. I'm super thankful everybody's here this morning. I know it's an off day, but um, I thought we could use the time to catch up. So here we go. All right.
All right, I believe we're ready to get started with more evidence. So if we could have the jurors brought in, please.
All right, please.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, good morning, everyone. We're back on the record on KCR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We're continuing with evidence in the state's case in chief. The court would note that this morning we did have a juror that due to illness was unable to continue in the trial. So the juror that's been seated in seat 3 has been excused from jury service. The court did contact that juror and speak to the juror this morning and advised him of a post trial or verdict type jury instruction to give him some guidance on what he can or should not do or say after being released as a juror. I did discuss the issue with counsel in a sidebar on the record, but outside the presence of the other jurors as well as the public. So we do have additional alternate jurors as we continue forward. So at this time, the state's continuing with its case in chief. And if the state has another witness to call, we can do that at this time.
The state would call Kay Woodcock.
All right.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yeah.
All right, Mr. Wood, you can inquire.
Thank you. And before I do, Your Honor, may I be handed States Exhibits 4 and 6? Good morning.
Morning.
Can you state your name and spell it for the record?
Kay Woodcock, Kaywoodcock.
Thank you. And Ms. Woodcock, where do you reside?
Lake Charles, Louisiana.
All right. How long have you lived there?
More or less all my life.
Your Honor, may I publish States Exhibit 4? It's already been admitted.
Yes.
Ms. Woodcock, do you recognize the boy in that picture?
I do. That's
Who is he?
my grandson, JJ Vallow.
Can you tell the jury how you're specifically related to him?
My son and his girlfriend had a baby, and when he was born on May 25th, 2012, he was they called him Canaan Todd Trahan, and they were unable to care for him, and so he came to live with me and Larry, my husband.
Okay, so he is your biological grandson.
Yes.
And you stated that your son and his girlfriend were unable to care for him. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Did JJ spend a significant amount of time? I'm just going to refer to him as JJ if that's all right.
Yeah.
Did he spend any significant amount of time at the hospital when he was born?
He was in the hospital, I think it was 6 to 7 weeks. He was born at 10 weeks premature. So he was like 2.5 pounds. And he was born with drugs in his system. So he had a bit of growing and to getting healthy.
And after he left the hospital, where did he first go to live?
He came to live with me and my husband, Larry.
All right. And how long did he live with you?
I think it was 9 months, 8 or 9 months.
Are you related to, or let me rephrase that. Do you know who Charles Vallow is?
Charles was my older brother.
Right. And at the time of JJ's birth, who was Charles married to?
He was married to Lori Vallow.
At any time, did JJ go to live with Charles and Lori?
In February of 2013, Charles and Lori were granted custody. We decided over a while and with a lot of thought that JJ would be better living with Charles and Lori, being raised by them. And they approached us early on and wanted to know if that we would consider them to adopt JJ. And it took a while, but we finally agreed to it, and that we would maintain the role as a grandparent in his life. That was very critical to us.
Okay. And so when Charles and Lori adopted JJ, was that when his name was changed?
Yes,
And just for the record, what was the actual name his name was changed to?
Joshua Jackson Vallow.
After JJ was adopted by Charles and Lori, did you maintain a relationship with JJ?
Oh, yes, we did.
What was that like?
It was, well, when they lived in Phoenix, I would go, or Larry and I would go every 2 to 3 months. 3 months was really kind of long, but when they first took him, it was a month before we went because we couldn't wait anymore. We were having a real hard time dealing with letting him go.
But did you see him frequently?
Yes, we would, every 2 to 3 months, we would see him.
When at any time did Charles and Lori move to Hawaii?
Yes, they did in the end of July of 2014.
Were you able to keep contact with JJ while Charles and Lori lived in Hawaii?
Oh, yes. The difference between Phoenix and Hawaii was then when I would go to Hawaii or Larry would come with me, we would stay for longer, 7, 10 days, sometimes a little longer, to be able to spend time with them.
And what was your relationship like with Charles and Lori?
Charles and I were very close. I mean, he was, the, he would, what's the word? The proud dad. He would send pictures and videos of JJ all the time. And we were very close. We were close even before JJ, but anyway, I guess we got closer. But Lori seemed to be a wonderful person.
Well, and I was not to interrupt you, I apologize, but I was going to ask, when you visited with JJ and his family, did you have occasion to observe him with his parents, Charles and Lori?
Yes. Oh, yes. They were very doting, loving. They really got into, they read a lot about his autism and how to handle him with, with meltdowns and all the little things that they need that are not typical of a child with no disabilities.
And I've asked if you visited with JJ, but when you did that, were you visiting with Charles and Lori and their whole family?
Yes, we would, but it was, as a grandparent, if you have your grandchild and mom and dad are there, you don't get the child's full attention. So we would, Charles and Lori would often leave and go away for a day or two, just so Larry and I could have him to ourselves. And same thing, I guess, with Tylee and Kobe, because they would also be, they would just kind of scatter when we came to visit. So I don't know where Kobe and Tylee were, but I know that Charles and Lori would take some time and go and give us some quality time with JJ.
Were there times though that did you spend time with their family as a whole as well?
Yes, I did.
Do you recognize this individual?
I do.
And who is that?
Tylee Ryan,
From your knowledge, who was Tylee's mother?
Lori Vallow.
And you mentioned Colby. Have you met Colby Ryan?
Yes.
And did you meet him when Charles was married to Lori?
Yes.
Did you ever have occasion to meet Alex Cox?
Yes.
Did you spend much time with him?
Not really. I mean, in passing a handful of times, I guess, but never really sat down and had a conversation with him of any substance.
When approximately did Charles and Lori move back to Arizona from Hawaii?
That was at the very end of December of 2016. And they just, I don't know, they moved back.
And did you continue visiting with their family and JJ after they moved back?
Yes, at least then I could go more frequently.
All right. I want to call your attention to the year 2019.
Mhm.
Did you see JJ in January of 2019?
I believe it was like February 1st. Lori and Charles had separated at the very end of January. And I flew out to Arizona when Charles told me that Lori left and to help him with JJ because he was very distraught.
Were you aware of where Lori had gone?
No, nobody knew where she was, or nobody that would tell Charles where she was.
And during the period when, in early 2019, when Lori was gone, did you have any occasion to watch JJ or take him?
Yes,
Do you recall approximately when that was?
there were many occasions. In that, like in February and March, I would sometimes bring JJ home with me to Louisiana, or if Charles was working, I would stay with him in Houston or Chandler where they were living. I was there to help him take care of him.
At any time in 2019, are you aware if Charles Vallow moved from the Phoenix area?
Yes, towards the end of March, I helped him pack up his house in Chandler or Gilbert, I don't remember. And we moved him to Houston, so he would be closer to us.
Okay, so you said closer to us. You live, at the time, did you live in Lake Charles?
Yes,
And how far is Lake Charles from Houston?
it's 150 miles. It's a 2.5 hour drive, straight down I-10.
And during the time that Charles was staying in Houston, did you help with JJ?
Yes, again, when Charles would work, he would be gone a few days, mostly like 3 days, and I would go and take care of JJ, and we would have a good time. That was some very good times.
At any time in 2019, did Lori Vallow come to Houston that you're aware of?
Yes, it was around mid-April of 2019.
And you had talked about Charles and Lori separating. Are you aware if there were any attempts at reconciliation?
I know Charles really wanted a reconciliation. Everything I heard from Lori about Lori, she was not at all interested in it. I believe at that time she came back her motivation was to get some more.
Judge, I'm going to object. Calls for speculation.
Sustain.
Let's talk about Charles for a minute. What did Charles do for a living?
He was a financial planner. He mostly sold annuities.
Were you involved at all in Charles's business?
Yes, Larry and I owned a business, and I guess because of that background, Charles was comfortable in asking me to help him with his business, and I would do accounts payable, receivable, payroll, do Excel spreadsheets, things like that.
In helping Charles, did he ever give you access to any of his online accounts, like emails?
Yes, I had access to that. Yes.
So you stated that in around mid-April, Lori came back to Houston. Did you continue to see JJ at that time?
After she came back, yes, there was a couple of weeks where we didn't see him, but that was in April. And then in May, Lori started leaving Houston again, and she would start traveling again, and Charles would come on the weekends and bring JJ, and so we could visit with him.
You said that, you said that Lori started leaving. Are you aware if she made living arrangements back in the Phoenix area?
In June, yes, she did. Charles rented her a house in Chandler.
At that time, do you know if Charles expected to reconcile, or do you know if he expected a divorce?
No, he was headed for divorce because he was actually the day he was murdered on July 11th, he had made arrangements to meet with a friend who was going to show him a house to lease not far from Lori's.
And you just mentioned he died on July 11th, 2019.
Yes.
And are you aware of how he died?
2 gunshot wounds to the chest.
Are you aware if Charles Vallow had a life insurance policy?
Yes,
Did you ever have occasion to speak with him about that policy?
we did in February of 19. He said that
Judge, I'm going to object. It's hearsay.
Sustain.
All right. Did you ever have a conversation with Charles Vallow about you being the beneficiary on his life insurance policy?
yes,
Did you make any commitments to him about what you would do with that money if you were to receive it?
yes,
What commitments did you make to Charles Vallow?
he had $1 million life insurance policy, and because of Lori acting the way she was acting,
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. It's
Okay.
non-responsive.
What commitment did
the
you make to
commitment
Charles?
I made was to give each of Charles's 2 adult sons each $250,000 out of the million, which I did do in January of 2020. And then Charles said the other 50% was for me and Larry, because we were going to end up raising JJ if anything happened to him. That was the conversation, a very short conversation. I never knew if he followed through and changed it.
So that was the only conversation you had with him.
Yes.
And was it your impression that Charles believed if something happened to him, you would end up with JJ?
Yes.
Do you know, you stated that was the only time you spoke with him. Are you aware if you were in fact listed as the beneficiary on that life insurance policy?
No, we never spoke about it again. I never asked about it. And I didn't know until the insurance company called after his murder.
Okay, so were you contacted by the insurance company?
Yes.
And were you then informed that you were indeed the life insurance beneficiary?
Yes.
All right. And did you receive that money?
Yes. Months later.
Did Lori Vallow ever contact you about that life insurance policy?
All she ever did was send me a text one day. It was towards the end of July of 19 that she found the change of beneficiary form to me. And I can't recall exactly the comment, but it was something to the effect of, is this why you want JJ? Something like, I've got 5 kids and no money, and you get everything. So yeah, that was all.
Okay.
That was it.
I want to switch back to talking about JJ. Do you recall the last time you saw JJ Vallow in person?
Yes.
When was that?
It was the weekend of May 17th in 2019.
Where did you see him?
He and Charles came to Lake Charles for the weekend. And his birthday was May 25th. We had a birthday party for him a little like a week early. We had it at a pizza place and had friends and cousins all come and gave him his happy 7th birthday. The last birthday we'd ever have with him.
After the last time you saw him in person, did you ever have any type of telephone or digital contact with JJ?
Yes.
Do you recall when that was?
The last time we saw him was on a FaceTime, August 10th of 2019. After Charles's murder, we had a very hard time trying to contact with him. Lori was very evasive and oftentimes wouldn't respond to requests.
Okay. So you said the last contact you had with him was August 10th. Do you recall if in between the last time you saw JJ, which I believe you said was May 17th and August 10th, did you have any other digital contact with JJ that you recall?
Yes, we had from the time Charles was murdered to that August 10th date. That was a 1-month time frame, and only 2 times we were able to see him on FaceTime. She was limiting everything with any contact with us. She was limiting it.
Okay. And then, as you said, the last time you talked to him was August 10th.
Yes.
Right. After August 10th, did you attempt to have contact with JJ?
Yes.
How did you do that?
Lori, I would email her, text her, leave voicemails, call her. She would never respond. Not one time did she respond.
Did you attempt to arrange with Lori for JJ to attend Charles Vallow's funeral services?
Yes, his services were like August the 4th of 19, and I had arranged with Lori that I would fly to Phoenix and pick up JJ and bring him back to Louisiana, and he was going to stay with us for the week, and then I would take him back to Phoenix, and then I would return home. And we bought the tickets. I mean, we were all set and ready to go. And then I guess after she found out about the insurance, it was a day or 2 later, she said that they were too busy, that they were moving to Hawaii, and that it would be too much for JJ. So she backed out on the deal.
So he was not able to attend his father's funeral.
No.
At any time in 2019, did you become concerned about the whereabouts of JJ Vallow?
Absolutely. I mean, the minute we found out that of Charles's murder, that we were extremely worried. That evening that we found out, excuse me, on the 12th, we didn't know about his death until the 12th, and the only reason we knew is because Lori contacted Charles's 2 sons. She texted them to tell them their dad was dead, and then she wouldn't answer her phone. So Charles's oldest son, Cole, reached out to me and asked, "What is going on?" Lori said, "Dad's dead." And I said, no, that can't be right. This is a joke or something, because he was healthy as a horse. And sure enough, my husband, for some reason, he Googled Charles's name
Okay.
and read that he was killed the day before.
And so, and then you've testified that You had very limited contact with JJ after Charles's death.
Yes,
And then, so after Charles's death, was it partly because of that limited contact that you became concerned about JJ's whereabouts?
absolutely. We were working with detectives in Chandler, so we had to keep a real low profile.
Okay. So I wanted to ask you, did you ever contact law enforcement about JJ's whereabouts?
Absolutely. I mean, that was once we knew Charles was dead, we knew he was in trouble because Lori didn't want JJ anymore. She didn't want Tylee anymore. She didn't want Charles anymore. She was done.
Do you recall which specific law enforcement you reached out to or that you first expressed concerns about JJ's whereabouts to?
To a detective at Chandler Police Department,
Right. And do you recall who that was?
Detective Nate Moffett.
After your last FaceTime with JJ, which I believe you said was August 10th,
Yes.
did you speak with law enforcement again about JJ's well-being?
I don't believe there was a time when I was in contact with them via phone because we talked often, that I wasn't expressing my concern about where JJ is.
Did you take any steps beyond law enforcement to locate JJ?
Yes. After Brandon's attempted murder, Brandon and I started talking, and because he hired a private investigator to try and find out where his wife Melanie was, or I think that was the situation. And because our what we had going on with Charles and all that in our life, anyway, Brandon and I split the cost of the private investigator because he investigating one case, he was kind of investigating the other.
All right. So did you, based on what you just said, and for
Mhm.
clarity of the record, you were in contact with Brandon Boudreaux.
Yes,
All right. And you hired the same private investigator.
yes,
Were you ever, did you ever become aware of where Lori Vallow was in the fall of 2019?
yes. She was in Rexburg,
Judge,
Idaho.
I'm going to object some foundation.
Yeah, so real untimely.
I want to speak to you about November of 2019. At any time in November of 2019, was JJ Vallow ever with you?
No,
We spoke earlier about Charles's online accounts. Did you have access to his business bank accounts?
yes,
Did you have access to his emails?
yes,
And did you have access to his passwords to look into those accounts?
yes.
Was there ever a time in November of 2019 that you looked at Charles Vallow's Gmail account?
Yes, it was
When was that?
November the 8th.
Okay. And tell us about that. Why did you look at that account?
I was trying to hook up his printer to my computer and I was having trouble with it the night before, so I left it alone. I woke up at 4:30 in the morning with a compulsion to go finish hooking up that computer to my computer to his printer. And anyway, long story short, I noticed his Gmail account was open on the screen and it was a login page, and I had never really logged into his email before. And so I did I knew he had 3 favorite passwords. So the first password I used worked. And one of the emails that came up was from Amazon.
Okay, well, let me stop you real quick. So
Okay.
just for clarity of the record, this was on November 8th of 2019.
Yes.
Did you see anything of interest to you in that Gmail account?
Yes, there was email from Amazon about a delivery.
All right. And did you look at that email?
Yes, I did. And I looked at the delivery address, and I've got it was a apartment on Pioneer Road in Rexburg, Idaho, with the apartment number
Do you recall the apartment number?
175.
This email you looked at, you said it was from Amazon. Were you able to ascertain by looking at that email whose Amazon account was being used?
It was Charles's email, Charles's Amazon account.
And when you opened that email, were you able to look at Charles's Amazon account?
Yes. When I found that, I was in contact with, well, number one with Brandon, and then with our private investigator, and he walked me through how I could get into the Amazon browsing history. Well, first I could see what was purchased, and then I dug a little deeper into the Amazon browsing history.
All right. And was there anything of interest to you on that you saw with your own eyes on that Amazon browsing history?
Yes, it was
What did you see?
jaw dropping. I saw a search for malachite wedding rings. There was one purchased actually for $35 or $36.99. I saw searches for women's beach wedding dresses. I saw that she looked at or maybe purchased 2, I don't remember, a yellow bikini, not a bikini, a yellow one-piece bathing suit, and another search was men's beach clothes, men's for like linen beach clothes. And a size large is what she was looking at. And it was a white shirt and white pants that like you would wear on the beach, linen type clothes.
Okay.
And that
Do you
search,
recall what date that search was performed?
that search was performed, I was just about to say that, October the 2nd of 2019. I read that November the 8th, but the search was actually done on October 2nd, 2019. And that was that was before Tammy's death.
Right. Why did those items catch your attention?
Because of, I know that Tammy passed away October the 19th. And Lori was obviously involved with Chad Daybell. And it was just mind blowing that they were looking at wedding rings before
Judge, I'm gonna
Tammy's
object.
death.
Judge, I'm gonna object. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
I'll move on. At any time did you become aware, let me rephrase that, in 2019, at any time did you become aware that the Rexburg Police Department was looking for JJ Vallow?
Yes,
Do you remember who told you that?
I was probably our detective from Arizona, probably Nate Moffett, I believe. I'm not exactly
Okay.
sure.
That's okay, but you did become aware they were searching.
Yeah, finally.
Did you ever go to Rexburg after that?
I did. My husband and I went up on the first week or so of January of 2020. We came to Rexburg. We went to Rexburg.
Okay. Did you put out a reward for information on JJ?
We did. We put out a reward looking for him because Lori or Chad would not answer questions regarding the JJ and Tylee missing.
Did you meet with the Rexburg Police?
Yes, we did.
At any time in the year 2020 were you made aware that the bodies of JJ and Tylee Ryan were found?
Yes,
Right. And do you recall when that was?
June 9th, 2020.
Your Honor, at this time I don't have any further questions for this witness.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood. Cross-examination, Mr. Pryor.
Thank you, Judge. Judge, before we start, I'm going to move for admission of Exhibit 32, Defense Exhibit 32. It's been a stipulated exhibit by the parties.
All right, let me.
If the state could just inquire as to what that exhibit is.
What is the exhibit, Mr. Pryor?
It's beneficiary information.
We have no objection to that.
Okay, on Defense Exhibit 32 is admitted.
And Judge, can I return to my desk to get my laptop? I failed to bring my laptop with the court's permission.
Yes, of course. Just a minute, Mr. Pryor. So this is 32. She's noting also the clerk there's a 32A through F separate, but we're just on 32, correct?
No, Judge, 32A through F as well as 32 was stipulated by the parties.
Okay, so you want 32A through F also admitted?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, does the state have any objection to the 32A through F in addition to 32?
No.
All right, 32 and 32A through F are all admitted.
And if I could have 32 back at some point, Mr. Bailiff. Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Woodcock.
Morning.
If you could go through with me the history that you went through with Mr. Wood regarding the living arrangements of Charles and Lori, I would appreciate it. And they got married when?
March of 2006. February of 2006, sorry.
It's okay. And then at that time they were living where?
In Chandler or in the Phoenix area. I'm not
Okay.
exactly sure which suburb.
And how long did they live there? Do you recall?
From 2006 until they moved in 2014.
And when in 2014 did they move and to where?
The end of July 2014 to Princeville, Hawaii, on the island of Hawaii,
And how long did they live in Hawaii?
until just call it the end of 2016. Like they moved during the Christmas holiday, obviously,
And then they moved back where?
to Chandler.
So first part of 2017 back to Chandler?
Yes,
And how long did they live there?
until Charles is, well, I don't know, well, Charles moved to Houston at the end of March of 2019, and he was living in Houston. She was living in Arizona, in Chandler, or wherever. Okay. It's kind of confusing.
It's okay.
Because she was gone for over 2 months.
Right. And that's what I'm trying to get at. And then you figured out where I'm trying to clarify a little bit. They moved back to the Chandler area in around 2017. Is that correct?
Yes,
And they lived there until Charles chose to move back to Houston. Is that fair?
yes.
And when did Charles move back to Houston?
The end of March of 2019.
So from 2017 to March of 2019, they lived in Chandler. And then in March of 2019, Charles moved to Houston. Is that correct?
Yes,
Now, you mentioned it earlier about Lori Vallow being gone for 2 months, and I think you mentioned the words Hawaii. Did you later learn that Lori Vallow in early 2019 spent 60 days in Hawaii?
I know that I've learned through court testimonies and stuff that she made several trips to Hawaii during about the 70 days she was not talking to JJ.
Right, and that's where I'm going next. Is that in around February of 2019, Lori Vallow left JJ with Charles. Is that correct? First part of February 2019.
Did she leave JJ with Charles? I don't know how that went down exactly,
Okay.
but he had JJ. He had physical custody.
Right. Regardless of how it ended up, JJ was with Charles around the 1st of February until well into almost the first part of April. Is that correct?
Yes,
And at that point, you touched on it a little bit, but do you have any specific information that Lori Vallow was living for 2 months in Hawaii?
no, all I know is that she was back and forth to Hawaii. She wasn't living there.
And did you know the whereabouts of Tylee during this time?
I've learned later that she made a couple of trips to Hawaii with her mom, but I don't know where Tylee was.
And you don't know who Tylee was staying with?
Not exactly, no.
Okay. And is it possible that Lori and Tylee, the entire time from the 1st of February till the better part of the first plus week of April, were both living in Hawaii together?
Objection calls for speculation.
Abstain.
And would it be safe to say, based on your experience and understanding and close connection with your brother, that Lori Vallow from the 1st of February well into April had little or no contact with JJ during that time?
No contact.
Okay. And then in April, when I think it was you said April, she started showing up again around April in Houston?
Mid-April.
Okay, mid-April. And then during that time, continued to have very little contact with JJ as well, correct?
I don't know how much contact she had with him after that point.
JJ continued to stay with Charles during that point for at least a little while.
Yes,
Are you aware that on around the 16th of April of 2019, Charles changed his beneficiary back to Lori Vallow?
I knew that. Yes, I mean, no, I didn't know at the time, but I've learned later.
So you know now. I don't need to show you the documents. You're aware that on the 16th of April, Charles Vallow placed back Lori Vallow as the beneficiary of his life insurance, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Well, I know he had changed it, and I
Right.
assume it was to her.
And then would you tell me when he changed it back to you, to your knowledge?
I don't know. There was issue with the insurance company regarding that,
Okay.
and that's all I know.
So issue was the insurance company. But in essence, one way or the other, you were able to receive a beneficiary check as a result of Charles being murdered by Lori and Alex, right?
Now, I don't know if they were the only two involved in this murder, but yes,
But you did get a beneficiary check.
yes.
Okay. Now, you talked a little bit about this Amazon search, and you talked about wedding rings, wedding dresses, bathing suits, and large beach clothes for men, right?
Yes,
Some water.
I got it.
Okay. Those specific searches took place when?
November 8th of 19.
Is that the date you looked it up, or is that the date those searches actually took place?
That's the date I looked it up.
Okay, so you don't know when those searches took place, right?
If you go into the browsing history in Amazon, you can tell exactly when they were, when it happened,
Okay,
when the search
So
happened.
do you have any recollection of when she started looking for those searches of those items?
She may have done it before October 2nd, but I don't know. But I only know that I saw that
Okay.
browsing history that day.
So if,
On November 8th, I saw she was searching for items, October the 2nd, a wedding dress and rings.
and it's
What-
interesting, I'm sorry. And it's interesting to note that you made the point of emphasizing that the search was done by Lori Vallow, correct?
Yes,
And Chad Daybell didn't have any access to Lori Vallow's account, right?
I have no idea.
Right. And you don't have an idea whether or not Chad Daybell even had knowledge that Lori Vallow was planning to purchase these items, do you?
Say that again, please.
Well, you don't have any specific knowledge that suggests that Chad Daybell was involved in helping her purchase these items, do you?
Actually, I guess not, because it was on Charles's credit card.
Right.
She was
And-
buying new wedding stuff
Right.
on his credit card.
And there are only two people that had access to Charles's credit information. That would be you, correct?
Yes.
And Lori Vallow, correct?
I don't know who Lori may have shared her financial information with. I have no idea.
Right. But you also don't know that, but you do know that she had access to his credit cards because she made these purchases, or at least looked at maybe making these purchases, correct?
Yes.
Judge, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Redirect,
I'm
Mr.
sorry. I got it right.
So you were asked about Charles potentially changing a life insurance policy back to Lori,
Yes.
but after his death, it was determined that you were the beneficiary, correct?
Yes.
And just for clarity on the Amazon search that you witnessed, you saw that. What day did you see that?
The Amazon search, the
Yes.
Amazon browsing history.
Yes.
I saw it October 2nd.
Well, okay, is that the date the search was performed?
No, yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Let me back up here. Yes, I saw it on November the 8th, that on October the 2nd, the browsing history showed malachite wedding rings, beach wedding dress, men's linen clothes, or whatever, men's clothes.
All right, that's all I have, Your Honor.
All right. That will conclude the testimony then of Ms. Woodcock. Thank you for appearing and testifying this morning. You can go ahead and return down to the gallery there if you'd like.
Yo, that wasn't nearly as explosive as I thought it was going to be. I know there's some forthcoming, but I thought that might be a little bit more. I don't know. Let's see who's coming next. Whoop whoop.
And Your Honor, just because we're not on a break, may I be excused from the courtroom?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, is the state going to call the next witness at this time?
We are, Your Honor. The state would call Angela Yancey.
Swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, now that the witness is sworn, before we begin with examination, I'm going to inquire, because this trial has been live streamed as well as open to the public. Ms. Yancey, have you observed any of this trial since it started?
I have not.
All right, have you talked to anyone about their testimony they've provided at trial?
I have not.
Okay, thank you for confirming that. Mr. Wixom, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, will you please state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Angela, Angela, Yancey, Yancey.
And where do you live?
Idaho Falls.
Are you currently working?
Yes.
Where do you work?
I work for APG Aftermarket Products Group.
How long have you worked there?
4 years.
Where did you work prior to that?
Sugar Salem School District.
And what did you do for the school district?
I was in the payroll and benefits.
How long did you work in that capacity?
7 years.
Do you recall, were you working that job back in 2019?
I was.
Were you working the job in 2017?
I was.
I want to ask you to draw your attention back to that time frame. Do you remember working with an employee by the name of Tammy Daybell?
I do.
And can you describe for the jury how much interaction, if any, you ever had with Tammy?
I didn't have a whole lot. I was in the district office and she was the librarian at Central Elementary.
Was that typical then where you worked in the district office? Did you not have frequent contact with the district employees?
Correct.
When would they have contact with you? What kinds of things?
Once a year, I would do a benefit meeting to explain the benefits, any changes, anything that they wanted to enroll in. And then I was always available if they had questions throughout the year.
When you mention benefits, what type of benefits are you referring to?
Medical, dental, vision, life insurance, AFLAC type policies.
Do you recall basically what type of life insurance benefits were offered to the school district back then?
Yes, every full-time employee had a group life insurance that the district provided. That was a $50,000 policy. And then they had the option to elect voluntary life insurance.
How did those?
Mr. Wixom, can you just slow down the pace a little bit?
Sure.
Thank
Sorry. Yeah. How and when often would they be allowed to elect the additional benefit?
During open enrollment once a year.
And do you happen to recall with Ms. Daybell, do you remember when she actually began employment with the school district?
I believe it was 2017.
And at that time, as a first-year employee, did she have the option to increase her insurance?
She had the option as a new hire to elect the insurance. And if with the life insurance, if they elected the minimum amount of 10,000, that locked them in to increase that anytime during open enrollment.
And do you recall by chance, what did she do to elect insurance when she first began the employment?
She completed an enrollment form and she elected the minimum 10,000. So she submitted the enrollment form and a beneficiary form.
And to be clear, with that elected portion, is that a portion that she as an employee would pay for?
Correct.
And was there any portion of the insurance that the school district would pay for?
The group policy, the $50,000 policy on the employees, the district paid for that.
So is it fair to say by your recollection that the first year she began employment, she had the $50,000 of the group policy,
Correct.
and then she elected 10,000 that same time frame?
Correct.
So at that point, you recall that she had $60,000 of insurance?
Correct.
Do you recall in 2018, at the end of her first year, beginning of her second year of employment, did she elect to make any increases then?
She did not.
Would she have had the option to elect to increase at that point?
Yes, she would have.
Do you recall then later, at the end of 2018, beginning of the 2019 school year, did she make any elections to increase her insurance?
She did.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer up to the court proposed states exhibits 151, 152, 152A, and 153. I believe they are all stipulated for admission. If you'd like me to refer for the record what those are, I'm happy to do so.
All right, let me inquire with the defense. Mr. Pryor, have you had an opportunity to review those four proposed exhibits?
Judge, the state previously provided me copies of those, but if the state for the record would recite what the nature is of those exhibits, just so that we have a clear record.
Go ahead, Mr. Wixom, if you could identify the exhibits, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would be happy to do so. Your Honor, with respect to state's proposed exhibit 152, I will start there. It is a beneficiary statement as to Tammy Daybell's life map insurance policy. (152A), Your Honor, is the claim check and some correspondence, approximately 4 pages on the payout of the claim on that life insurance policy. (151) is a life map voluntary benefit employee enrollment and change form. Excuse me, Your Honor, for 1 second, please. And then I hope that I've indicated that 153 is the employer and or administrator's statement signed by Angela Yancey.
All right, on those exhibits, I'll note, 152 has been previously admitted.
Oh, okay, thank you, Your Honor.
So the other three, 151, 152A, and 153 having been identified, does the defense have any objections to the admission of those three exhibits?
No, Judge, those were stipulated to by the parties.
Okay, so exhibits 151, 152A, and 153 are admitted. And as I mentioned, 152 has previously been admitted, so you can continue, Mr. Wixom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would the court like me to offer up the proposed exhibits now before I publish, or so the court can review them or not?
No, that's fine, they're admitted.
Thank you, Judge. So, ma'am, can you explain to the jury, if an employee does elect to increase their life insurance, what is the process that they need to follow?
They will complete a change enrollment form, and they have the option to increase it up to 5 times their salary, or 100,000, which is a guaranteed amount without a medical. It's called a evidence of insurability form to complete.
Okay, and with that voluntary increase, what is the process that they need to follow to request an increase to the coverage?
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
What does an employee need to do to actually make the election? How do they go about making the request?
They complete the enrollment form and submit it to me, and then I submit it to the insurance company.
And do you happen to recall back in September or October of 2019, did you receive any such request form?
I did.
Okay. And was that related to Tammy Daybell's policy?
It was.
Your Honor, at this time, I would request that I could publish by Elmo States Exhibit 151. Ma'am, I'd like you to just take a moment, if you will, and call your attention to the exhibit that's been put in front of you.
Okay.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
That this is Tammy's change form.
And just on that page, can you tell the jury, what is she asking to have done on that page?
She's asking to have her life insurance increased to 80,000,
Would that be to 80,000 or by 80,000?
up to 80,000. That was 5 times her salary.
And to be clear, she was asking to have a total of $80,000 increased in coverage above and beyond what she already had.
Correct.
For the record, I'm going to place upon the screen page 4 of that same exhibit. I'd like you to take a look at that, please.
Okay.
What is that?
That is the signature part of the form.
And whose signatures appear on that form?
Tammy's and Chad's.
And is there a reason why a spouse would sign on the insurance form?
If she elected spouse coverage, then the spouse's signature is required.
What does that mean to elect spouse coverage?
So she elected life insurance on her spouse.
Is that reflected anywhere in the change application?
It should, yes. Either right after the employee election or
And for the record, I've just put on the screen page 2 of that form. Can you look at that and tell us if she did in fact elect to add her spouse to the coverage?
she did. She elected 20,000 on her spouse.
Had she had any coverage for her spouse before, as far as you knew?
Oh, I don't recall.
Does spousal coverage come automatically when you begin employment?
It does not.
How long do you have to wait before you can add a spouse?
She can elect it right away. So most likely she elected it when she was first hired, also a minimum amount for him. Otherwise, he would have had to have completed an evidence of insurability form.
So then can you explain what, put that back up, I'm sorry. Then what is she requesting in this form down under the voluntary life insurance portion?
On this portion, she's got spouse coverage at 20,000 and she had already elected children coverage. So she kept the current amount of coverage. And then the bottom part is the accidental death and dismemberment, which comes along with the life insurance.
So on the election that you see for the $20,000, by your review of this form, had she ever had coverage for her spouse at that point?
Yes, because this was filled in automatically for each employee and it has the keep current amount. And she elected to increase it. So she had the 10,000 on her spouse and increased it to 20,000.
Fair enough. And for the record, Your Honor, I misspoke. There are only 3 pages to that exhibit. So no one
And Judge, which exhibit is that he's referencing?
151. Ma'am, can you explain, was this form submitted to your office?
It was.
How was it submitted?
I'm not sure if she sent it through. We have district mail where they can put things in the school and it would come to the district office, or if it was brought in and put it on my desk. I'm not sure how it was given to me.
But you apparently did receive it?
I did receive it.
And you recall having received that?
Yes.
And was it in good order as far as you know?
Yes.
And when you get those forms, what do you do with those forms?
I make a copy of them and then I submit the originals to the insurance company. And then the copies get filed in their employee files.
And I don't know if I asked or you said this before. Is there an open enrollment period?
There is.
And what is that period?
For a school district, it starts when school in the month of August, and then the insurance company gives about a 2-week leeway into September. So everything's due by the 15th of September to be effective 9/1.
Do you recall what the date was on the application we just had up there?
September 8th.
Was that within the time frame?
It was.
Do you recall later after that time period if a claim was ever submitted for that policy?
I do.
And can you tell us approximately, by the best of your recollection, when did that happen, that claim?
The morning of the 21st.
Can you explain to the jury, do you recall how that claim was submitted? Were you contacted by anybody?
Yes, Chad came into the office Monday morning.
When you say Chad, do you mean Chad Daybell?
Correct. Yes.
And what did he say when he came into the office?
He came in to inquire about filing the life insurance claim. And I explained to him that we had to wait until the death certificate was received. And he said, that's okay. I've ordered 8 of them.
Okay. And do you have to have the death certificate to make a life insurance claim?
Yes, you do.
Is 8 a normal number of death certificates to request for most folks?
Not per my experience, no.
In your experience in the role that you were working in, did you often interact with employees as to handling claims made on these policies?
Yes,
So you in fact had dealt with employees or surviving spouses who had made life insurance claims?
yes.
So what did you explain to him at that time the process would be?
That I gave him the claim form that would need to be completed. And then once he had the death certificate, then he could bring those back. Then I would complete the employer statement and send all of the paperwork plus the death certificate into the insurance company.
Was there anything unusual about the fact that the timing of his claim for the insurance in your experience?
In my experience, yes,
What was unusual?
that he came in so quickly.
When you say quickly, will you explain that context to the jury, please?
Tammy had passed away sometime between Saturday and Sunday, and he was in my office Monday morning.
And when he came in, he had already ordered those death certificates?
Yes.
What is the next step for a claimant to take with you to make a claim for life insurance? Once they got the death certificates, what do they need to do?
Then they submit all of the completed forms to me with the death certificate, and then I submit it. And after that, the insurance company will contact them directly.
Is a beneficiary statement one of the completed forms that's required?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I may publish state's proposed exhibit 152?
152?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
In fact, thank you. It's an admitted exhibit. I misspoke.
We'll give you that exhibit then, Mr. Bailiff. If we could please have exhibit 152 provided to State's Counsel.
Ma'am, what do you see on the screen in front of you?
That is the beneficiary statement that is part of the claim form.
And do you recognize that to be the same statement that Chad Daybell submitted?
I do.
I'd like to call your attention to the medical information, the second section of the form. Can you tell us what is that very first question in the left-hand box? Can you read that, please?
Underneath the attending physicians,
Right underneath the word medical information.
when did health of deceased first become impaired?
And what date is reflected in there?
October 18th, 2019.
And when do you recall when it passed? What date?
Between the 19th and the 20th.
And was this form anything that you filled out?
It is not.
Who fills this out typically?
The beneficiary does.
And would that have been Chad Daybell?
Yes,
Did you happen to observe him fill this out?
I did not.
Did he submit this to you?
Completed, yes,
Did he do that in person?
he did.
Your Honor, if I might next publish State's Exhibit 153.
You will.
Ma'am, I'd like to call your attention to the exhibit on the screen there. What is that?
This is the employer statement portion of the claim.
Can you explain what that is? What
It's
that means?
where the employer fills out the information concerning the employee.
And did you fill this form out?
I did.
Is that your signature?
That is the signature, yes.
Why is it necessary to fill this form out?
Since this is, it contains a group policy and a policy that is the premium is withheld through payroll. The employer is verifying that this is an employee of the district.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to publish State's 152A.
You may.
Ma'am, I'd like to call your attention to the exhibit in front of you. What is that?
That is a life insurance payout from LifeMap,
What is the amount on that payout?
130,000.
And who is this payable to?
Chad Daybell,
And what is the date up on the claim payment?
November 8th, 2019.
So the claim was submitted back on or around the 30th of October?
Correct.
Is it typical that a life insurance claim is made that quickly?
It can be,
What about the payout? Does the payout come back quickly?
as long as there's no problems with the claim form, yes.
What do you have to do to avoid any problems with the claim form?
For the claim form to be submitted, all the questions answered, everything done accurately.
I have just a moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Ma'am, I'm going to ask you to help clarify something. You'd indicated that when Ms. Daybell first began employment, she had the group coverage of 50,000.
Correct,
And then I think you said she elected an additional 10,000 at that time.
correct,
So that would have been a total of 60,000.
correct.
And then she later elected the additional 80,000.
She increased the 10,000 up to 80,000.
Thank you.
Yes,
So that $130,000 is the total amount of the claim.
correct.
And was that payable only to Chad? Were there any other beneficiaries at that time?
He was the primary beneficiary at 100%. So no, there was no other beneficiaries.
And just for clarity, what does that mean to be the primary at 100%?
You can, when you file or when you submit the beneficiary statement, you have the primary and a contingent or secondary. Primary beneficiary receives the life insurance in the event of a death. Secondary beneficiaries would receive it in the event that the primary passes away before or with the employee.
And I'd asked you a bit earlier about whether you are typically contacted that quickly after someone passes. I think you said no.
Correct.
Can you explain how often had you recalled anyone else ever filing and contacting you that quickly about a claim?
I don't really recall that. Most of the time I was searching them out to remind them that they had a life insurance policy that we needed to file for them.
And just to clarify, what does that mean most of the time you were searching them out? Explain that to the jury, please.
I'm not sure if when employees elect, the coverage, if they share it with their family or their spouse or whoever, that they actually have that coverage. So when we are notified of a death of an employee, I will then, after a time period, I will search them out if they have not contacted me.
Any reason why you would have to be in a situation where you would have to search the family out?
Judge, I'm going to object on the basis of relevance. I don't see where this line of questioning is going.
Sustained.
Was there anything else that was out of the norm from your perspective about the way the claim was requested?
Objection vague.
Overruled.
You may answer.
With my recollection, I just remember him coming in awfully quickly and then, and the amount of death certificates that he ordered. And then he did return to file the claim on the 25th as soon as he had the death certificates. I was out of town. So my coworkers told him I would be back on the 30th. And so when he was there first thing on the 30th, that just seemed odd to me that everything, he just was very quickly and making sure that it was filed as soon as possible.
Your Honor, and I have no more questions at this time. I've got the exhibits here for the marshal.
All right, now,
And Judge, I'm going to need exhibit 151, 152, and 153.
at this point then, Mr. Bailiff, why don't you just leave those exhibits, if you don't mind, up there, not published, but on the podium for council's reference, and then we'll make sure to get those returned once we're done with the witness. Mr. Pryor, you can inquire on cross.
Good morning, Ms. Yancey.
Good morning.
The number of death certificates would pertain to how many claims or other entities need copies of a death certificate. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you don't have any personal knowledge, do you, of what other life insurance policies Chad Daybell had on both himself and his wife, correct?
Correct.
So if he were to have another life insurance policy or two, he would need death certificates for that, correct?
That's correct.
And he would need death certificates for the mortician and for other entities as well, correct?
That's beyond my knowledge.
Right. So when you're saying it's unusual, every single person's situation is different. If I were to pass away, you don't know how many death certificates I need, right?
Correct.
And I don't know how many death certificates you need because of your financial situation, correct?
Correct.
And you don't know what Mr. Daybell's financial situation was other than the salary of his wife. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, on the subject of the salary of his wife, you talked about the fact that she was eligible for insurance up to 5 times her salary, correct?
Correct.
And when people are considering, in your experience, how much insurance they put on themselves, they look at a number of factors, correct?
Correct.
One of those factors is if you have children, or if you have a mortgage, or if you have car payments. There's a number of factors, correct?
Correct.
And given our current economy, and I won't get into politics, but given the situation, would you agree that having the money to pay for a funeral or a memorial or a service is often contemplated as part of those insurance costs, correct?
Correct.
And if people don't have the $2,000, $3,000, $10,000 to do that, they have to rely on the life insurance to pay that. Would you agree with that?
I would agree.
And that's contemplated when someone's deciding whether or not they're going to get insurance as to whether or not they're going to need money for things in the event something should happen, correct?
Correct.
So at the time, were you aware of what Mr. Daybell's occupation was?
I was not.
Are you aware that he didn't have any health insurance for any of himself or his family because he was self-employed as an author?
I was not aware. No.
Were you aware that he was unable except prior in 2002 that he had life insurance for him and his wife, a sizable amount of money?
Objection, counsel stands fine.
I asked if she was aware, Judge.
Sustained.
So you didn't know of any of the other financial situations related to the Daybell family at that point, correct?
I did not.
So when you say $80,000, I'll let you do the math. What's Tammy Daybell's salary as a librarian with Fremont County on a yearly basis?
Well, I don't know that for sure. They do have when it 5 times their salary, it can round up if it falls in between.
So if I were to represent to you that she was making about $16,000 a year as a librarian, working 35 hours a week, would you have any reason to disagree with that?
No.
Okay. And we don't know how much money approximately Mr. Daybell was making writing his books, right?
Correct.
Judge, I'm going to ask to publish the second page of Exhibit 151.
You may publish it.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. No, I'm looking at 151, and I'm looking at the and Judge, I'm going to need a minute. I think I put the wrong page up. If I could just have one moment, please.
Go ahead.
And Ms. Yancey, I'm looking at the top of the page where it says elected amount. And that's the spousal coverage. Is that correct?
Correct.
voluntary life insurance for the spouse. And at this point, during this reapplication, there was a request for a $20,000 amount for Chad, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then the box below that says nothing about, is not checked for keep the current amount. So when your testimony stated that, they were keeping, they already had 10,000 or they had a current amount, could you explain that to me?
When she was initially eligible, when she was hired, we let them know that with the insurance company, if they elect the minimum amount of 10,000, anytime during open enrollment in the future years, they can increase their coverage without any kind of medical questions.
Okay,
And so she would have elected the minimum amount for her spouse, and then she's just increasing it on this.
okay. And the amount of money per month for the 20,000 is reflected there. And I, my eyes aren't as good as they could be, but I'm reading about $3.07.
That was for the 10,000.
Okay, what was the amount for the 20,000?
Logically, it would double.
Okay. And then the amount for the going from the 50,000 for Tammy to the increasing at 80,000, how much was that? Do you recall?
She had 10,000 and increased it up to 80,000. The 50,000 is for the group life.
Okay, and that was already in place, correct?
Correct.
So the 10,000 that she already had, that would be costing her about $3 a month as well, probably.
Yes.
And then she went up to 80. So how much was that insurance going up 70,000 more?
I'm not sure the exact premium.
Okay. Would it be, it wouldn't be, it would be possibly 7 times the $3.07?
If you look at the little chart here above it,
Mhm.
this is for the spouse and their age. So the 0.307 is what it is for 10,000. So that's how it comes to the $3.07.
Right.
So if we had the chart for the employee, it's not always the same for spouse and employee.
Okay. But would it be fair to say this is very reasonable insurance that's available through the school district? Would you agree with that?
Correct.
So if Tammy Daybell had been working for a year or 2 years, increasing the insurance because of affordability and having that option, that's not anything unusual, is it?
It is not.
Okay. How many employees with this insurance working for the district did you oversee?
Sugar, it was about 200 employees.
And of those 200 employees, you seem to have very specific recollections of exactly what Mr. Daybell said to you. I find that interesting. Is there a reason why?
I believe any incident that is a bit traumatic sticks in your memory.
Okay, fair enough. Now, the election period, we previously had a witness, Miss Ballard from the insurance company. Do you know that organization?
I do.
And you know that organization because they come to the school district every year or every other year to put on a presentation about the benefits of increasing insurance, correct?
That's correct.
It's like a sales presentation that they give to the teachers and the school officials every year. Would that be fair?
No, they are our broker.
Okay.
So they broker our insurance with our insurance companies. They negotiate our premiums and coverages.
Right.
And so that has already been done and approved by the board, that type of thing. They're presenting what is available to the employees.
And as the broker of the school district, it helps their bottom line to encourage teachers to up their insurance. Wouldn't that be fair?
No,
Oh, it wouldn't?
not to up it, no.
A brokerage insurance company selling insurance for another insurance company, they derive no benefit by getting extra business?
Well, this is a public school district, and so they receive a commission off of those that enroll. But as far as increasing the benefit, it does not benefit them.
So your explanation, I mean, I guess your representation earlier was that the Ballard company comes in the second week or third week of August and puts on this presentation every year.
Correct.
And part of that presentation is the benefits of having the proper amount of insurance.
Correct. They'll answer questions if employees have any questions about what they should elect.
They also put on a presentation.
Yes. And
as part of that presentation, then they then provide them or the ability to obtain the forms necessary to complete any changes to their insurance. Would that be fair? It's not something that a spouse or a family would request. The person who works for the school district would be provided those forms and then take them home if it was necessary for a spouse to sign them, correct?
Correct.
So in this situation, Miss Ballard, we don't know when Miss Ballard or her organization came in, but she came in sometime in August, correct?
Correct.
And then 2 or 3 weeks later, the form was signed by Mr. Daybell and Mrs. Daybell on the 8th of September, correct?
Correct.
And that was submitted and processed.
Correct.
And again, you don't know what the financial situation of Mrs. Daybell making $16,000 a year as a librarian, and we're unsure about Mr. Daybell's income. But you don't have any information as to how badly Chad Daybell needed the money to pay for funeral expenses and other costs, correct?
Correct.
Yep, I have nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Wick, summary director, please.
I apologize.
Ma'am, you were just asking questions about your memory of these events.
Yes.
Do you remember indicating that you tend to remember things that are traumatic more so than others?
Correct.
Why was this traumatic to you? What did you mean by that?
Well, the death of an employee is traumatic, and then the subsequent information that followed.
What was the subsequent information that caused the trauma for you?
The involvement with Lori and then her children missing and then just everything that happened.
So you later learned information about Lori
Later,
Vallow.
yes,
And did JJ and Tylee's name come up for you too?
yes.
Is there any, let's about that. You confirmed that the application to increase insurance from September 8th had both signatures of Tammy and Chad?
Correct.
Did you ever come across any reason to doubt that Chad had actually signed that document?
I did not.
Then you were asked a question about normal financial, planning contemplations, different events. Would a new wedding be a normal financial planning contemplation?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
That will conclude the testimony then of Ms. Yancey. Thank you for appearing. Is the state intending for any reason to recall this witness in the future?
We do not, Your Honor.
Will the defense be calling this witness?
No, thank you.
Okay, if you were here under subpoena, you're released from any subpoena. Thank you for appearing this morning and testifying, and you can go ahead and step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. All right, at this time, I'm going to propose we take the mid-morning recess for 20 minutes or so. Is the state okay with that?
We are, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, we'll take our mid-morning recess, come back on at about 20 to 11.
All right, please.
Yes, I'm-
Okay, so far not really riveting testimony, but at least we can speed past all this stuff, these breaks and stuff. Let's see. What do y'all think? Are you glad to be catching up? I mean, I feel like there's something coming. There's got to be something coming. But we're making good progress. So I'm trying not to talk too much. Because I just want to watch it because we've got a lot to watch. But Patricia, I don't know how much he made on the books. I have no idea, but I'm pretty positive he published them himself. So I don't know how that works or how you profit or but anyways, I'm just gonna keep it going so we can kind of get through it. There's a lot. But I think we're doing good. Are y'all good with the 1.5 speed? I just want to make sure it's not too fast for anybody. I'm okay with it so far, and usually my brain will like shut down if it's too fast. I just want to make sure you're good with that, but it'll help us move along. Ma'am, not the storm. Did y'all see Shiraz came in and she's like, "May the storm be with you." Look, listen, we're not doing that. All right, we'll keep going at 1.5. And I'm just going to start it up again. We can keep moving.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I'm not going to inquire then as it relates to the court's exclusionary order. So Ms. Beatty, you may go ahead and inquire on direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, can you please state your full name and then spell? Thank you.
All right, before the witness testifies here, I am going to inquire because this trial has been, is the exclusionary order in effect for this witness?
And Your Honor, I believe that because she's the mother-in-law of one of the victims, that it doesn't apply to her. It's also our understanding that she did observe some of the trial on video, but my understanding is that because she's the mother-in-law of Tammy Daybell, that that's okay and that she's able to view that.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I'm not going to inquire then as it relates to the court's exclusionary order. So Ms. Beatty, you may go ahead and inquire on direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, can you please state your full name and then spell your last name?
Okay, Sheila Daybell, Daybell.
And do you prefer for me to call you Sheila or Mrs. Daybell?
Sheila's fine.
Okay, thank you. Sheila, are you married?
Yes.
Who's your husband?
Jack Daybell.
And do you and Jack Daybell have children together?
Yes.
Who are those children?
Chad, Paul, Matt, Brad, Becky.
And is Chad here in the courtroom today sitting over there?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know an individual named Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
And who was Tammy Daybell?
She's my daughter-in-law.
Did Tammy Daybell pass away in 2009?
Yes. 19.
In 2019, thank you. Do you recall the last time that you saw Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
When was that?
October 13th of 2019
Where were you when you saw Tammy?
at her home
And where is her home located?
in Sugar City, Idaho,
Okay. And where do you and Jack live?
Springville, Utah.
So you and Jack traveled to Idaho to see
Yes.
Tammy and Chad. What was the occasion?
Baby blessing.
And when you saw Tammy on October 13th of 2019, how did her health seem to you?
She was fine.
And did you receive a call from Chad Daybell on October 19th of 2019?
Yes.
What did Chad tell you in that phone call?
That Tammy had passed away.
What did you do when you got that phone call?
We immediately went to Idaho.
Did you go to Chad and Tammy's house?
Yes,
Did you see Chad there?
I did.
How would you describe his demeanor?
Upset.
Were Chad's children there as well?
Yes,
How would you describe their demeanor?
upset.
And did you attend a memorial service for Tammy Daybell?
Yes,
And where was that?
in Springville, Utah.
At some time, did you learn that Chad Daybell had moved out of the residence that he had shared with Tammy?
Yes,
Do you remember approximately when you learned that?
I don't remember a certain date.
Okay. Could you estimate approximately how many weeks after Tammy's death that happened?
Oh, maybe 2 to 3 weeks.
Were you surprised to find out that Chad had moved out of the residence?
Yeah.
I want to talk to you specifically about the middle of November of 2019. Did you and Jack travel to Idaho?
We did.
Did you meet with Chad at a Texas Roadhouse in
Yes,
Idaho Falls?
yes.
Was it dinner time, lunchtime?
Dinner time.
Now, you and Jack met Chad at the Texas Roadhouse. Was somebody else there?
Yes.
Who was that?
Lori Vallow.
Had you ever met Lori Vallow before?
No,
During that dinner, did Chad tell you and Jack anything about his relationship with Lori Vallow?
I don't think he did as much as Lori did.
Okay. What did Lori tell you?
Well, she just, we noticed that they had these rings on, and my husband said, "Are you engaged?" And they said, "No, we're married."
Were you surprised?
Yeah.
Did they tell you when they had gotten married?
No,
Now, on November 13th of 2019, this was approximately a month after Tammy's death.
Mhm.
Is that why you were surprised?
yeah, I was.
Did Chad or Lori tell you anything about whether or not Lori had been married before?
Chad didn't.
Did Lori?
Yes.
What did Lori tell you?
Oh, that she'd been married before?
Yes.
Well, she just said that her husband had recently died,
Did she say how he had died?
heart attack.
When Lori said that her husband had died of a heart attack, what did Chad say, if anything?
I don't remember any specific mention.
Okay. And did Lori or Chad say anything about whether or not Lori had children?
She said she had a daughter that had died.
Do you remember how old that daughter was?
She didn't say a date.
Did she say anything about whether or not she had a young son?
No,
When Lori said that her daughter died, did Chad say anything that you recall?
I can't. No, I don't think.
At the end of that dinner, did you believe that Lori had a daughter who had died?
Yes.
Okay. Did Lori or Chad say anything about their financial situation during that dinner?
Nothing specific.
Did they make any reference to any money that they'd come into?
Nothing specific.
Did they reference their financial situation at all?
Just that they were okay.
Okay. Where were they living at the time?
You know, I don't know.
Okay. Do you know what state they were living in at the time?
At that dinner, I didn't know. I thought Idaho maybe.
Okay. And at some point, did you learn that they had moved to Hawaii?
Yes.
And after you learned, well, actually, I should ask you this. Do you remember approximately when you learned that they had moved to Hawaii?
sometime after that. I
Okay.
don't know when exactly.
Within a few weeks or months of that dinner?
few weeks.
Few weeks? Did you talk on the phone with them from time to time while they were living in Hawaii?
Yes.
Did they ever mention Lori having children there with them?
No.
Okay. And I have no further questions for this witness.
All right, thank you. Mr. Pryor, cross-examination.
Good morning, Ms. Daybell. Prosecuting attorney asked you about your children. Obviously, you have a son, Chad. Is that right?
Yes.
And who are the other children?
Paul and Matt.
Okay, let's go slowly though. And Paul is married to an Emily, if I remember right. Is that right?
Yes.
And then who's the next one?
Matt.
And Matt's here today, right?
Yes.
Wearing a green shirt. Okay, and who is Matt married to?
Heather.
Okay. And going back to Emily, do you have a good relationship with Emily?
Very good.
Very close. How would you describe your?
Honor, I'm going to object based on relevance. I don't understand the relevance of Mrs. Daybell's relationship to Emily.
I don't see any relevance here either, Mr. Pryor. Is there relevance?
Judge, in regards to Emily, it's a source of information that she received about some of her testimony. So that's where I guess I can stop with Emily at this point and then present the relevance on the other witnesses as I go forward. But I'd like to start with Emily.
Okay, well, I'll sustain that then. This
Okay. And in regards to Emily, at the time of this case, you were contacted by law enforcement and asked some questions, I think, of Lieutenant Ball. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And prior to that, you received or had some discussion with Emily about the case and some facts about children. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And it was Emily who provided you the information about Lori Vallow having a daughter. Is that correct?
Well, I had talked to Lori at that dinner and she had said that
Okay.
daughter.
But did the interview with and the interview with Lieutenant Ball occurred in December. That's correct. And when you met with Lori, she discussed with you the idea that, or told you that she had a daughter. Is that correct?
Yes.
And she told you that daughter was deceased.
Yes.
Okay. And when you interviewed by Lieutenant Ron Ball, you confirmed that that's the information that you obtained. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now you made a comment that it was Lori who was telling you this information. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And it wasn't Chad who was providing you any of this information, correct?
No.
Now I know you know your son Chad, right? Because you gave birth to him, right?
Right.
He lived with you in the same Springville area up until 2015.
Yes.
Okay. And then ironically enough, Tammy's family's from Springville as well, correct?
Yes.
So both Tammy and Chad were both from that area. And then they migrated to Idaho in 2015, correct?
Yes.
And how would you describe Lori Vallow's personality and the manner in which she spoke with you?
Very friendly.
Okay.
Very upbeat.
Persuasive?
Yeah.
Would you say that when you talk to her, she could be very charming?
Yes.
Now we'll turn to your son, Chad, not Matt. Your son Chad, and your son Chad is. Would you describe him as someone who's shy,
Can be.
soft-spoken,
Yes.
more of an introvert?
And Your Honor, I think we're beyond the scope here. Objection.
Overruled.
Would it be fair to say that your son Chad is a bit of an introvert?
Yes.
He's a book writer, right?
Mhm.
I'll also instruct the witness, please. You need to make a verbal response. So say yes or no. The nodding and
Okay.
shaking your head doesn't come up on our record, unfortunately.
Yes. He's a book writer.
Okay, so he's not someone who is I don't want to use that word. He's not gregarious. Do you understand what the word gregarious means? Okay,
Yes.
he's not a gregarious personality, is he?
No.
He met Tammy at a relatively young age,
Yes.
and they got married very young.
Yes.
Your son Chad is not necessarily a man of the world, right?
Not worldly.
So he didn't have like a lot of experience in dealing with relationships or anything like that, correct?
No.
In fact, Tammy was really his only ever real serious relationship,
Yes.
and that's the woman he married.
Yes.
Now, if we fast forward to Lori Vallow, she was a different personality, a much more dynamic personality, correct?
Yes. 1 hour.
And when we talk about Tammy, Tammy was a very kind soul,
Yes.
very giving person, sort of the kind of person Chad is in terms of personality, right?
Yes.
So was this a bit of a shock that suddenly your husband goes from a very charming wife who's very kind, caring, loving mother to Lori Vallow?
Yes.
That was a bit of a shock.
Yes.
Now, I don't want to be perceived as being insensitive to the subjects, but in the LDS faith, it's not uncommon to get married quite quickly, is it?
Not uncommon.
Right. In fact, when young men come back from their missions, it's not, you're smiling. When young men come back from their missions, it's not uncommon for them to start a relationship with a woman and marry quite quickly. Would you agree with that?
I would agree.
Okay. So the situation with Chad, he had one marriage to Tammy, and that was met Tammy, and then within a reasonably short time, they got married, didn't they?
Yes,
Had a family, had 5 children,
yes,
and Chad also, after the death of Tammy, it was pretty quick. We can agree that it was pretty quick that he got married to Lori, correct?
yes.
Now, on the day you came down for the when Tammy passed away, you described your son as upset,
Yes,
visibly upset.
yes.
Okay. And did you stay there long enough to see other people show up during that time? Other visitors, the neighbors? I understand the Gilberts came over. Were you there when the Gilberts came over?
I don't remember names, but there were several people that came over.
And at that time, when several people came over, and how long would you say you were there?
Oh, 4 or 5 hours?
Okay. And during the 4 or 5 hours after Tammy passed away, did your son ever look like disinterested in the death of his wife?
No,
Did he ever look like he was just being stoic and businesslike when in dealing with Tammy's just recent death?
He just acted like someone who just had their partner pass away, which is,
And at no time during the 5 hours that you were there and these friends were coming by, did you see anything other than someone who was upset and struggling with the loss of a partner? Is that correct?
yes.
Okay. Judge, I don't think I have anything else. Thank you.
All right. Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mrs. Daybell, Sheila, do you think it's common within the faith, the LDS faith, to get married 2 weeks after your spouse dies?
Not common.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Then that will conclude the testimony of Ms. Daybell. Is the state going to be requesting an opportunity to recall her in the future in this case
No, she's excused.
from the defense? Okay, if you appeared on a subpoena, you are released from that. Thank you for appearing and testifying today. All right, the state can call the next witness.
At this time, the state would call Heather Daybell.
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please be seated.
All right, this witness has been placed under oath. I'll ask again, maybe some direction here before I inquire, Mr. Wixom. Would this witness be subject to the court's exclusionary order? Could you use the microphone, Mr. Wixom?
Certainly, I'm sorry. Judge, we obviously will defer to the court, but she is the wife of Matt Daybell, who is a brother-in-law to Tammy Daybell. So an in-law, I think, is within the statute as a victim. I don't know how the court has ruled on an in-law of an in-law.
Yeah, I do actually want to have a quick sidebar just to map the issue out quickly before I make a snap decision here. So we'll take a quick recess while you wait just a moment.
Okay.
Who that applies to and who doesn't, and the court determines it would not be applicable to this witness. So for that reason, I won't inquire. Thanks for the time, counsel, in working through that. So, Mr. Wixom, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, will you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Heather Daybell, HeatherDaybell.
Thank you. And ma'am, for the court and the jury's sake, you recently had some kind of an injury, is that correct?
I had a surgery. I had some artificial disc put in my cervical spine, so my throat's a little scratchy and my neck's in some pain, but
And my understanding is you might require some breaks during your testimony for that reason.
Yes.
So I might invite you, as you feel like you need a break, please alert the court, and then the court will decide if you want to take a break.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Ma'am, you're related to Chad Daybell.
I am. He's my brother-in-law.
And who are you married to?
His younger brother, Matt.
And may I ask, how long have you been married?
We'll be married 30 years this winter, but we started dating 35 years ago.
Would it be safe to say then you've been acquainted with and known Chad for roughly 35 years?
He was actually on his mission when Matt and I started dating, but I was still in high school and he came home.
Oh, more than 30 years?
Yeah, 30 years.
Was there ever a time since you've been married to Matt that you and Chad and Tammy had lived in the same town?
When Matt and I first got married, we lived in Springville where Chad and Tammy were for a short time.
About how long, the best you could recall?
Maybe that first year, I remember helping them move up to Ogden. I'm not exactly sure. It was early on in Matt and I's marriage.
And then was there any other time subsequent to that you and Chad lived in the same town?
Yes, when they moved to Rexburg in 2015.
So in between the time that they moved to Ogden and the time that they moved to Rexburg, how did you interact with them at family occasions and whatnot?
Yeah, when we'd get together, we'd talk with Tammy and Chad and their kids. Yeah.
Was that something that happened frequently, infrequently?
Probably several times a year. We'd get back to Springville, not a lot, but we would several times a year.
From your perspective, was it a normal amount of contact?
I would say so. Yeah.
I want to just stop now and ask, how would you describe the nature of your relationship with Chad?
In the beginning, when Matt and I first were married, it was normal as any in-law relationship would be. And then, like I said, we moved away. We didn't live close, but when we get together, we would talk mainly about his books. That seemed to be the topic most of the time of conversation, but I would say cordial and nothing out of the ordinary.
At any point, did the nature of your relationship with him change?
It did.
When
Yes.
did it change?
2014, when he started talking about end of times events and discussing a book that he had published for Julie Rowe.
We'll come back to that, but how did this relationship change at that point?
I was concerned about the things that he was telling the family and telling Matt and I. I was not comfortable with what he was informing us with.
Will you please elaborate to the jury, what were the things that Chad was saying or teaching you that caused you the concerns?
He indicated that there would be an earthquake that would be happening in 2015, and he was kind of making us aware and preparing us for all of these end times events that were going to happen and cause a lot of destruction in Utah, in particular Salt Lake area.
Did he explain to you why he believed those events would occur?
Those were events that Julie Rowe had seen in a near-death experience, and so he had talked about those things with her as he published her book, and then he indicated he was seeing those things in vision as well.
So Chad is someone who had expressed to you and your family these visions that he'd had?
That he could see beyond the veil and see future events.
Were there other things that he explained to you that caused you concern, other teachings in addition to that?
At that point, it was mainly that. It was just these end of times events and when they would happen.
Later, were there other teachings or things that he would say to you or your family that caused you concern?
When he informed us he was thinking of moving his family to Rexburg in 2014, or 15, whenever that was, we actually had a conversation with him asking him exactly what it was he thought was going to happen. And we had a pretty detailed conversation.
If I could pause you there. To the best you can recall, can you tell the jury when did that conversation occur?
That conversation was when they came out, Chad, Tammy, and some of their children came out to Rexburg to look for homes. And Matt and I sat with Chad in our home. That would have been summertime 2015.
And what happened in that conversation?
It was, excuse me, it was asking him point blank to give us the details of why he felt he needed to make this move. And he indicated that, and in particular, the houses that he was looking at were very close to our home. And we had some concerns with that. He told my husband and I that we would become great leaders in this gathering of people that would happen because of all the destruction in Utah, that our land where we lived would help in that, and that our home would become like a church or a temple. He was telling us those kinds of things. And that he felt like he needed to be in Rexburg with his family because the headquarters in Salt Lake of the church would end up having to move to Rexburg when all this destruction happened.
Did he ever explain to you whether he had seen or believed that he would have any kind of a significant role in this?
Mainly just that he would be helping in this gathering of people with their tents and everything, that he would be helping in that cause.
So based on what he was telling you, did he perceive his need to move to Rexburg to be something he could do to fulfill his role?
Yes, that he had a part to play in that. Mhm.
Did you believe these visions or teachings at the time that Chad was sharing?
No, I did not.
Then help the jury understand, why was that a concern to you? If you didn't believe them, why was it concerning?
Because he had let us know he was intending, he was going to let people be knowing of this with Julie Rowe's book. And and trying to prepare people as all this destruction happened, that's why he was coming, and that he felt that we were going to be helping in that cause.
So further, if you don't believe them, why was there a concern that you had that he would be telling everybody about this?
Because in the belief system I had at that time in the LDS church, just some average person doesn't get information specific like that to share with others. In my belief at the time, we had a prophet of the church that would let us know if we needed to do anything to prepare for something like that. So in my understanding and how I had been taught, it wouldn't come through someone like Chad.
So let me ask you this way. If you didn't believe these things, why do you need to care about it if he's out teaching this stuff to people?
Because my opinion was that was incorrect, and that he was spreading that around to other church members. And that's, as I was taught, you don't do that.
Okay. So during this conversation that you were referring to in your home, did you ever confront Chad or tell him that you don't believe these things?
I did. I told him that I wasn't feeling good about what he was saying, and that I did. I was very blunt. I just flat out said, I don't believe what you're saying.
What was his reaction to you?
Chad doesn't show a lot of reaction, so it was just, okay, that was about it. He didn't argue or anything like that.
Did you express concerns about whether or not he should move near you?
Yes, Matt and I both did that. We decided years and years ago that we wanted to live apart from family. We do better that way as a couple, and had made a home for ourselves in Rexburg. We'd been in the area 15 years at that point. And we did express to him as he was looking at homes near us that if he needed to move to Rexburg, that was fine. Please just move somewhere not right in our neighborhood and not in our ward.
Why was it important to you that he not move in your neighborhood and ward?
Because I knew why he was coming, and I didn't want him trying to draw in people from my ward and having people associate his close proximity to us that we were involved or agreed with him.
Would it be fair to say, were there reputational concerns for you and your family?
We've built a business in Rexburg. We've made a good name for ourselves and didn't want there to be issues because of what Chad was coming with.
How did the conversation end?
We had gone and looked at homes. The conversation at that point, they said they didn't find a home that they liked. And so they just kind of put it all on pause, asked if they could store their stuff in a shed or something at our house in case they needed to quickly come to Rexburg. They'd have some supplies there. And we told them they could do that. So when they left from that trip, we were under the impression that they wouldn't be moving soon.
Excuse me. So having explained all this at that point, how would you then describe your relationship with Chad at that point?
I was relieved at that point, so I kind of didn't worry about it because he indicated they wouldn't be coming. So, but to me, it felt, I don't know if I'd even say, well, it was strained. It was strained at that point. I was struggling.
How was it strained? Could you explain that?
Again, it was just my concerns with his trying to convince his family and others that these events were going to happen. And so as he wasn't going to let up on that he was quite certain. We asked him, is this happening? And he said, this is happening. And so,
may I interrupt you?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by this is happening?
All of these events, the earthquake and everything, that those things were happening in 2015.
Did you later learn that he and Tammy did have immediate plans to move to Rexburg?
It was shortly after that. I can't remember for sure. It was about a week or two. We did get a phone call that they had put an offer on the home that they bought and that they were moving.
And approximately when did that happen?
That would be summer 2015. I can't remember exactly if it was July, August. I don't remember for sure.
When you found out about that, what was your reaction? What did you do?
I cried. I was very upset. Asked my husband to please talk him out of it, but the home was already in process of being bought at that point. So there wasn't anything that I could do about it.
And we'll come back to that for a moment. Can you please explain to the jury what, at the time that Chad started having these visions and sharing them in 2014 or 15, what was your relationship like with Tammy?
About the same. We were cordial and friendly, and when we'd see each other at family events, we would visit, just normal.
Did that ever change?
Once they moved to Rexburg, because she knew we weren't happy about that move, we talked and things as they moved, and I tried to do a few things to help her. So I wouldn't say off the bat that it was strained with Tammy. That progressed as time went on.
And likewise, to go back on something you mentioned, I think you said Chad was teaching these things to his own family.
That's the understanding I had, yeah.
Did you ever get any sense of whether or not his wife and children were believing these things?
In a conversation I had with Chad and Tammy, it was Chad that indicated that he would come home with these visions and he'd say new things, and she'd kind of look at him and roll her eyes, but then she would go pray on it and get an answer that he was right. So especially concerning the move to Rexburg, she indicated that's how that went, is that he would come home with things, should be.
Sustained.
Did you get any of this information from Chad, or was it just from Tammy?
Well, the information of him receiving visions and bringing it to her and her kind of rolling her eyes, that was from Chad. He said that to me.
Did he explain that Tammy would ever change her mind?
I don't recall him saying she'd change her mind. I don't recall that.
Just based upon your interaction then, did you ever come to believe that Tammy was accepting of his visions?
I took it, yes, that she was. After some time, if it was something that seemed off to her, strange, she'd pray about it and then get a confirmation.
It's an objection, I suppose, based on hearsay, so that's sustained.
So ma'am, with respect to the children, did you ever have any, based on observations and interactions, not what they may have said, did you ever come to get a feel or believe whether or not they were accepting of their father's visions?
From my observation, yes, they all believed his visions.
Did that appear to be true with all the children?
Yes.
Was there ever a time that Chad tried to engage your children and explain these visions to them?
Yes, my second child, my oldest son, came to Matt and I. This would have been 2014-ish, maybe. Chad had approached him and told him that he would be a leader in this.
This is Mr. Wixom, response to that objection, please.
Judge, really, it's just going to state of mind, not to the any truth of the any visions, just simply how it was impacting her son, whether he believed these things. It's under 8033.
It's objection is overruled. On a hearsay objection, it's overruled, so you can continue.
Thank you. You may answer.
So he just came to us. He was uncomfortable that Chad had approached him. And so in a later conversation, I did confront Chad on that and asked him not to approach my children.
How did Chad react to that confrontation?
Same way. Okay.
Was there ever a time that you had any confrontations with Chad in your backyard?
We had, once they had moved to Rexburg, so again, summer of 2015, shortly after that, I was concerned for Tammy and wanted to know how she was doing. So we asked Chad and Tammy to come over and have a visit with us. And he indicated that that would be fine, but to direct our questions or whatever we wanted to say at Chad and not at Tammy, because she would get upset at us if we directed anything at her.
Had you had any history prior to that with Tammy getting upset with you about anything?
No.
And to be clear, it was Chad who gave you this instruction?
Yes.
So in that conversation, did you follow Chad's instruction to only talk to him, or did you talk directly to Tammy?
I did not follow that instruction. Tammy was a grown woman, so I directed my questions at her.
Had you prior to that or since then, ever seen any other behavior that may have caused you concern between Chad and Tammy?
No, they seemed like a happy couple.
Before or since that, did Chad ever try to stop Tammy from talking or others from talking directly to her?
Not that I'm aware of.
So that was the only incident?
Mhm.
How did he react when you continued to address Tammy?
Pretty typical. He didn't react. We just had a conversation. He didn't seem upset or anything that I was talking directly to her.
What was the result of that conversation with Chad and Tammy?
My main intent for that conversation was to ask if Tammy was doing okay with the move, because I knew she was initially not wanting to move to Rexburg, and she again said she had prayed about it and felt like it was a good thing for their family. So said okay, and then talked a little bit further with Chad about his visions and things. And I again said I don't have any confirmation in myself that any of that's true or going to happen.
Did you get any indication from Chad's responses or reactions to you rejecting his beliefs? Did that affect him in any way that you could tell?
No, there's usually very little reaction. So it was just kind of nods and that was it.
So how long after that was it that they'd actually moved into your
To
neighborhood?
me, it seems like weeks. It was pretty recently after they moved. I don't remember exactly, summer of 2015.
How far away was their home from yours?
It's about a half a mile. You just go to the end of our street and turn onto Salem Highway, and they're about a half a mile down the street.
Can you see each other's homes from standing outside? Do you have that vantage point?
No, you'd have to go to the highway to see their house because there's a bend. So not directly from my house, but once you turn onto the highway, it's right there.
But if you wanted to walk, you're estimating half of a mile?
Mhm.
Is that a yes for the record?
Yes, I've actually timed that because I walk that road. So it's a half a mile.
And once they actually moved there, did you have regular interaction? Did you ever go to the home?
I went, when they initially moved, I went once or twice. I took Tammy some bread. I called her, gave her some suggestions of doctors and dentists and things like that. I remember going to watch Emma speak in church. We had a homecoming thing. I tried to support their kids where I could. So I was in their home a few times initially.
Would it be safe to say that you were in their home enough that if I showed you some photographs that you'd be able to recognize those photographs of their home?
Yeah.
Your Honor, at this time, I have what is marked as the state's proposed exhibits 420D. They are not stipulated. I'd like to offer those and ask that they be handed to the witness. I've got 2 copies for the court, 1 for the defense, if I may.
I'll take a look at them. Thank you.
Mr. Donor?
You may.
Thank you.
He hasn't moved to admit yet.
Thank you. Ma'am, may I ask you to please look at the first picture that you have in your hand in front of you?
Yes,
Briefly, can you just describe for the record what you're looking at?
this is the back of Chad's house. And I'm looking at in the forefront is an add-on to the original home that the kids would refer to as the cozy cone.
And may I ask, do you recognize that clearly as Chad's house?
Yes, I do.
If you were standing from the vantage point of that camera, would this accurately reflect a depiction of Chad's house?
Yes, it does.
Well, can I ask you to please turn to the next photograph? And please look at the back of the first one, and for the record, just note what the number is on the back, please.
Back of the first one, 420A.
Thank you. Now, as to the second photograph, why don't we start by referencing the number on the back of that, please?
This is 420B.
And on 420B, what do you see in that photograph?
Some musical instruments.
Where are the musical instruments at?
It appears to me up in,
Yeah, at this point, for just foundation, Mr. Rickson, we need to determine if these are coming in before we get testimony off of what they're showing.
Certainly. Ma'am, without referencing them, we just take a quick look at the other two photographs attached.
Okay.
Again, without going into what they are, do you recognize those photographs?
yes, I do.
And have you seen the rooms depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
Have you been in them before?
Yes.
Do they accurately depict the inside of Chad's home?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we move to admit states 420A through D.
Any objection? All right, and please turn your microphone on, Mr. Pryor.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Daybell, the first picture shows a musical set. Do you know whose set musical set that is?
I can only assume. I don't know for sure.
So you've never seen that musical set in that room before, is that right?
I have seen musical instruments up in that room shortly after they moved in.
Okay, but did you see this musical set in that room? And did you actually see this picture?
I've never seen this picture until now.
Okay. Let's go to the next picture. Did you ever see that picture?
I have not seen this picture before.
Let's go to the third picture. Have you ever seen the third picture?
No, I haven't.
So what you are familiar with is you described it as an add-on. Is that correct?
Yes.
This isn't part of the structure. It's attached to the garage. Is that correct?
Yes, my understanding is this cozy cone add-on it is attached to the garage. It was added to the garage.
The back of the garage.
Yes.
Okay. So it's not part of the original structure of the home where to your knowledge, where the members of that household live, slept, and eat. Is that correct?
Judge, at this time, I'd object. This is going outside the purpose of a voir dire and aid.
Judge, I'm going to object to the admission of these exhibits.
Response from the state. It's just on admissibility, not on what they're showing.
Your Honor, at this time, this witness has indicated through testimony that she has been in this home more than once. She's already looked at the photos. She can recognize the photos. She said that they accurately depict what is contained in the photos, and I believe that sufficient foundation has been laid.
All right, the court's considered the objection. I'm going to sustain the objection as it relates to exhibits B, C, and D. However, on exhibit A, I think adequate foundation was laid. So exhibit A is going to be admitted. The other three, the objection is sustained based on the testimony of the witness in the voir dire and aid of objection.
Your Honor, at this time, may I request to have exhibit 420A handed to me?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have permission to publish this to the jury at this time?
Yes, you may.
Yeah, I'd like to do that via the Elmo.
So Patricia, there was some testimony regarding what was said at the, I don't know if it's coming up or if it was from a different day. Hey, Billy. The chipmunk trial is on. So I don't know if it's coming up or if it was from a different day, but there was some question as to what was said at Tammy's memorial. And they said that Chad said, no, wait. Oh, yeah. They said that Chad said that Tammy went downstairs or upstairs or something to that effect. And then Pryor came back and totally blew them out of the water because he said it was a one-story house. So I think that's what they're doing. And while they're kind of contentious about, I wasn't trying to call out the 420 Cal. Let me finish what I was saying. So I think there's some argument as to whether these should be let in because it kind of takes the wind out of his sails. As far as the 420 goes, it was the last exhibit. I wasn't really calling out the 420 per se. I did find it funny. My point was that Judge Boyce did not say anything about, oh, we're going to have to renumber these because they're not in order. like Judge Canone did. Just a point, because she's totally out of order. Also, they never came back yesterday. Remember they were going to come back? I left it going, and they came back when everybody was walking out, but the court never came back in session. Just saying. All right, let's continue. Does that make sense, Patricia? What I was saying? And I unfortunately, because we keep going back and forth with the trials, I can't remember if this is something that happened previously on a day that we've already watched, if it comes up on this day and I just saw like on Twitter something, so I'm not sure, but that's my thought process.
Ma'am, I'd like you to go ahead and take a look at that screen, please. What do you see?
The back of Chad's home.
You've used the term cozy cove. Am I saying that right?
Cozy cone is how I understood it from his kids. Yeah.
And what does that mean, cozy cone?
From my understanding, it was referencing the cones in Cars Land, Disneyland movie. They had cones, they called cozy cones. That was my understanding. It was their nickname for that part of the house.
And have there been occasions where you've been in the house and you've either been in or seen inside the cozy cone?
Yes.
So you're familiar with that?
Yes.
Could you describe what that cozy cone is, what the room's like, what it is?
From the time I went in, it was again shortly after they moved in. You go through the house. There's the garage and everything. It's towards the back. You turn and you go up some stairs to get to the upper room of that cozy cone.
Have you ever had opportunity to make observation of what that room is used for?
At that time, my understanding, it was all those instruments were Chad's son Mark's, that he's a musician, and that's where he was keeping his instruments.
Based on personal knowledge only, what you know or don't know, did you ever have any other understanding of what that room may have been used for?
It was my understanding that once Garth moved to Rexford, that was his room up there. That's what I was told.
Are you aware of any other purposes for that room?
No.
And I think you said you had to go up some stairs to access it?
You do, yes.
Were you familiar with where Tammy and Chad's bedroom were in that home?
Yeah, you'd go through the front door. They had a front living room, then just a hallway, and there were some bedrooms. I'm not exactly sure which bedroom was theirs, but their bedroom was down in the main part of the home.
So if you want to leave their bedroom and go to the cozy cone or vice versa, you'd have to go up or down some stairs?
Yes, you would.
Ma'am, sorry, Your Honor, I finished this exhibit.
All right, thank you.
Ma'am, going back to this meeting that you had with Chad right before they actually moved, reference to that time, it was in 2015, you said?
Mhm.
Is that a yes? Thank you. Were there any other interactions that you had with Chad and Tammy between that time and the time that Tammy passed?
Yeah, we would see them because they had moved into our neighborhood and our ward. They were in our ward at church, so I would see them typically once a week at church on Sunday.
And did you have interactions with him in the normal course at church?
I tried not to. So, but if I saw Tammy or the kids, I'd say hi, stop and see how they're doing.
Why were you trying not to?
Because I was upset at Chad for having moved his family into our ward, and we specifically asked him not to do that.
I want to draw your attention now back to October of 2019. Do you recall learning of Tammy's death?
Yes, I do.
And where were you and how did you learn of her death?
Matt and I were at a work conference in Las Vegas, and we're in our hotel room the morning of October 19th when Matt got a phone call from his parents letting him know that Tammy had passed away. And they didn't know much, but they would call us when they had more information, but just letting us know she had passed.
How did you react to that information and that phone call?
I was very upset.
Other than just grief, was there anything else causing you to be upset?
Just not knowing what happened, having no information, and just she couldn't understand what would have happened.
So what did you do in reaction to that, being upset?
I called Chad myself.
When did you call him?
It would have been, I'm not sure, around maybe 9 or 10 in the morning. Matt had left for his conference. Chad picked up and I expressed my condolences and shock at hearing that Tammy had passed. And I just asked him what happened to her.
Would that have been 9 or 10 in the morning the same day?
Yes, on October 19th.
And can you please tell the jury how that call went? What did you first say and how did Chad respond?
So just expressing my sympathy and shock that Tammy had passed away, and asked him what had happened, if he could explain to me what had happened.
What did he say?
He said that Tammy had not been feeling well, that she, about 10 o'clock at night, started coughing pretty hard and then got to sleep. And then about midnight, she started coughing again hard enough that she vomited, got her settled down. And then he said at 6 in the morning, it slept from midnight to 6 in the morning. and woke up because the sheet that was on him had come off of him, and he heard a thud, and that woke him up. And he went to the other side of the bed and saw that Tammy had fallen off the bed, and he described her as she had died. She had been gone for a little while because she was hard. And so he called to Tammy, or to Garth, to come in and help him get Tammy back on the bed.
How did you react to that explanation of things?
But the whole time he was explaining that, it felt scripted to me, he was reading it or something. It just felt very scripted. It was the word that came to my mind, and it made me feel very uneasy.
Did you say anything to him about that scripted feeling or anything else?
I did not. I asked him if he was going to have an autopsy done to find out why she had passed, and he said no, that a coroner had come and looked at Tammy and could clearly see that there was matter in her throat, that's why she had died, as she had coughed hard and thrown up, and that had caused her death. So there was no need for an autopsy.
And that was Chad's explanation to you? Sorry.
Yes, it was.
What else did you talk about in that conversation?
He informed me that the funeral would be in 2 days. And I said, well, Matt and I aren't even home. We're in Las Vegas. Can you wait so we can get home? Matt had another brother that was out of town as well. And just said, can you wait till we can all get home to be to the funeral? And he said, no, we're just going to get it done.
Did you say any follow-up in that conversation about that?
I said, okay, we will buzz back and get to the funeral.
And in fact, did you do that? Did you attend the funeral?
We did, yes.
And where was the funeral at?
The funeral was in Springville, Utah.
What observations did you make, if any, at the funeral?
The main thing I remember, the program was just Chad and his children, and the bishop spoke at the end. And the thing that stuck out was the opening song was "Put Your Shoulder to the Wheel." I have never heard that song used at a funeral, so that seemed strange to me.
Related to that, at the time, were you serving a calling in the LDS Church?
I was, yeah,
What was that calling you had?
a Stake Relief Society president.
Having had that calling, were funeral plans something you were familiar with?
Yes,
So you were familiar with typical LDS culture and how they might proceed with the funeral?
yes,
Why was it so unusual to pick that song, "Put Your Shoulder to the Wheel"?
because that song is describing put your shoulder to the wheel, push along, do your duty with a heart full of song. It's about working. It's just about work. So that was strange to me at a funeral.
Okay. Anything else that you observed at the funeral that concerned you or you thought may have been unusual?
Mhm. Just watching Chad as he spoke, and maybe it's just the way that he cries, but it seemed like he'd turn it on and turn it off and turn it on and turn it off, the crying. So it, to me, came across as kind of disingenuous.
Anything else?
No.
And had you attended the viewing the night before?
I remember attending a viewing. I believe it was that morning. I'm not exactly sure on that, but I did attend a viewing, yes.
Thank you. Did you notice anything unusual at the viewing or concerning?
Kind of just observing Chad and his children. Again, it was strange to me that Chad could be smiling and seeing people and smiling and seemed to be doing well, and then crying all of a sudden. It was a strange, his demeanor seemed strange to me.
Later, was there any kind of a luncheon that you attended?
Yeah, after the service, there was a luncheon. We all got there and Chad was late. That's what I remember from the luncheon, is that we weren't sure where Chad was.
Why did his lateness stand out to you?
Because it's his own wife's luncheon for her funeral. So I assumed he would be there with everyone else.
Do you recall how late he was?
I don't recall how late he was. I just remember that his brother-in-law, Jason, stood up and said, "We're just going to get started. Chad's not here yet, but we're going to get started."
When Chad did arrive, did you observe anything about his demeanor or behavior there?
Yeah, it just seemed like a normal day. Like I wouldn't have guessed that he had just days previous lost his wife. He just didn't seem upset.
At that point, at that luncheon or later, did you have any further conversation with Chad about how Tammy had died?
Not at that point.
Did you at some point?
Yes, a few weeks later.
Can you explain first, when did that interaction occur and how did it occur? Was it in person or on the phone?
It was on the phone.
About how long after the luncheon?
That would have been, I think, around in the middle of November. So 3 to 4 weeks after the funeral.
Why were you speaking to Chad on the phone for that occasion?
I had received a phone call from a member of our ward, Alice Gilbert.
Sustain.
Excluding any statements from other people besides Chad, why were you talking to Chad that day?
Because I had learned that he had gotten remarried and that his children were struggling and upset. So I reached out in a group text to his children and let them know that I was there for them if they needed me, that they were upset, and that resulted in Chad calling me.
And please explain to the jury how the conversation went between you and Chad at that point.
I answered, he said, "This is Chad." And he was upset with me and told me I had been a problem for him his whole life. And I asked him, "Who is this person you've married?" And he explained, "Her name is Lori. Would I like to meet her?" And I said, "No, I would not." And then I asked him what happened to Tammy. And he said she died of a pulmonary embolism because she had gained 40 pounds.
Now, earlier you testified that you were seeing Tammy at least in church every week.
Yes.
Had you observed a 40-pound weight gain in Tammy?
I don't generally keep track of people's weight gain or loss, but I had not noticed a big increase in weight gain on Tammy, no.
How did you react to that when he gave that explanation?
I remember being so flustered by that explanation because he had given me a different one weeks before that I was just upset, and he indicated to me, "I'm going to be living in Hawaii, so you don't have to worry about me anymore." And that was the end of the conversation.
Did you challenge him on the different explanations in that phone call?
I don't remember challenging him because I was so shocked by that I didn't challenge him on that.
Besides the different explanations as to Tammy's death, was there anything else that was shocking you in that conversation?
Just expressing to him, how can you get married this quickly after your wife has just passed away?
Did he give an answer to that?
He said that he'd met her about a year before, so he'd known her, and that she had lost a husband to a heart attack. And it just was, they were there for each other, and it just worked out that they'd get married.
You mentioned that one of the first things he said in the phone call was to the effect of, "You've been a problem for me my whole life."
Yes.
What did you take that to mean?
I said to him, "Your whole life?" I didn't understand what I had done to him his whole life, that he would consider me a problem.
Did he explain?
No.
And at that point, why was it that you told him that you didn't want to meet Lori?
Because I was upset that he had remarried weeks after Tammy's sudden passing. It seemed almost cruel for his children.
Anything else of note that you can remember that occurred in that conversation?
He did call me a pot stirrer. I remember that as well. Other than that, I think that's it.
He didn't explain what he meant by that.
I've been called that before by family members.
Hot stirrer.
Your Honor, given the time, this might be a normal place to break. I do have several other questions to get into with this witness.
Okay, we will go ahead and take our lunch recess at this time. We're right about noon, so we will try to resume at 1 o'clock. Thank you, everyone, for complying with the court's conduct order during the morning. We will continue on this afternoon after lunch.
All right, please.
All right, y'all, we're going to time warp. Let me just say this. No wonder Pryor didn't have no issue fat shaming a victim. Sorry, can y'all hear my bag? I'm sorry. I was having a snack. No wonder he had no problem fat shaming her and talking about couch potato to 5K and all that stuff. I cannot with any of them. All right, time warp. So he said an hour. So that would be 4:22-ish. Ooh.
Right back in, please.
Not directly to me.
So you never Would it be safe to say that that strain has
Brought back in, please.
I know as soon as I talk or try to move this thing, they're going to start talking. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get it perfect, but I don't know what they're doing. I don't like dead air. Oh, there they go. There's the jury coming in. All right, here we go.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, we concluded the lunch recess. We're back on the record on KCR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. Witness Heather Daybell is on the stand in direct. I'll remind the witness that you're still under oath for your testimony. And Mr. Wixom, if you'd like to continue with direct, you may.
Thank you, Judge. Ma'am, just a quick check-in. How is your throat and your surgery doing? Are you okay?
I'm doing okay. Yeah. Just pardon my scratchy throat.
Let us know if you need to stop, take a drink, or if you need any of the rest, okay?
You appreciate it.
Thank you. Ma'am, we finished before lunch, and you were describing what I might call a strained relationship with the Daybell family.
Yes.
Okay. Would it be safe to say that that strain has increased since the finding of JJ Tylee on Chad's property?
Yes, I've not spoken to Chad's children since that time.
Now, I want to draw your attention to just a couple of weeks before Tammy passed. Do you recall whether or not Tammy had made a trip to go visit family in Utah?
Yes, I do recall that.
Was there anything about that trip that stood out to you as a concern?
Not so much a concern as that was abnormal. I understood that Tammy didn't like to travel alone, so I thought.
Judge,
that
I'm
was
going to
abnormal.
object. I need some foundation as to where this knowledge is coming from.
Sustain.
Ma'am, what caused you to believe that Tammy didn't like to travel alone?
That's just what I had been told by other family members.
Judge, I'm going to object. There still needs to be some foundation.
We're happy to move on, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Do you recall, did Chad ever relay or claim that he'd had visions specific for Tammy?
Not directly to me.
So you never heard that from Chad himself?
I don't recall hearing from Chad anything about Tammy as far as visions, no.
Do you recall what spawned Tammy to make that trip to Utah?
Again, I didn't talk to Tammy about the trip.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. That information would be by way of hearsay.
Sustain.
Your Honor, at this time, if I could ask to be handed state's proposed 420 B through D, which have not been admitted. If I could look at those, please, sir.
You may.
And Judge, can we have a sidebar, please?
Sure.
Ma'am, just a couple of more questions. Do you know the name David Hope?
Yes, I do.
How do you know that name?
David Hope is my daughter's father-in-law.
And who is David Hope besides being your daughter's father-in-law?
He is a retired detective for the Rexburg Police Department.
I want to ask, was he working for the Rexburg Police Department back in 2019?
Yes, he was.
Given that, did you ever, I withdraw that. How often, if at all, did you have interaction with David Hope for family type things?
Rarely. We've had a baby blessing a couple of years ago that we both attended. We went on a camping trip with a bunch of people several summers ago. I don't see him often.
Has there ever been an occasion where you have spoke to David Hope at all about Chad Daybell and the subsequent case that occurred?
I have not talked directly to Dave Hope about this case.
Have you ever attempted to indirectly get information to him about this case?
No.
And then my last line of questions. At some point, well, you've testified that you have been concerned about Chad's teachings, correct?
Yes,
At some point, did you decide to send any kind of letter or document out to members of your stake?
I did. I sent a letter to the 10 Relief Society presidents of the stake.
For the jury's sake, can you kind of explain the relationship that a stake Relief Society president has with ward Relief Society presidents, please?
Yeah, as the stake Relief Society president, you're over in the state. There were 10 different wards at the time. I am in charge of just keeping track of the Relief Society presidents, if they're doing okay, if they need any support, help. We plan meetings to carry out with them. So I would see them all periodically throughout the year.
Generally speaking, what did you put in that letter? Actually, let's withdraw that. To the best of your recollection, when did you send that letter out?
I have not looked at that letter for a long time, so my recollection is it was during the time period when JJ and Tylee were missing, and I believe Chad was in Hawaii at the time. So beginning of the year 2020.
And on that, how did you first learn about JJ and Tylee being missing?
I'd heard, and I've tried to remember, I can't remember exactly who told me, but that there was going to be, that there were 2 missing kids and we needed to be aware. So law enforcement, I don't remember, it's been a long time, but there were 2 missing kids and that it was going to be hitting the news. So all we were told is just to be aware that that was coming out, just kind of preparing us.
So back to the letter, what was the general subject or object of the letter that you sent out?
Well, again, I haven't read it for a long time, but it was basically because Chad was a relative of mine, stick to the basics of the gospel, and because it had appeared Chad had gotten off track, and I do remember putting in there that I had tried to say things to a few people, but I wasn't believed, and so I was having difficulty with that people had believed Chad at church and things, that he was doing everything as he should be doing, and that I was just trying to make things hard for him. So it's something like that I put in the letter.
What was your purpose in sending the letter out? What were you trying to accomplish?
I did have some Relief Society presidents reach out to me concerned that some of their ward members were involved in meetings with Chad and things. So it was as in a leadership position trying to, and as a family member saying, please just be wary of what's been going on.
So as you sit there, can you recall what kinds of things that you were telling people that you feel like you had not been believed on?
As things progressed and Chad got involved in this group preparing a people, I kind of follow that and listen to some of the people's experiences that he was associating with. So it was just a lot of trying to interpret dreams and claiming these people could see beyond the veil and just had extra abilities that the rest of us members of the church didn't have.
Do you recall who you were trying to share this with and who you were trying to warn about this?
I would mainly talk with, in the beginning when I was still in the Ward Relief Society presidency, I would talk with that presidency, those women that I would meet with. And then as I was put in the stake, I did talk once or twice with our stake president, and it just, as things progressed and I got more concerned, it was mainly, there were people in the ward, but I was mainly trying to talk to other family members to try to stop what was happening.
What was happening from your perspective?
I was just being told how this preparing of people and this prepping.
Judge, I'm going to object. There's no foundation and it's hearsay.
Sustained.
May I argue?
On that answer, it's sustained, Mr. Wixom.
Okay. Do you have any personal knowledge of things that were happening that was causing you to have those concerns?
I was hearing things
Judge,
about.
I'm going to object. It's hearsay.
Wixom.
I'll ask a different question, Judge. Without referencing anything that anybody told you, can you explain the types of things that you learned about that were concerning you about what was happening?
Judge, it still constitutes hearsay unless there's some establishment of where the source of this information is coming from.
Judge,
Go ahead, Mr. Wixom.
under 803.3, it goes again to her state of mind. I'm asking her to explain her state of mind.
Judge, this has nothing to do with state of mind. This has everything to do with reciting what someone else may have told her.
Still, the way that question was asked, Mr. Wixom, I don't think 803.3 gets around the hearsay issue, so you can continue with another question. It's sustained.
So, ma'am, Were you personally aware, that is, did you have knowledge, make observations, not hear from other people? Were you personally aware of any situations in your ward or stake that were occurring because of Chad's activity?
Again, through other people telling me what was.
Judge, I'm going to object.
We'll withdraw, Judge.
Okay.
Is it fair to say, Ms. Daybell, that as you sent that letter out and did make your efforts?
Judge, I'm going to object. This is leading.
Overruled. Go ahead, Mr. Wixom.
Thank you. Is it fair to say that given you sending the letter out and making those efforts, that has come up at a cost to you and the rest of the Daybell family?
Judge, I'm going to object relevance.
Overruled.
Answer.
There was initially, yes, there was a cost that I was just trying to create problems for Chad.
And I'll ask this question. Did those efforts cause damage to the relationship that you had with the rest of the Daybell family?
Yes, it did.
And is that damage part of the reasons why you no longer talk to his children?
Yes.
Is that your choice, or would you rather be able to talk to his children and get along with the family?
Judge, I'm going to object relevance.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right. Mr. Pryor, cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Daybell.
Good afternoon.
You initially spoke to Police Officer Mattingly on about February 11th of 2020. Do you remember that?
I do. My memory is hazy because I had just had a surgery and I was still on pain medication, so I don't have as vivid memory of that.
Okay. Well, do you recall your husband was there as well, right?
Yes, he was.
Okay. So you remember that. Now, do you recall a discussion about concerns you had about Chad and using the Salem church when you discussed that with Officer Mattingly?
I do recall having that concern that he was doing his writings inside the church building.
And you do recall that you told Officer Mattingly that the concern was that he, like you said, he was using the Salem church every day. He was going there almost every single day to use it as a place where he could write whatever he was writing, correct?
I don't recall saying every day, but I would notice his car there often as I had to drive by.
And when you say vehicle, you said car, but it was actually a black Dodge truck, was it not?
I recall more their other vehicle. Tammy drove the truck, from my remembering, more than Chad did.
Okay. Is that what you remember?
That is.
And what color was the vehicle that that Chad was allegedly driving at this church that you would say?
It was a dark color.
Okay. You don't recall telling Officer Mattingly that it was a truck?
I don't recall that, and I remember Tammy driving the truck more
Okay.
than Chad driving.
Okay. Now, you said that Chad started talking about these issues about visions and what you would consider unconventional beliefs. You recall that in 2014?
Yes,
And yet he continued to maintain his membership within the LDS faith, right?
he did.
Okay. And Tammy continued to maintain her relationship within the LDS faith, correct?
Yes,
And even though he was writing these books, he was active in all of the meetings, the necessary callings that come as part of being a member of the LDS faith, correct?
yes,
And in fact, on his particular ward up until 2019, he was a secretary or an undersecretary in a position within the church hierarchy, was he not?
yeah. It's called executive secretary.
Executive secretary.
Mhm.
Thank you for that. And that position would be the position in Fremont County underneath and you're going to need to correct me, okay? Underneath a bishop of a ward, right?
Yes, technically that's part of the bishopric, the executive secretary,
The bishopric.
which includes the bishop, the two counselors.
Okay, so he was a counselor, and a bishop in your faith is someone who has somewhat of a position of prominence. Would that be fair?
Essentially the priesthood leader of the ward. Yes,
The what leader?
priesthood leader.
Priesthood leader of the ward. So a ward is a geographic area, and in Fremont County, it would be a specific geographic area, like the Salem area has a ward over there somewhere,
Correct.
and then they have a bishop,
Yes,
and that's the priesthood leader of that geographic area.
yes,
And through 2019, Chad Daybell, as a member of the LDS Church, was the executive secretary for that bishop, correct?
yes, he was.
Okay, and that was in spite of the fact that he'd been writing books for 10, 12 years, right?
The books that he had written at that point were not an issue.
Okay, so in 2014, the books became an issue, is that right?
No, in 2014, Julie Rowe's book became the issue that he was publishing.
Okay, and we're moving to an area that I intended to go into because Julie Rowe was one of these people who went around in particular, like 3 particular states, and she preached about preparing the people. Would that be fair?
You could use that phrase. She was not associated with preparing the people to group
Right.
the people, but yes, that was the purpose of what her books were, to prepare people for what was coming.
Okay, and she spoke primarily to people of the LDS faith. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that.
In fact, she would put on these conferences and her primary audience were people who were, who shared that the LDS faith, correct?
Correct.
So was she somehow looked down upon because she was doing this?
By someone such as myself who didn't agree with her book, but there were quite a few people in Rexburg who were listening.
And she was filling conference halls, giving her speeches, was she not?
She filled the tabernacle in Rexburg. Yes.
Okay, and
It's a conference type center. Yes.
okay, you guessed what I'm saying. So the tabernacle, that's a big building in Rexburg.
It seats around 2,000 maybe.
Okay, so she was going around preaching to primarily LDS folks about this preparing the people stuff, and she was filling tabernacles
As far as I knew, yes.
and filling other stadiums around people who were primarily members of the LDS faith. Would that be fair?
I don't know of stadiums, but I was aware of the tabernacle in Rexburg. Yeah.
Okay, okay. And then at some point, Chad met her, and he helped publish one of her books. Do you recall that?
My understanding from what he told me was that he reached out to her on a website called Vallow.
Okay. Do you know what that Vallow thing is? We brought that up before, and then the other witness didn't really understand it. Can you tell me a little bit about Vallow?
I never was on it, so from
Okay.
my understanding, it's just a website with like-minded people that have visions and dreams, and they share those experiences, kind of a prepping type of site.
And again, that Vallow organization, the little I know about that is again catered to people of the LDS faith. Is that correct?
From my understanding, I've not been on it, but from my understanding, mainly LDS people.
Okay, so this idea of people who have visions and people who can make predictions about certain things, the organization's called a Vallow, right?
The website's called Vallow. Yeah.
And that they would, again, along with Julie Rowe and these people from a Vallow, would cater predominantly to the people of the LDS faith.
I believe so.
Okay, all right, okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Would it be fair to say that your husband and Chad did not have a very particularly close relationship?
I wouldn't label it that before 2014. Again, we lived in a different state, but I thought they had a good relationship.
So when you were interviewed by Officer Mattingly, and there was a mention of the fact that Chad and Matt were not particularly close, were you basing that on after they moved here, after the Daybells moved here, or was that reference to just in general?
Because that's several years ago, and I don't recall completely. I would say that prior to 2014, it was a normal
Okay.
relationship. It was after 2014 that it became more difficult.
And did I understand your testimony correctly, that when Chad and his family decided to move here, your concern was, well, one, your last name's Daybell, right?
Correct.
And the concern is that if Chad moved here and he continued to talk about these preparing the people beliefs and writing his books, that somehow would have an impact on necessarily how your family would be perceived. Would that be fair?
I was concerned, yes, because he had chosen to buy a home in such close proximity to our home and had talked about our land being part of this, whatever was coming. So I just was worried he was going to be expressing that to other people when Matt and I were not in agreement.
Okay. And so you're standing in the community because you did hold a prominent position within the LDS faith at one time. Is that right?
I have been in several leadership positions. When Chad moved into Rexburg, I was, I don't remember when it's called, into the Relief Society presidency.
Would you mind if I said you're the Stake Relief Society president? Does that sound like what you were?
I got that call in 2018.
Okay. And as part of that call, and again, correct me if I misstate something, okay, please? As a State Relief Society president, oh, that's a stake. I'm sorry, stake, S-T-A-K-E, not state, right?
Correct.
And a stake is basically a bunch of wards that make up a stake. In other words, there could be 10, 15 wards that make up a stake area, correct?
Correct.
And you were overseeing something called the Henry's Fork stake. Is that what you were involved in?
Yes, that's the name of that stake.
And in that Henry's Fork stake, there are, is it 2,000 or 3,000 people or families?
I'm not sure. I just know that there were 10 wards. So, and there's typically 200 to 300 per ward, depending on the ward.
Is that families or is that people in each ward?
I would say people.
200 to 300 people in each ward?
I was only over the women and the presidents of the Relief Society. So I didn't keep count of
The number of women?
I
families.
was mainly in charge of the 10 Relief Society presidents and their teaching of their sisters that they were over.
So the 10 Relief Society were the people that were overseeing the individual wards and you oversaw them, right?
That's correct.
So you were the head of the stake with these 10 women who were in charge of each of the individual wards.
Yes.
So you had all of their email addresses to communicate with them. Would that be fair?
Yes, I did have access to everyone.
And if I understand the way the hierarchy works, and again, correct me if I make a mistake, this is all new to me. When you're trying to communicate with the people within your stake, the process would be you would send an email out to the individual ward, the society ward presidents, and they would in turn send it out to their individual members within their wards.
Correct.
So they know that, and you carried a position of authority here. Let's not kid around. You were in a relatively strong position of authority, right?
I wouldn't use authority, but yes, I was in a position over this for the stake.
And then, and of that stake, there's a president of the stake. That's a male position or it's assigned to a male member of the
stake president, yes, is male.
And the president of that stake, the Henry's Fork stake back in 2019, 2020 would be who?
Judge, at this point, I would object as to the relevance of this line of questioning.
Sustained.
Do you have a distinct recollection of the email that you sent out to the individual ward president, the high society ward presidents? Do you have a clear recollection of what was in that letter?
Again, I haven't read that letter for several years, so I
Would it be helpful if I provided you a copy of the letter that you could read for me to refresh your recollection? Then we can talk about that.
Sure.
Mr. Bailiff. And I want to warn you that I'm computer illiterate, so it's on double page. So it's on one page, back page 3, 4. Okay. And take your time to read that if you would for me, please. Thank you. And counsel, I'm not going to be moving to it. And then again, if you would, it's 1 and 2 are on the same piece of paper. And just let me know when you're done reading it, if you would.
you want me
please.
to read the entire
I don't want you to
thing?
read it out loud. I want you to read it. And then when you're done reading it, just set it down or the bailiff will take it. And then I'll take it back and we'll just talk about it a little bit.
I'm sorry, I don't have my reading glasses.
And I don't either. So if I can get some, I'd get them to you. Judge, can we take a break and let her get her reading glasses?
Do you have those here with you somewhere?
They're in my purse in the room that I was in.
Okay.
It's a
Well,
pink purse with a green case with my glasses in it.
We'll just have you, maybe, let's go ahead and have a stand-up break here for the jurors as well. We won't call this full break, but if the jurors want to just file back in the hall and stand here for a minute, we'll get that taken care of and give her time to refresh her recollection, and then we will come back on without a full break.
Judge, can I move back to my?
You may.
All right, great.
Lord. Hey, Gail. How you doing? How you doing? Oh, we didn't mention it's a red tide day. This was Thursday. I'll have to note my my list. I'm sorry, y'all, that my computer kind of freezes up sometimes when I'm trying to fast forward. And I also can't see. There we go. I muted myself as I was trying to say, hey, hey, Merdina. Forward, sir, what are we doing? Let's go. He's standing behind the podium. What are they doing? Lord have mercy. I try to get it as close as I can so there's no dead space. It's hard to tell once he's standing by the podium, like what's going on.
recollection of what the first sentence that you included in that email, what you stated in the
All right, we're just.
All right, thank you. Please be seated.
May I?
Okay, yeah, we're back on the record. I understand the witness was able to get her reading glasses and review that document. I considered lending you mine, but their prescription, then neither one of us would have been able to read it. She's been able to review that now. Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to continue with cross, you may.
Now, my understanding is you started out the letter by saying to sweet friends, right? To my sweet friends. You recall reading that?
Mhm.
And then the first line was, I am forwarding an email.
Objection, Your Honor. This letter has not been admitted into evidence.
Sustained.
Do you recall what you wrote as the first sentence to the email that you sent out on August 12th of 2020?
So the first thing I noticed on there is that is not the date that I believe I sent that out. That heading was changed by
Okay.
the person that forwarded that on to her
Okay.
sisters.
But you will agree that this email was the email that you sent out, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of what the first sentence that you included in that email, what you stated in the first sentence?
So I quickly read through it. I didn't memorize it, so I
Okay.
don't remember the
Judge,
first
then
line.
and we can do this, Judge, or I can, if Mr. Wixom wants to do it this way, I'll have to hand it to her each time and do that, or I can read this and ask her if she recalls.
To your cross, Mr. Pryor.
Okay. Well, Mr. Bailiff, would you provide her the letter then? And ma'am, I just need you to take the letter, read the first sentence.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This is not an admitted exhibit. She can use this document for refreshment.
And Judge, I'm asking her to refresh her recollection, put the letter down, then I'm gonna ask her about the first sentence.
If it's for refreshing recollection, she can do that. So Mr. Pryor, just direct a question and
Okay.
I'll ask, you can inquire as to whether or not she's refreshed her recollection.
Okay. Ma'am, have you read the first sentence? Don't read it out loud, but
Yes, I
okay,
have.
would you turn it over for me?
Hold on.
Now, would you tell me what you wrote as the very first sentence on that document?
That I'm forwarding on an email that President Dowling asked me to forward on.
So you're forwarding an email at the request of President Dowling. Is that what you wrote in the first sentence of your email?
Yes.
Okay. So again, tell me who President Dowling is.
He is the stake president of the Henry Sport stake.
Okay. And that means he oversees the number of wards that have the 10 individual ward bishops. Is that right?
Objection as to relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Yes, yes.
Okay. All right. So then you mentioned that, do you recall in your email that he asked you to do this?
He asked me to forward on the talk that's referenced
Okay.
in the email. So I forwarded that on and then I added my own
Okay.
thoughts.
Right. And that's what I was trying to clarify.
Mhm.
It appeared that what President Dowling was asking you to do is forward a discussion, a religious discussion that you had somehow located or found or heard.
He sent a talk to me that
Okay.
he asked me to forward on to the Relief Society presidents.
Okay.
And in doing that, I created my own email with my own thoughts referencing the situation that we were in and the talk that
Okay.
President Dowling wanted to
And
pass
then
on.
as part of what you forwarded on, aside from the religious reference that the president had asked you to discuss with the people you sent it to, you took it upon yourself to put in some information that you felt you wanted to clear up before when you sent this email out. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. And in the email, would you turn to page 2 of that email? And I'm going to ask you to, do you have a recollection of what you put on specifically on page 2 of the email?
It's a full page.
Okay.
single
I'd
space.
like you to refresh your recollection with the very first sentence starting with I have. And then when you're done, just turn it down after you're done refreshing.
Do you know which paragraph you're referring to?
The very first paragraph, ma'am, but don't read it. Just refresh your recollection and then just put it down.
Okay.
Okay. You talked about you having firsthand knowledge about the details that have been going on for a while. Is that correct?
Concerning Chad and his beliefs, yes.
Okay. Now, you previously mentioned that you have a brother-in-law that's Dave Hope. Is that right? That was done through the prosecutor's examination of you. The name Dave Hope came up, correct?
He is my daughter's father-in-law.
Okay, your daughter's father-in-law. And you're aware that he's a detective and he was involved in this case, correct?
I am aware, yes.
So I can't imagine that your firsthand knowledge came from Dave Hope, did it?
It did not.
Okay,
And that's not what I'm referencing. I'm referencing her firsthand knowledge of the beliefs that Chad had
okay.
because he spoke those to me. I wasn't referencing
Okay.
the investigation.
And then you went on through that email to talk a little bit about what your personal opinion is about Chad Daybell. Would that be fair?
That's fair.
Okay. And then from what I understand, when you sent this email out, and this was somewhere in August of 2020, correct?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know the actual date because this was sent later on. This particular person
Okay.
held on to it for a while.
And I don't want you to read the name, but if you could refresh your recollection of where it says from. Don't tell me the name, but if you could, on the first page, at the very top, it says from. And there's a name. Just if you would refresh your recollection and then put that
Mhm.
down. you know the person, and I don't want you to name the person, but you know the person who forwarded this on to some other folks as well, right?
Yes.
And is that person one of these Relief Society ward people?
She was the Relief Society president of this ward, which is also my ward.
Okay, so the way she got this email was that as the ward Relief Society president, she got the email from you, and then it appears that she disseminated it out to the people within her ward. Would that be fair?
Yes, I sent that email to 10 women and then left it up to them if they shared that with
Right.
their sisters. Yeah.
And you don't know whether all 10 of them presidents shared it with their sisters, but it appears in this particular case in what would be Chad Daybell's ward that it was shared with.
Objection, counsel's testifying, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Would it appear from the email that it was shared with all of the members of the sisters within your within Chad Daybell's ward?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Okay. In any event, it was your decision to share it with the individual ward Relief Society folks, and then it would be up to them whether they decided to share it with the rest of the female members of their wards. Would that be fair?
Yes, I sent it to 10 of them and left it up to their discretion.
Okay. And in addition to the 10 society ward presidents, there's also mention of Henry's Fork Steak by Bayesh. Ooh, you're going to kill me. Can you tell me what that is?
Bishopric.
Bishopric?
Mhm.
And those are the executive secretaries?
So the bishopric is the bishop, his 2 counselors, and
Okay.
the executive secretary, and there's other clerks and things.
And then high counselors, what is that?
They work, there's 12 high counselors that work directly with the state presidency.
Okay, so that this was all part of this discussion with President Dowling, and this encouragement to send this email out was also along with the bishoprics, right?
So
Discussions?
the talk that President Dowling is referencing, one forwarded on, he asked that same talk be forwarded to all of these other organizations as well.
Okay,
So they did not receive my email, they received through their leadership
okay.
to their organizations.
And then elder quorum presidencies, what's that?
Objection is to the line of questioning irrelevant, Your Honor.
It's sustained.
And would it be fair to say that there were a number of organizations within the state president that had input about what the talk was and that who you were to send it to? Would that be fair?
That's why I took that from the email for President Dowling, is he wanted that particular talk sent to 3 of those organizations' presidents, have that talk sent out.
Okay. And you referenced young women presidencies and primary presidencies as well as the others I mentioned as well, right?
He asked all of the
So
organizations
they were part and parcel of that as well, correct?
of the talk by Elder Corbridge.
Mr. Pryor, you are cutting her off almost every answer. Please wait for her to finish her response before you ask another question.
Okay, thank you, Judge. And then you did mention in that you would like to add some of your own thoughts as well, correct?
Correct.
So when you decided to send out this religious, would it be fair, a religious instruction or religious teaching? Would that be what it would be discussed in this email?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. So in addition to sending out this religious instruction to all of these folks, you decided to inject your own personal opinion about Chad Daybell, correct?
I did, because this was my community. Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Pryor, please stop cutting the witness off. You're doing it with nearly every response.
And in addition to this email that you sent out, you were never really happy about Chad and Tammy moving here, correct?
I wasn't happy with Chad moving to Rexburg.
So you wouldn't have had any trouble with Tammy here as long as she left Chad at home, right?
As I said before, had they even moved in and been somewhere further away, or if they just wanted to move to Rexburg, just for a new start, no problem with that. It was
Okay.
because I knew what he was coming with. Because I knew what he was coming, his purpose in Rexburg was.
And that would have reflected poorly on you because of your last name, correct?
Yes, there's only 2 Daybell families in Rexburg.
And then in addition, the reason for complaining about Chad parking a vehicle up at the church, at the Salem Church, and using the Salem Church as his place to write and study every single day.
Objection, counsel's testifying, Your Honor.
Sustained.
So you did also complain about Chad using the church for his personal study habits, correct?
They weren't his study habits. He was writing,
Okay.
and that's his profession. So the church buildings are not to be used for professional purposes. So that was my issue.
Okay. And as part of your job as the stake high society president, you're supposed to enforce those rules with the church up there, right?
It's not a high society, it's a relief society.
Relief society, sorry.
That was not something I was using my position for. That was my observations that he was using the building for his writing purposes.
Okay. And then lastly, you mentioned that some of the family members referred to you as a pot stirrer.
Yes, they did.
Would that be the children, the Daybell children, Chad's
No.
children?
That was not Chad's children.
It was other family
It
members?
was my father-in-law.
Okay. And that
Chad.
Chad's father?
Mhm.
And he referred to you as a pot stirrer?
Yes, when Matt and I would approach him with concerns of what Chad was teaching and involved in, he'd say, leave it alone. You're being a pot stirrer.
And what do you define a pot stirrer as?
Someone-
Objection, relevant, Your Honor.
Overruled.
What do you define a pot stirrer as?
It's a negative connotation to someone who's involving themselves in something that they don't need to worry about.
Okay. And would it also be someone who's sticking their nose in somebody else's business they shouldn't be? Would you agree with that?
I would say that it was my business because this is my community and my neighborhood.
Okay. But I'm talking in general, a pot stirrer is someone who likes to stick their nose in other people's business. Would you agree with that?
Sure.
Okay. Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
Mr. Wixom, redirect.
Ma'am, you were just asked several questions about Chad's role as an executive secretary in the ward?
Yes.
And you explained that that is part of a priesthood leadership inside of a ward.
Yeah, it has to be a priesthood holder to have that calling.
Is it fair to say that someone who might be carrying on an adulterous relationship would not be, should we have a stipulation?
Let me have sidebars, counsel.
I'm not going to try to speed it up because I have a feeling it'll be short. But, ooh, Pryor's in trouble. I don't know if he's in trouble or not. But I don't know how. I mean, the adulterous relationship never came up, so I'm not sure how they can address that. But we'll see. All these people walking back and forth in front of the camera. He said they had a stipulation, but I don't know. I'm not sure what that was. So I'm just wait and see what the judge says. And I know as soon as I try to speed it up, they're going to come back and I'm going to be all cattywampus. Or kittywampus. Or kitty catty corner. Or whatever the case may be. There they are.
All right, thanks for your patience, everyone. While we had that sidebar to discuss an evidentiary matter, Mr. Wixom, if you'd like to we stopped in the middle of the question, either re-ask the question or a new question, and if there's an objection, I'll make a ruling.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, is it consistent for an executive secretary to be engaging in an adulterous relationship?
The objection's overruled.
Having an affair is not conducive to having that calling, no.
So in fact, would someone who, if the church became aware of that, would they normally become subject to church discipline?
Yes, correct.
And at some point you became aware that Tylee and JJ had been found on Chad's property?
Yes.
Into the microphone, please, Mr. Pryor.
Judge, this is going beyond the scope.
Overruled.
Will you please answer for that?
Yes, I was aware.
Thank you. At the time that they were discovered on his property, was Chad serving as the executive secretary?
I am not sure at that point because he had left, had gone to Hawaii. So I'm not sure. I don't recall.
Do you recall if he was serving in that capacity when he married Lori Daybell?
I believe so.
You were asked a number of questions about Julie Rowe.
Yes.
Do you are you aware of whether or not Julie Rowe has been excommunicated from the church?
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. Foundation, relevance.
I'll sustain it on relevance grounds.
You were concerned about Chad's association with Julie Rowe, is that correct?
I was.
And why were you concerned about that relationship?
Again, because of what was contained in the book that he was publishing for her. And when I did observe them together, it was concerning to me, their personal relationship.
What do you mean by that?
Judge, this is going beyond the scope.
Overruled.
They seemed particularly close. He brought her to my home on one occasion, and it made a few of us uncomfortable, myself uncomfortable.
Speaking for yourself only,
Mhm.
what do you mean by they were particularly close? Can you explain your observations?
What I observed, he brought her to our home to show her our land, and it goes back to a river. And so they walked along this land, went back to the river. What I observed was that Chad and Julie were communicating very close to each other, and Tammy and her children were kind of following behind. It made me feel bad for Tammy that Chad appeared so close to Julie.
Was there anything else that you observed in that relationship that was making you uncomfortable?
That's the only time I saw Julie Rowe in person.
You were asked about your personal opinion of Chad as it related to that letter. Remember that question?
Mhm. Yes.
As you said there today, what is your personal opinion of Chad Daybell?
Judge, I'm going to object relevance.
Sustained.
What was your personal opinion of Chad Daybell at the time that you wrote the letter?
That he was a very misguided person and had gotten himself involved in relationships that were not appropriate and was affecting other people in that process.
When you say relationships with other people, do you mean anybody besides, well, who do you mean by that?
At the time, I was, like I just mentioned, his relationship with Julie Rowe, and then as I heard about Lori Vallow.
You were asked questions about your observation of Chad's use of a church building for business writing.
Yes,
You were asked a question about your role in that situation.
yes.
As a stake leader, is it something that might be expected if you see something done that's against church policy to alert other leaders?
Yeah.
Is that part of why you had that concern?
It wasn't so much the calling I had. It was just that I knew Chad, I knew his vehicle, and I knew what he was doing in the church building.
In answering a question about being a pot stirrer, you talked about your father-in-law.
Yes,
Can you explain to the jury at what point did you confront your father-in-law when he called you a pot stirrer?
there were several occasions that Matt and I both would let him know of our concerns about what Chad was participating in. And most of the time, the response was just, don't worry about it.
Did he ever use the word pot stirrer to you?
We were talking in a circle out in our driveway at my home, and we were talking about it, and don't be a pot stirrer.
Do you remember when that particular conversation occurred?
This would, that would probably be 2015, 2016, somewhere in there.
So that was before the issues with missing children and Lori came up, correct?
Correct.
So what were you specifically confronting the family about with respect to Chad at that time?
My hope was that if his father had said something to him and had showed some concern that these teachings and his beliefs were getting off track from the LDS mainstream beliefs, that he would maybe listen to his dad.
Did you ever get any perspective from your personal observation that any of either his father or other family members were addressing this with Chad?
Objection, Foundation.
Sustained.
Based on any personal observation that you made, anything that you saw or heard yourself without stating what you heard, did you ever get any feeling or feedback that any of the other family was addressing these things with you?
Judge, again, objection sustained. It's just another way of trying to get in hearsay.
I'll agree. It's sustained.
Was that the last time that he had called you a pot stirrer?
Using those exact words, yes. He didn't use those words again.
Was there ever any other time where he was using similar words and expressing a similar type feeling towards you?
Not directly to me, but to my husband.
Back to the letter that you sent out, there was a portion that has been referenced that you included in the letter expressing some of your own feelings about the situation with Chad.
Yes.
Would you again just reiterate to the jury what were the concerns you had when you included that language?
I was, again, it's difficult. The original date of that email is not on there. It's been changed. So I'm assuming that this is after the children are found. I don't have the exact date.
Just
So
answer based on your understanding, ma'am.
I'm assuming that's when I sent that out was after the kids were found. And I think it's very obvious and apparent what my concerns would be with the tragedies that had come with who Chad was involved with.
And I don't intend to be flippant, but in case it's not quite obvious, would you just reiterate or elaborate on that?
The tragedies,
The concerns.
the concerns,
were.
children being found in Chad's backyard was a deep, deep concern. Tammy's death was a concern, and Chad's involvement in those deaths.
Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right. That'll conclude the testimony of the witness at this time then. Is the state intending to recall this witness?
The state is not, Your Honor.
Will the defense be recalling the witness at any point, Mr.
No,
Parker?
Judge, and for the record, I did issue her a subpoena and she was kind enough to notify me of how to get a hold of her, and I'm releasing her from that subpoena. I will not be calling her back.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
well, that concludes your testimony then. Thank you for appearing. You can go ahead and step down. All right, at this point, council, we're going to take a mid-afternoon recess. Let's try and start back on just after 2:30, maybe about 2:35 after the recess. The jurors will be allowed to break this time, so I'll please rise for the jury.
All right, y'all, we're cooking with gas now. Wasn't that kind of him to release her from her subpoena? So nice. Sidebar. Oop.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, Mr. Wood, Go ahead and call your next witness.
The state calls David Stubbs.
Swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
All right, before we get started with testimony, let me just first inquire, is your title officer or detective or?
It was detective. I have since retired.
Okay, so I'll just refer to you as Officer Stubbs, even though retired. But Officer, this case has been live streamed as well as open to public access for the trial, and there is an exclusionary order by the court. I want to inquire, have you watched any of the trial proceedings since the case began?
I have not.
Okay, and have you discussed with anyone else their testimony in the trial that's been given?
No, I have not.
Okay, thank you for confirming that. Mr. Wood, you can inquire.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you state your name and spell it for the record?
First name David, last name Stubbs. Spelling of last is Stubbs.
And I think we just heard you say you've retired from law enforcement. Is that fair to say?
That's correct. About 3 months ago.
What's your current occupation?
I am a specialty mechanic.
Before you retired, what was your occupation in law enforcement?
I was a police detective, more so sergeant, which I was a supervisor in the detective division.
And how long had you been a supervisor in the detective division?
Boy, several years, 6-8 years,
Do you know how long you were a detective?
since about 2010.
So were you post-certified?
Yes, I had post certification.
After post-certification, did you continue to receive training in law enforcement?
Yes, see, numerous trainings were required by post to keep our training up to date as well each year.
As the supervisor of detectives, what was your role?
So my role as being a supervisor would have been keeping track of the other detectives' caseloads, assigning cases, time management for our division. Also, when required, assist other detectives in their casework, helping them out in whatever way I could.
Have you ever worked for a law enforcement agency other than the Rexburg Police?
Yes, did some time with Teton County Sheriff in Teton County. A small amount of time with the college police when they were a police force up there in Rexburg as well.
In total, do you know how many years you spent in law enforcement?
Total would have been in roughly 30 years.
In your training, have you been trained at all in working with cellular devices?
Yes, customarily in our department, each detective will have a specialty area. I did work computer cell phone forensics and got special training in those areas.
And what did that entail? What type of work would you do with cellular devices?
Well, based on the way the world is going now, a lot of things we do with our daily lives involve cell phones, computers, the scheduling of things, emails, etc.
And so were you trained on any type of software for cell phone or computer extraction?
Yeah, I was Celebrite forensics, magnet forensics, access data forensics. Also attended multiple trainings in cellular location and things like that.
I'm sorry, did you say cellular location?
Yes.
Okay. Can you just briefly tell the jury what Cellbrite is?
So Celebrite is a forensic software that basically can dig deeper into a computer device other than the things you could maybe commonly see just on a computer itself. If you were to take a regular computer, there's things you wouldn't be able to see. A forensic software will look in more detail and look for things that may be hidden or deleted, and then process those and make understanding of those.
Mr. Wood, can we get a spelling on Cellbrite if it is there for the record?
Yes, and if I can ask the detective to spell it.
Celllebrite.
And you mentioned using Cellbrite or Celebrite with computers. Can you use that software with cell phones?
So Celebrite more, it can do computers, it can do any kind of computer device, but it is more specialized in doing cellular devices and tablets, things like that.
Okay. Detective, were you involved in the investigation regarding JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan?
Yes, I was.
How did you come to be involved in that?
So my first involvement probably would have happened November 1st, 2019, where we were contacted by authorities in Arizona that were investigating a attempted shooting of a gentleman named Brandon Boudreau. They had requested that we, due to the information they had found, that we look for a gray Jeep with Texas license plates at 565 Pioneer Road because it was a vehicle of interest in that shooting. Therefore, we went and in that area, several officers from different agencies, Fremont, Rexburg, namely, to do surveillance and look for that Jeep for authorities in Arizona.
And did you personally take part in that surveillance?
Yes, I did.
When did you do that?
That would have been, like I said, on the 1st. And it was on and off throughout the day. We would kind of take, if you will, shifts with other officers. But throughout that entire day, we were looking for that Jeep at that location.
In doing that surveillance, did you ever have occasion to see Chad Daybell?
Yes,
What day was that?
that was on the same day, the 1st.
Okay. And where did you observe him?
I observed him and Lori Vallow exit the residence. They proceeded to get into a blue Subaru car with Arizona license plates. At that time, where we had not seen the Jeep yet, we decided that because they were people of interest in this investigation for the Jeep, we decided to follow that Jeep and see if they would, or sorry, that car, and see if they would lead us to where the Jeep might be located. So we followed the two of them.
Where did you follow them to?
Ultimately, we followed them to Idaho Falls, where they first made a stop at Mountain America Credit Union. They then proceeded through the parking lot, which was adjoining to Hobby Lobby, which is more of a craft type store there, where they parked the vehicle and exited and headed toward the store.
And you say we. Do you recall who you were with?
There was 2 Fremont officers, Thad Gardner and Joe Powell, that were also in a different vehicle, but in the same vicinity.
Right. And Your Honor, I apologize. I should have asked for this before the witness started. May I be handed State's Exhibits 36A and B?
Yeah, we'll get those to you, Mr. Bailiff, please, and Madam Clerk. Or the 2 exhibits, Mr. Wood?
I thought they were listed as 36A and B, but it sounds like there's just a 36B.
We do have 36B. And we don't have a 36A at this point. I don't think admitted.
Your Honor, 36B will suffice.
Okay.
Detective, you stated that you performed surveillance and saw the defendant with Lori Vallow at Hobby Lobby, correct?
Yes, exited the vehicle and headed toward the store. Yes,
Were you able to observe their behavior together?
I was.
What was it?
So as soon as they exited the car, this would have been on the 1st of November, I witnessed them hold hands. They were smiling, laughing, joking with each other from my vantage point. And occasionally, as they approached the store, I saw Lori would place her head on Chad's shoulder, and as they walked toward the store, and then entered the store.
In Your Honor, may I publish State's Exhibit 36B?
Yes.
Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 36B?
I do.
Do you know when that picture was taken?
Yeah, that would have been November 1st, 2019, from my vehicle.
Did you take that picture?
I did, along with several others similar to this one.
Who's pictured in State's 36B?
On the left in the blue shirt would have been Chad Daybell, in what appears to be a black jacket. To his right would be Lori Vallow.
After the Hobby Lobby, did you observe them go anywhere else?
So at this point, after they entered the store, I left the area, and the other 2 officers stayed there to observe when they came out. So this was the last time I observed them that day.
Were you involved in any other surveillance on Lori Vallow? Or was that it?
As far as surveillance goes, that was the only time I was under surveillance with them.
And you stated, correct me if I'm wrong, the purpose for this was looking for a specific Jeep.
That is correct.
Are you aware if that Jeep was found?
So not that day, but it was discovered a few days later on the 4th of that same month, outside that same residence we were observing.
At that point, what next involvement did you have in the investigation regarding JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan?
The next time that I would have had contact would have been that same month, but on the 26th of that month, 2019.
And that month is November, correct?
That is correct.
What happened on November 26, 2019?
So we had gotten a request to do a welfare check on one of Lori's children, JJ Vallow, at the request of his grandmother, Kay Woodcock. She had not heard from him in some time and had requested law enforcement go and check on his well-being. Therefore, on the 26th, other officers and myself went to that 565 Pioneer Road, number 175, to attempt to make contact with her.
And what was your specific involvement that day?
So my involvement, whereas I discussed before, as a supervisor helping other officers out in my division, they had requested that we come over and try and help them.
Can I interrupt you? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You say they. Who was they?
That would have been Detective Hermosillo and Detective Hope.
And then you said we. Who was we?
Myself and Detective or Lieutenant Ball proceeded over there to help them try and locate the child.
Do you recall approximately what time you went over to 525 Pioneer Drive?
It would have been, I believe, the late afternoon.
What did you do when you got there?
When we got there, myself and Lieutenant Ball approached apartment 175, where we were told Lori was living, and knocked on the door to try and make contact to see if she could tell us where her son was and his condition.
And were you able to make contact with Lori Vallow?
Yes.
How did that conversation go?
We knocked on the door. She answered. We told her that we were there inquiring about her son, JJ, and his well-being, that there was some concern that the grandmother had not heard from him in quite some time. And she invited us in to discuss the matter.
All right. Were you wearing a body cam on that day?
I was. Did
you record that conversation with her?
I did.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 59. And a courtesy copy has been provided to the court and counsel.
Thank you.
I
do.
What is it?
It is a flash drive with the content on it would be my body cam from that first visit that day with Lori Vallow at her residence.
And have you reviewed that specific flash drive today?
Yes, I have reviewed this flash drive.
Did you initial that flash drive?
I did.
Did you do that upon review of it?
After viewing, yes, I initialed it.
And you stated that it contains your body cam from November 26, 2019, correct?
That is correct.
And is it a true and accurate representation of the recording your body cam made?
Yes,
And is it a true and accurate representation of what you recall that day?
it is.
Your Honor, I'd ask that State's Exhibit 59 be entered into evidence.
Any objection?
There would be no objection from the defense judge.
All right, Exhibit 59 is admitted.
So, Detective, you stated that you went into Miss Daybell's apartment, or Miss Vallow, Lori Vallow's apartment.
Yes.
And what did you talk with her about?
We advised her that the reason we were there was of concern of Kay Woodcock, that she had not heard from her grandson and that we were there just to make sure he was okay with a welfare check.
And did Lori tell you where JJ was?
She advised us at that time that JJ was not there and that he was currently in Arizona staying with her friend Melanie Gibb.
Was there anyone else in the apartment with her?
So upon entering the apartment, we asked if anybody else was in the apartment, and she advised that her brother, Alex Cox, was there.
Did you have occasion to speak with her at all about Chad Daybell?
Yes, we asked her if she knew Chad Daybell, to which she said Chad was her brother's friend.
Your Honor, I would ask for permission to publicize State's Exhibit 59.
You can publish 59.
Detective, do you recognize this as your body cam that you were testifying to?
Yes, is my body cam. I had it on my left shoulder. I don't hear any volume to this.
Your Honor, we have a technical issue. The volume on the computer is up and on the player.
Is this at a stage where there's audio yet on the file?
Maybe continue until maybe.
Okay, just see. There's another person who had a body cam. Yeah, so no, it's not that.
Yeah, do whatever you want.
We're gonna have to do it. Please.
All right, thanks
Your
for
Honor,
your
I can put
assistance.
the microphone up to the computer.
Go ahead.
Her car's out there too. Bring back the blue. Blue Subaru. Hi, Lori. Lori, I'm with Kent Ball Police Department. How are you? You got a minute? You alone or you got help?
My brother's here.
Okay. Let's pick up these gloves.
See you.
So, we're here.
Oh, this is a big mess. I just talked to the guy on the phone.
And what do you ask you?
He was just saying that he wanted to do a well check on JJ.
So, JJ would be where?
He's in Arizona.
Who's he with in Arizona?
He's with one of my friends in Arizona.
Oh. Oh, right. Yeah, no bad. No, you want? No. Come here. Mikey comes in.
Oh,
So,
sorry.
who's the friend he's with?
My friend Melanie. Her son has autism. Her name's Melanie Good. I gave him all the information on the phone.
Okay, so he can call.
Yeah.
Or this part.
Yeah. What is all this?
We're a little
What is it?
concerned
What?
because, well, the officers who were here earlier
Yeah.
were checking and they got a bad vibe that like something was going on here because nobody knew anything about a child. They weren't talking.
It's because a
what's
lot of
going
stuff
on?
that's going on. If you want to know, it's a lot of stuff. So
Well, that's why we're concerned because it just was kind of weird.
it is very weird. I've had to move around a lot. One of my brothers is trying to kill me. Not the brother that lives here. Obviously, he's kind of my protector. My other brother was in with my husband who was trying to kill me for my $2 million life insurance. Anyway,
No.
so a lot of stuff has gone on in this last year. It's been a horrible year for us. I've had to move around. And so I was going to move back to Arizona, put my son back into school there because I tried to put him in school here, public school, Kennedy.
Okay.
He went for 2 months. He tried it, but he had such a hard time. Now, the person who called is my sister-in-law, but she's his natural grandmother. He's adopted by us. Okay, so her son, who is a drug addict, had a baby with a girl who's a drug addict, and they took him from, CPS took him, gave him to the grandmother. She came back, and then she wanted us to adopt him, which we did. And we loved him.
By
And
us,
my husband and I, who died earlier this year. Okay. He passed away. Since he passed away, she's been trying to fight me for him and being really horrible to me and that kind of stuff. She's kind of the paternal friend.
Okay, thank you.
That makes sense.
That's what I
Sorry.
the paternal grandmother.
He has autism and ADHD. He doesn't really talk to people. Like he's very special needs. So I had him in a special needs school there. She was trying to. So what happened was, my husband, who we were married for 15 years and had raised all these 5 kids together, switched his life insurance policy to her, right? To his sister, who got $1 million when he died. And we got nothing. For me to raise JJ, all the kids got nothing, and everybody got nothing. She got $1 million. So I knew she was going to try to sue me for him, or yeah, because she now has this $1 million. She can hire people to help him, and I have nothing.
But you have legal custody.
He's my son. I adopted him when he was 2 years. We had him from the time he was 8 months old till 2 years old. So she does nothing and wants to cause me trouble. So I don't tell people the truth about where we are and what we're doing because of those reasons. So I look like a suspect, but I'm a good person. Raised all of my kids. I've done everything that I'm supposed to do in life, but everybody's causing me trouble right now. So
We don't want to cause a lot of trouble. How long have you been here?
we only been here since September.
Okay.
We moved up here in September. My daughter goes to BYUI.
Your daughter goes to BYU?
Yeah.
Does she live here?
So it's been a nightmare, but I'm gonna go back to Arizona, so I can put him back in the special needs school. He couldn't do the school here. It was too hard for him. He would scream and cry, get to school. The principal would have to come out, try to drag him out of the car. Like, this just was too hard. But I just don't tell people where I am. I don't tell her where I am ever. And she doesn't have any legal rights to anything. Like, she's been horrible to me since my husband died.
My understanding, she never called you to try to get the child, hey, I'm interested in the child back, but
I know,
that,
but she sends me these emails with like the date and like she's putting up court stuff, like she's documenting. I haven't heard from him in all this time, and so I told her that she's fine. But
See, we hadn't heard any of that as far as,
I'm just saying she's doing this as part of that. Is my understanding.
and our only concern in this whole thing
It's like,
is
you're
the,
fine.
is the child.
I got it.
And so that's where we're at on the, and then
So
we
I
were just a
called.
little weirded out when, and I understand now that we've heard your side of the story.
It's awful. They just I feel like I'm being tracked all the time. I'm like, why are police coming to my car? What did I do?
they said they were not visiting two guys, and I'm assuming what's your brother?
It was yeah.
Who was the other one? The other guy they were visiting with. There were two.
Yes.
Well, we had two detectives over here trying to,
Looking for you
Oh.
a little while ago.
Oh, because I was at the store.
and they ran into, well, probably one of your brothers.
My brother and his friend probably.
Oh,
He's
who's
been
that?
moving. Chad.
Chad from Rapid? What's his last name? Yeah, okay. All
So
right.
it's just a mess. Like, just constantly causing me trouble.
Chad the Daybell?
He's an author.
Doesn't he live like out in the, he's not the Chad Daybell. Didn't his wife pass away recently? Is that him?
I don't know,
But it is Chad Daybell. Yeah.
but it sounds familiar as an
I
author.
think I know one. He's got a couple of daughters.
He has lots of kids.
Okay. I'm gonna say. All right. Well, you need anything else? Sorry about that.
Thank you.
We don't mean to be a
I'm
problem.
sorry that people are constantly knocking on me. People are looking for me and I just don't want to be found. So
Have you got problems? I think we only had.
the reason I'm moving is that the brother that was going to kill me, that was on emails and texts with my husband at the time, keeps showing up here. So he found out where I was and he was knocking on my door.
No, this was your brother?
One of my brothers.
He showed up here and was knocking on your door.
He lives in Kansas.
And you said something about you were getting threatening emails?
Well, no, just after my husband passed, I found emails and texts between them, but they were planning all this stuff to get rid of me.
Don't need to worry about him coming over.
Well, that's why I'm moving back. And I'm not going to be in a place. I'm going to live with my friend, Melanie. Don't tell anybody her name, Gibb, because I don't want anything in my name. I put the apartment in my name. But I'm staying over here with my brother because he protects me.
Okay.
He's very
I just
protective of me. So,
so back up. You can call, take care of
well,
it.
that's what I'm saying. Like, it's just a nightmare. I mean, I canceled the insurance policy since my husband passed, so there's no money. It's ridiculous. What are they going to do with JJ? Like, what do people think?
Yeah.
So,
Well, if you have a problem, so back up, feel free to call us. We'll come and let them off or something. Okay. All right. Okay. Good night, here.
Thank you.
See ya.
Not.
Detective, upon having that conversation with Maury Vallow, did you have any concerns?
Several concerns, yes.
Uh, I want to talk to you about a couple of the statements she made to you there. She did talk about her brother trying to kill her.
Yes.
Did you ever find, and I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, she stated her brother had come and knocked on her door.
She did.
Did you ever find evidence to substantiate that?
No, we found no evidence that he had been to her apartment, nor been even in the area outside of Kansas.
She talked about, I don't believe she said the name, but Kay Woodcock trying to take custody of JJ.
Yes.
Did you, in your investigation, ever find any evidence that that was a true statement?
No.
She talked about Tylee being at BYU, Idaho. Did you ever look into that?
Yes.
How did you look into that?
Went to officials at the university to see if she was enrolled. Could find no evidence of her ever being applied or enrolled at BYU, Idaho.
So you found no evidence that it was true that Tylee was at BYU, Idaho.
That is correct.
She mentioned JJ, that she was trying to enroll him in a special needs school in Arizona. Is that accurate?
Through our investigation, we found no evidence of him being enrolled in a special needs school there.
She mentioned her friend Melanie Gibb in Arizona. Did you investigate Melanie Gibb's location that day?
We did. She was not in Arizona. She was currently at that time in Utah.
We spoke earlier about her characterization of Chad Daybell. How did she characterize Chad Daybell?
In our chat there, she said that Chad was her brother's friend. I found this to be odd, whereas not even a month earlier, I'd seen them holding hands walking into the store. Plus, by this time, we had discovered that they had been married, would have been November 5th in Hawaii.
Did you have any other concerns while you were there in the apartment that day?
I did. Due to our original contact with them, knowing that an occupant of the Jeep earlier that month had possibly been involved in a shooting in Arizona, we were concerned as to these people's state of mind, what they would be willing to do, or there had been someone's life tried to be taken. And then she indicated that her brother was in the residence, but I never saw him physically. This made this officer safety concern. The other thing that I noticed while we were standing there speaking, if people can recall, there was a staircase to my right that went upstairs. It goes up basically a half a flight, takes a hard left and goes up the rest of the way. While we were standing there talking to Lori, a lot of my attention was drawn for officer safety on that stairway because we had not seen Alex. But on the wall at the top of the first flight of stairs, there was a shadow that was being reflected down onto that wall, and it kept moving back and forth, which made me nervous as to the intentions of, it appeared to be a person moving back and forth at the top of the stairs. Made me nervous as to what that person's intentions might be that we could not see.
Did you go back to that apartment that day?
Yes, we went back after we still couldn't get a hold of Melanie Gibb.
All right, and is that why you went back, because you were not able to get a hold of Melanie Gibb?
Yeah, we were trying to verify JJ's well-being and couldn't get an answer, so we went back.
And were you wearing a body cam when you went back?
I was.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed what's been marked as State's Exhibit 60. The court and counsel have been given a courtesy copy.
All right, and what's Exhibit 60?
Pardon?
What is Exhibit 60?
Well, I was going to have the officer look at it and,
Okay, I
put
just
that
don't
on
have you
record.
identified on the record, so I knew what it was.
oh, that's a thumb drive.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 60?
I do.
What is it?
It is a copy on a flash drive of my second visit to Lori's apartment to inquire again about JJ.
And have you reviewed that thumb drive today?
I have.
Did you put your initials on it?
I did.
And is that a true and accurate copy of the body cam you recorded on your second visit to Lori Vallow?
It is.
Your Honor, I'd ask that State's Exhibit 60 be entered into the record.
Any objection?
Judge, no objection. I just need the time reference as to when he went back for the second visit, if I could.
All right, Mr. Wood, when it's after admission, it is admitted, you can establish any additional foundation.
Approximately what time did you go back to Lori Vallow's residence?
This would have been probably 10 minutes after we had left the first time.
And may I publish?
You may.
So they want us to ask Lori if she. Melanie is the friend.
Wasn't Melanie the one living up here supposed to be her daughter, Lori's daughter?
No, this was the friend that she's going back down to live with, she said.
She's not a daughter, Melanie.
Let's just see if she will call and have Melanie get a hold of Hope and just do a verification. Because apparently she's not answering the phone down there.
Lori? All right, Lori, so probably again. Yeah, we're having Melanie get hold of her. Right down.
No, well, they were going to Frozen 2 today, so they may be after this.
Could you get a hold of her at some point and say, can you please call back the officer that's been trying to call you?
Okay, sure. Yeah, 'cause I think they are at the movies right now.
Okay.
I'll call her.
He's been trying to call her, or other officer. She's not answering.
Okay.
But if they're at the movie, that's.
Probably at Frozen 2 right now,
Yeah.
because that's one thing you wanted to do.
I'm Frozen too.
Yeah. So,
The whole winter here was probably why.
yeah. So if she'll just return his call, that'd be great. Okay, thanks. Yes, sir.
Detective, did you do anything further that day in relation to this investigation?
We tried to do verification with Melanie as to the welfare of JJ later that day.
And were you able to verify JJ's location that day?
No, we were not able to
Uh,
establish where he was.
From your knowledge, did Melanie Gibb have JJ with her?
No, she did not have him.
After you weren't able to find JJ, what was the next step in your investigation?
After we were able to verify that the statements we were told were untrue, a warrant was established the following morning to go back to the residence and actually search 3 different residents in that apartment complex to look for the child.
Do you recall which apartment you searched?
There was 3, apartment 107, 174, which was the residence of Lori's niece, Melanie Boudreau at that time, and then where we had made contact with Lori at 175, which was right next door. 174 and 175 were right next door to each other. So we had warrants to go into all 3.
I'm gonna just briefly go back to, I believe you said November 1st when you did surveillance. Did you ever see Tylee Ryan or JJ Vallow that day?
No, in our entire stay that day, we never saw either child at that location.
And when you searched apartment 107, did you locate JJ or Tylee?
No,
And to be clear, were you looking for Tylee at that moment?
not necessarily. We had inquired about Tylee, but she was going to BYU and maybe she would give us some answers as how JJ was, but not necessarily that she was missing. We were focused on JJ at this time.
Did you locate JJ in apartment 174?
No,
Did you locate him in apartment 175?
no,
And did you aid in the actual searches of those apartments that day?
I did.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I think I realize we are 4 minutes before 3:30, but I think this would be a good stopping point.
No, I understand. I think this is fine with this witness on the stand at this point to go ahead and conclude for today with our trial testimony. So we will go ahead and conclude for the day, beginning again tomorrow. Thank you everyone in the attendance today for complying with the court's conduct order. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, before we break for the day, as I try to remind you each day, please don't discuss this case with anyone else. Don't discuss it amongst yourselves either. You can only do that during deliberations when the case is submitted for your review. Please do not look the case up in any way or investigate the case. And if you see any media coverage of the case, try to avoid that. And we will see everyone here tomorrow for additional testimony starting at 8:30 again.
All right.
Look at us finishing the day. Let's see if they say anything after the jury leaves, but I don't think they do. Nope. All right. Stop sharing. Bye. All right. What do y'all think? Day 1 or day 15 done. Move on to day 16. There was some good stuff in there. The body cam stuff I knew was good. Y'all give me a second while I set this up. Why are they trying to get me to join stuff? I swear. Nobody's joining your business. J16, I think this is. Yes. All right. So, sorry, y'all. Give me a second. I had it set up, but then they want to. I don't know why they keep trying to make me join things. I want my monies. They can't have my monies. It's really like kind of weird how they do it with Law and Crime. Like they have the videos up top and then you scroll down to the next videos. And when you scroll down to the next videos, those are the free ones. When you go to the first videos, those are the ones that you have to have a membership. I think that's kind of shady, but let's try something. I tried something. Let's see if this works.
Okay.
Jenny's never gonna let me play again.
Okay, okay.
I learned how to make a sound effect, y'all. She just, she's gonna hurt me, y'all. That's funny. I can't believe it works.
Okay.
Oh my goodness, y'all. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, okay, let's watch day 2 or day 16. Jenny gonna fire me when she gets back, y'all. All right, let me share my screen. Let me share. It's gonna come up kind of kitty catty wampus because I can't set it up ahead of time. But y'all get the point. Here we go. All right, let's go.
All rise. District Court's now in session. Honorable Stephen, there be a voice, judge presiding.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right. Good morning, everyone. I believe we're ready to start with.
Right, Kel? Like, what kind of trouble can we get into? I already made a disclaimer. I made a sound effect. Oh, Lord. she gonna have my tutu ready. I'm gonna be in trouble. All right. Let's watch this. Oh, let's watch this. Let's watch this.
Additional evidence. So, Mr. Bailiff, if you would please have the jurors brought in.
All right, please.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, good morning, everyone. We're back on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We're continuing with the state's case in chief. Officer Stubbs is on the stand and was previously sworn. I'll note that the jurors are all presently accounted for and properly seated. The court has received the juror affirmations from each of the jurors that are here present today, indicating they've continued to follow the court's admonition as it relates to not following or looking into or investigating the case. So thank you again for returning and for following the court's instruction. I'll also just briefly address the schedule for today. We are going to go past lunch, but not until we typically break in the afternoon, and we're intending to stop sometime around 2 or 2:30 perhaps, just for reasons the court stated to counsel in a sidebar before we started. So with that, I will inquire briefly of the witness because we had the break here from the exclusionary order. Officer Stubbs, did you review any case or testimony or anything about the case since you were on the stand?
I have
this
not.
afternoon? Okay, thanks for affirming that. I'll remind you, of course, you're still under oath for your testimony, and Mr. Wood, if you'd like to continue with direct, you may do so.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
Just to recap, Detective, when we left yesterday for clarity of the record and for the jury, I believe we had spoken about your visit with Lori Vallow on November 26th,
Yes, we have.
that you were not able to locate JJ that day,
No, we were not able to.
and that you weren't able to verify his whereabouts later that day.
That is correct.
Did you in the next day help in searching Lori Vallow's apartment?
Yes, November 27th, 2019, with a search warrant, yes.
Okay, thank you, pursuant to a search warrant. And I believe you testified yesterday that you did not locate JJ in any 3 of those apartments.
We did not.
Detective, did you have body cam on? Did you do a body cam? Let me rephrase that. Did you do a body cam walkthrough of any of those apartments?
Yes, I did on both 174 and 175.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 144,
Very well.
and a courtesy copy has been provided to court and counsel.
And Judge, my numbering may be off because I had 144 as the first contact with Lori Vallow. Am I mistaken, counsel?
That was
59. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, 59. Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 144?
I do.
What is it?
This would have been a USB drive of my documentation of apartment 175.
And did you specifically review it on that drive?
Yes, I have.
And did you initial that drive?
I did.
Is it a true and accurate representation of the body cam you recorded that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for admission of State's Exhibit 144 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
All right, Exhibit 144 is entered into evidence.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I publish?
You may publish.
This is the search warrant on apartment number 17.
I inquire, is the audio coming through the speakers?
It is.
Okay.
Well, I think it is. I'm not sure if it's through your mic on your computer or through the speakers.
Just gonna put the mic.
I think it was through the speakers, though.
Write it on.
175. Coming into the front door, this is the front room.
Detective, I'm going to pause it real quick. Is this the same apartment that you spoke to Lori Vallow in?
Yes, it is.
And this body cam was taken on what date?
The following day, the 27th.
of November 2019.
Yes.
Entered. This is the damage to the door upon a no-knock entry warrant. Door, front door. Back of the door. Room. Here's the door jamb. Front room and kitchen area. There was, upon arrival, keys that had been left on the counter, a envelope from Amazon. This was on the front porch to a Lori Vallow, 565 Pioneer Road, apartment 175, Rexburg, Idaho. Kitchen, pantry, half bath, garage leading to, or door leading out to the garage. This area, couches, tables, guns located in this area. Sorry, Sean. I'm going that way, Rob. Staircase going up to the second level of the whole 175. To the left at the top of the landing, it's a master bedroom, bed, a bath and closet area. Upon entering, no clothing left in this closet, shower.
Detective, we just heard you say there was no clothing left in that closet, correct?
Yes.
Was that of note to you?
It made me think that the occupants, because of our day visit before, left in haste.
Like there was some electronic devices on these at one time. I can see dust imprints of what appears to be computers. Here is a printer. On this printer is a lease agreement. Looks like executed on October 1st, 2019. And it says a Lori Ravan, RVAN, as the leaser. Coming out of the master bedroom, a hall adjoining a laundry room to the right. Continuing down the hall to the left, a furnace, water heater, closet. Opposite that is a bathroom. Continuing down the hall, two bedrooms. One to the south, one to the north of the hallway. This is the one to the south. a single bed, a double bed, a closet containing a couple coats, one empty box, a fan, some empty hangers, what appears to be a bedspread, and this box here that appears to have possibly winter clothes, female winter clothes inside. Continuing to the other bedroom, we have, this is the one to the north. We have a bed, appears to be some bedding on the floor. We have 3 cases here, all containing guitars. It looks like a duffel bag full of toiletry items that would appear to be belong to a male subject due to the cologne and so forth inside. This closet is also fairly barren. Looks like there are 2 samurai swords inside the closet, empty laundry basket, another basket containing some odds and ends of some sort. Nothing else in this room. That is the entire aspect of the home upon entry.
And Detective, did you search or did you do a walkthrough of any other apartments that day with your body cam?
I did a walkthrough of the apartment 174, which is right next to 175, would have been Melanie Boudreau's apartment.
And can you remind the jury who Melanie Boudreau is and her relationship to Lori Vallow?
It would have been Lori's niece.
Yeah. Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 144A. Yeah, a copy has been provided to the court and counsel.
All right, thank you.
Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 144A?
Yes,
What is it?
this would have been my documentation of the apartment 174 when I did a walkthrough after entry had been made into it as well.
All right. When you went into 174, was there anything that stood out to you?
Well, this particular apartment appeared to still be someone was residing there. The clothes were in the closet. There was a car in the garage. So it appeared to me that someone was still residing there. Something that struck me as odd is as we were searching. So this was Melanie Boudreau's apartment. At one time, she was married to Brandon Boudreau. I noticed that on the counter, she had a, if you will, a 3-ring binder with those clear plastic organizers in there. And I thought it was odd because I knew they were divorced, that she had numerous of his credit cards and driver's license in there.
And is that all captured on the body cam that you took as you did a walkthrough?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 144A, is that a true and accurate representation of the body cam you took on that walkthrough?
Yes.
Did you initial that drive and have you reviewed it?
I have reviewed and I initialed it after viewing.
Your Honor, I'd ask that State's Exhibit 144A be entered into evidence.
No objection.
All right, Exhibit 144A is admitted.
And may I publish?
You may.
Should be, I hope it's still empty. Okay. I don't think so. Okay, this is apartment number 174, which is just south of 175. This is the initial walkthrough of the apartment. This door was hit on a no-knock warrant. This is the door, and the door jamb was destroyed upon the entry. No one came to the door. The front room. Kitchen area. Looks like there is a couple of electronics, possible some kind of purse here. Here is looks like several credit cards with name of Brandon Prodexio. Pronouncing that wrong. Also a driver's license out of Arizona for Brandon. Coming around more.
Detective, you recently testified about finding a large amount of credit cards for Brandon Boudreaux.
Yes,
I believe there you may have mispronounced his name. Is that?
I surely did.
But it was Brandon. I'm not saying that to make fun of you.
It is the same.
For purposes of identity, it was Brandon Boudreaux. Okay. And Your Honor, I'm done with this exhibit.
Okay.
And Detective, just for clarity from yesterday, you've testified that JJ Vallow was not located that day, was he?
He was not.
To your knowledge, did the search for JJ Vallow ever extend into a search to include Tylee Ryan as well?
Yes,
And Detective, you testified before that you have some experience in cellular devices.
that is correct.
Did you participate or write warrants for any cellular or digital evidence in this case?
I did.
Did you prepare a list of the different warrants you prepared in anticipation of testifying at trial?
Yes,
Did you do that to aid the jury in understanding the different warrants you wrote and to be able to explain why you wrote them and what you obtained from them?
yes, I did.
And do you believe it would aid the jury in understanding your testimony about the nature of the evidence you collected?
I believe it would help them understand what we did and why.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 296. And I don't know if the court or counsel has a copy of this yet.
I have a courtesy copy.
Okay, and I believe he does.
Thank you.
I do have a copy. Thank you.
Detective, is this the list I was just speaking to you about?
It is.
Is it a true and accurate representation of the list you created?
Yes, I prepared this list.
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes only, I'd ask that State's Exhibit 296 be entered into evidence.
No objection, Judge.
Okay, exhibit 296 is admitted as a demonstrative exhibit.
And before I go there, Your Honor, or Detective, I want to clarify with you really quick. Did you ever find evidence that Brandon Boudreaux lived in apartment 174 in Rexburg, Idaho?
No.
Okay. May I publish Exhibit 296?
Yes.
Detective, approximately how many search warrants did you obtain for electronic or digital evidence in this case?
20.
And are they listed on this list?
Yeah, yes, they are.
Can you tell us about the first item on that list?
Yes, so 2019-77 was the first warrant that I had wrote. This was for the known phone number that we had originally had contact with Lori Vallow. After our original contact, however, wouldn't take any calls after that. But so I wrote this warrant to Verizon Wireless to get information on her and anything that Verizon might have that would aid us in trying to locate her and her children.
All right. And did you obtain any useful information from that warrant?
Yes.
What was that?
So just if I may, just kind of give an overview of, if I may, from 77, can you lower it down past 53 just a little bit? So 77 through 61, just so if I may, this was all pre-finding the children. So these were all done in attempt to locate where the kids were or Lori was. And so I just wanted to clarify that these are going to be all grouped, if you will, in that aspect.
Thank you. And since you brought that up, the numbers on the left, is there a method to the numbering of those warrants?
So at least where I'm from, Madison County,
Sure.
the way warrants are issued, the first number has to do with the year, then the dash, and then the second number is what warrant was in accession, whether it me, someone else that got a warrant. So it'd be at the first year, it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on throughout the year.
All right. Okay. Thank you. And so going back to the top of the list, what useful information did you obtain from that warrant?
So as a result of that warrant, it led to the next warrant because we were able to get a return from Verizon saying, these are some of the names and email addresses that would have been associated with that first number. So then as it shows here, we wrote 86 in 2019 because we were able to obtain these email addresses. As you can see, 3 of them were Gmail accounts, which in some ways is very useful to us in trying to identify and find somebody.
Okay. How does that help you find someone?
So kind of in a nutshell, anytime someone uses social media or a Gmail account or has any kind of account that would associate them with the internet. And Google is very good at keeping track of people. And so when you use a Gmail account or you're logged on to your Google account, they are very good at keeping record of what you do and when you do it and where you are. So Gmail's, and that goes for other mail accounts as well.
In regard to Google accounts, and is it true that Google runs several different apps that can be on a phone?
Yes.
And you testified Google keeps track of people, or I shouldn't say of people, but of the devices that their apps are loaded on.
Yeah, they keep track of the accounts that people set up, who they are, or who set them up. It's vital information that might help us especially in this case, if there were other phone numbers associated with that Google account. Google will package those under, if you will, that Gmail account. Addresses, credit cards, things like that. Google will, if you log in from a device to your account, whether it's a computer, cell phone, whatever, they'll make note of that and link that to your account.
And in terms of the Google location services that they keep track of, are you aware if an individual can opt out of the geolocation tracking?
So there is an option through Google. If you so desire, you can turn off your location services, which would keep Google from keeping that information.
So under search warrant 2019-86, you have, can you read the names of the 4 accounts you searched?
Yeah, so in blue here, the result was Homer J. Maximus at gmail.com, associated with Alex Cox. Lowly Time Forever at gmail.com, Lori Vallow. Lori for Style at iCloud.com, also Lori Vallow. And Chad.Daybell at gmail.com, associated with Chad Daybell.
To your knowledge, were you able to obtain Google geolocation data from any of those accounts?
Yes.
Which ones?
Homer J. Maximus would be the one that, if you will, gave us the most information.
Okay. Let's go to the next warrant. What was that written for?
So again, we're still in the process of trying to locate children, JJ and Tylee. Sorry. So search warrant was done for a PO box we had located for Lori in Sugar City, which is an adjoining town to Rexburg. In that mail, we found a Verizon bill. Upon opening this Verizon bill, we found several phone numbers listed under the name of Lori, Alex, Charles Vallow, Tylee, that we didn't have before. So our thinking in this was to, again, write another warrant to Verizon for these numbers to try and get additional information so we could find these children.
Right. Was anything useful obtained from that?
Yeah, it just solidified a lot of what we had already done, numbers that were associated, and we're able to eliminate quite a few of those phones as that they had been surrendered, if you will, or turned to somebody else and no longer had anything to do with them. This count had kind of gone into default because of lack of payment.
Okay. Let's go down to 2020-09.
Okay.
You can describe for the jury what that warrant was for.
Okay, so again, you're going to see the Homer J. Maximus, but so when these apartments were abandoned, 175, particularly, no one ever returned to them after the 27th. So the landlords, if you will, or owners, went in to clean out all the stuff that was in there. And when they were in there, they had located in some of the stuff, two abandoned devices that they thought best to turn over to us. So this is a result of looking at those devices. The new one that you would see with Alex Cox is the raylamar@gmail.com.
And then again, Homer J. Maxim is that Homer
Right.
J. Maximus again?
Yes.
Tell us about warrant 2020-15.
Okay, so this was originally written, if you notice the second number over in this warrant, a typo, I put it in parentheses here, was put 47 when it said it should have been 74. So those two numbers were just crossed. Anyway, what this means with a tap and trace warrant, we still could not get answers on where the kids were, and couldn't get information from Lori.
And
And-
let me interrupt you real quick. I apologize. Do you recall approximately when you submitted this warrant, 2020-15?
Would have been fairly early in January, I believe,
Of 2020?
2020. Yes.
All right, thank you. Yeah, and if you can explain what a pen register tap and trace
Sure.
is.
So what this does is we request this on these numbers because we believe we could associate these with the parties. They, the company, which would have been Verizon here, would send us live data, not necessarily conversations, but where the phones would be, if you will, hitting off of cell phone towers to give us a general location of where they might be at this time, live, if you will.
Okay. So it's is it fair to say it's used to try and track a person's current location? Or let me rephrase that, a device's current location.
Yes.
And you did that trying to find those phone numbers that are listed there. Do you know who those phone numbers belonged to?
So, yeah, this is going to be a long and short of this, but because it's going to come into connection with 2020-20 as well, because if I may kind of explain that.
Sure, please do.
So the 15 was wrote to Verizon Wireless. Well, ultimately, two of those numbers, Verizon said they're not our numbers. You're going to have to also get a hold of T-Mobile. So two of those numbers in 2020, as you see, T-Mobile Wireless, were in the above warrant. However, we had to write a new warrant for T-Mobile. So they're both in conjunction, if you will.
Fine, you're doing splendidly.
So the numbers that are on, and I'm actually going to say between 2015 and 2021, who do those numbers belong to?
So we believe those numbers to be associated with Lori Vallow, Alex Cox, Tylee Ryan, Chad Daybell.
If you were looking for Tylee and JJ, why were you looking at Chad Daybell's location?
Well, I mean, Lori and Chad were married. We couldn't get a hold of either one of them. We couldn't get any straight answers as to where they were. We couldn't get any answers as to where the children were. So they were associated.
And I'm going to just kind of back up just really briefly. When you obtain a warrant, how do you obtain a warrant?
So we have to enter what is called a probable cause affidavit to the court on why we want it and what we believe we will find once that warrant is signed by a judge. So with that probable cause affidavit, a warrant for what we are looking for is presented to the court. The court reviews that. If they feel like our probable cause is just, a judge will sign the warrant, allowing us to move forward with serving the warrant on whoever it is we're serving it on.
So the warrants are signed by the judge.
That's correct.
On these pen register / tap and trace warrants, were you able to locate Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow through those warrants?
Yes, we were able to locate the devices which we believe to be with them in Hawaii.
Warrant number 2020-25. Can you tell us what you found or what was searched and found on that?
Okay, so upon finding where they were, we had investigators, FBI, go to Hawaii, Kauai, if you will, and they were able to locate Chad and Lori. A warrant was obtained to gather evidence from their residence where they were staying there and their vehicle. This is the result of 10 electronic devices that were taken from their rental car that they were both in. And so that is what the 10 electronic devices is for, why we obtained warrants.
And did you search all these devices yourself, or did other agencies and other personnel help in searching some of these devices?
So yes, I'm glad you brought that up, because all these warrants, when you get back a return from Google, Verizon, you have to understand these are thousands of pages long, thousands of records, thousands of pages. And for just one person to go through all that, and especially in the short time frame we were trying to do this to find kids, is simply impossible. And so a lot of the returns that I got from this, I would give out to FBI, other investigators for review, so we could try and go through a large record in a short amount of time.
And we'll return back to some of the things that were found on that in just a bit in 2020-25. Can you tell us about 2020-30?
Yeah, would you mind just moving that down just a little bit? Thank you. So this again was another tap and trace warrant on a phone that we found. You have to understand, by this time, like I stated at the beginning, we still had no answers even after contacting Chad and Lori as to where the children were. We weren't getting any answers. No one was talking to us. So again, with this tap and trace warrant, we were still looking for children, and we were trying to establish if this device was anywhere around the children. So that's the reason for this one.
And the next warrant, 2020-31.
So this again came from, this would be Melanie Boudreau's apartment. Devices found there, and this would have been apartment 174. So this was a warrant for us to go ahead and search the actual devices that we had taken from that residence. I should note here that at this time, our current software that we use for forensics, I should say not me, but the FBI was taking care of these. The phones were not able to be broke into at this time, only the tablet. So that's still looking for children.
And you mentioned that, so if we can just talk about it really quick. Just because you have a device, does that mean you can automatically hook it up to your Cellbrite or another forensic software and read it?
Well,
does that happen
that's
automatically?
kind of a two-part thing. Yeah, we got to have a warrant.
Right.
And so forensic software is always slightly behind a phone, if you will. So whenever a phone comes out with new technology, forensic people who develop software are always taking the new device and trying to figure out, if you will, how it ticks, but it's not till it comes out. So as far as these phones, software hadn't been updated that we could break into the passcodes on these. Does that answer your question?
Yes, yes. So, and just, I guess to clarify, just because you physically have the phone and you can hook it up to your software, that doesn't mean you can always get into the device.
That's right.
Can you tell us about 2020-46?
So we were able to establish that these were two different numbers belonging to Melanie Boudreau. And, as far as at this time, we didn't feel like she was being cooperative either. We knew that.
Judge, I'm going to object at this time. I've been somewhat relaxed, but I need some foundation for him to be able to make these kinds of statements.
Mr. Wood, do you want to respond to that?
Approximately when did you obtain this warrant for the two numbers for Melanie Boudreau?
It would have been probably later spring. I can't give you an exact date without seeing the warrant itself.
And that's okay, but it was later spring of 2020?
Yes.
And at this time, had you found, or not you, but had law enforcement found Tylee and JJ?
No.
And were you trying to obtain information from Melanie Boudreau about the whereabouts of Tylee and JJ?
Yes.
Why would she have that type of information? Or let me rephrase that. Why would you think that she might have that type of information?
Well, in interviews, we felt like she.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. There still hasn't been sufficient foundation. He's referring to other interviews. He's not identifying them, and I'm not even sure he participated in those interviews.
I'll sustain that, Mr. Wood.
Okay. Did you ever participate in an interview with Melanie Boudreau?
I only had interaction with her when she was being interviewed in obtaining her phone to do a forensic on it. I had to make contact with her during that interview for that purpose.
And Judge, could I have some date, time, place, foundation, please?
I'm waiting for an objection.
Objection.
Yeah, it's not an objection, Mr. Pryor. So now there's an objection based on foundation. Mr. Wood, if you'd like to respond.
Approximately when did you meet with Melanie Boudreau?
This would have been early on. Don't recall exactly the date. I remember it being in the interview room at the Rexburg Police Department.
Would it have been early 2020
Yes,
and before Tylee and JJ had been found?
yes.
And was that when you obtained these the phones that were subject to 2020-46?
No, well, so these phones were obtained when we did the search on the 27th.
And I'm actually going to use this opportunity right now. There's multiple ways to obtain digital evidence, correct?
Correct.
Is one of those ways to collect the evidence off of the device itself?
Yes,
Can you also obtain evidence from the phone carrier?
yes,
And when I say that, I mean like Verizon, T-Mobile.
yes.
And then can you obtain evidence from app companies of apps that are on a phone?
And Judge, at this point, the objection is going to be leading.
Overruled.
So as I earlier stated, with the Gmail accounts and so forth, yes, they keep a lot of information that would have been shared with a phone, a computer. They also keep records that wouldn't be on the device. It would be in their database with Google or whoever.
Thank you. So on warrant 2020-46, it appears, who was that warrant written to?
Can you clarify who?
Who was that warrant served on?
Melanie Boudreau.
And did it go to Verizon Wireless as well?
Yes,
And were you asking Verizon Wireless for information associated with those two phone numbers?
yes.
Okay, thank you. Did you find anything on those that aided you in finding JJ and Tylee?
Other than associations with the other email accounts and phone numbers that we've already gone through.
Okay. Tell me about the next warrant, 2020-53. Approximately when did you write that?
So this would have been after Lori and Chad were served in Hawaii. In searching the vehicle, there was a notebook found. This notebook had pages of, if you will, user accounts and email accounts and so forth. There was a page in there from the car that all these email addresses were listed, and therefore we again obtained additional warrants for some of these in hopes to locate the children.
At the bottom of 2020-53, what do you have written there?
So a lot of this was still during, not making excuses, but pandemic time. So we never got a response from Google on this warrant after months. And so yeah, they never responded.
2020-61, the word Shmuel is written. What is that?
So that was, we found that a lot of these devices had this app in common. It's a music sharing app. However, in the music sharing app, there was the ability to communicate through, if you will, text type messages. So again, we were just looking for any clues that would help lead us. And so this was a warrant written to Shmuel to see if they had any information that would help us.
And I believe you testified earlier that the warrants written up through 2020-61 were looking for the children.
That is correct.
What changed after 2020-61?
Because after this time, we would have been past the time where June 9th, where we located the children on Chad Daybell's property.
What was the purpose of 2020-74?
So this is in conjunction with the FBI, with their CAST team.
And do you know approximately when it was that warrant was obtained?
This would have been, I believe, within a couple of weeks after the 9th.
When you say the 9th, can you?
Sorry, June 9th, 2020.
And just for purposes of clarity, what event happened on June 9th, 2020?
That is the day that we located the children's bodies on the Daybell property.
Okay. So going back to that warrant, what was the purpose of that warrant with the FBI?
So again, we hadn't, I mean, yes, we found the children. However, we didn't have other answers of why and whatnot. And we were still looking at trying to determine devices that would have been located on that property that could have been involved in the children being there. So the purpose in this was to take specialized equipment onto the property, close to the locations where the children were found, and get signal strengths from cellular towers and be able to precisely say what tower, what the signal strength was and so forth. The FBI did that part. I was with them. However, I was just really the one that obtained the warrant and served it at the property.
And then they did the work on that.
That is correct.
The next warrant, 2020, looks like -76 and 77.
Yeah, so that's two different warrants, but
When approximately were those obtained?
I'm sorry.
When approximately were those obtained?
That would have been also shortly within a few weeks after the children were found on that June 9th date.
Okay. And it looks like that's a warrant for a geofence.
That is correct.
Can you
There's a couple
explain?
different ones.
Okay. Can you explain for the jury what a geofence is?
So again, the theory here is, as I explained in the previous one, we're trying to find out, if you will, devices that would have been in the vicinity on certain dates and times where we believe the children had been buried on the property. So when I say a 250-meter range of the center of the properties in this, so if you were to take and put a dot and then draw a circle 250 meters out, which is approximately like 2.5 football fields in circumference. And so our thinking was we had dates we believed, we had times we believed. We wanted to try and find anyone who had any significant time in those areas during those dates and those times. And that's both for 202 North 1900 East, which was Chad's property, and 565 Pioneer Road, number 175, which is where Lori was. So we're just looking for commonality. We were looking, are we missing anything? Is there anybody else involved here that we need to be looking at? And that's why we wrote this, is to see if there's other people we need to be looking at besides who we already were looking at.
And so that warrant was written to Google, correct?
That is correct.
So just to help the jury understand, is when you say a geofence, are you looking for Google location data within that area?
Yes, that would just be what Google records have, not Verizon, not anybody else, just Google, because that's a very common thread that everybody uses. So yeah, it was just to Google.
And again, we had talked earlier about opting out of Google location services. If someone, to your knowledge and experience, if someone had their Google location data turned off, would they show up in that geofence?
Not by Google records, no.
Okay. So tell us the process of obtaining that warrant and how you obtained that information.
On the return?
Yes.
Okay, so you have to understand, especially, well, like Chad's property is more rural, but where Lori's property was, it's high density. And so when you ask for this, Google sends you thousands of pages of people that have passed through your fence, your 250-meter fence, whether they were on the road, whatever. So it's massive amounts. But Google doesn't tell you who they are in these warrants. Google assigns everybody a number. It's a Google association number is what it's called. And so everybody who has an account or whatever has a number associated with them. So when we get this return, the return shows, if you will, this device passed through there, was in that area for, this is just an example, 5 seconds. And you can see as it maybe passes on the road in that fenced area. But it doesn't say that was John Doe. It says this was Google account number, user number, this with a large digit number. So this warrant didn't establish who these people were, is I guess what I'm getting at, just a number associated with them.
And then did you do a follow-up warrant based on that initial return from Google?
So the theory was to take that warrant and all that information, plug it into a system, and then try and narrow it down to people who would have been in that area or both areas in common during those timeframes. So, so after plugging all that information in, we came down to possibly 12 devices that we felt could be, if you will, devices of interest. And so, am I explaining that okay? And then we wrote, that would have led to 2021-10 here.
All right. And explain what you asked for in 2021-10.
Okay, so 2021-10 would have been us saying, okay, these are some Google numbers that are of interest to us from our fence account. And because they were either in the area for a significant amount of time, and maybe these people were involved or could have seen something or whatever during these critical times. And so us writing this warrant was to say, can you please tell us from these Google account numbers, can you please tell us who they are so we can, if you will, get in touch with them or look at them as
people of interest.
All right. And so, and what were you provided? What did you learn from that?
Well, so after writing this warrant, we didn't receive a response from Google. And after much time had passed, I was finally able to get a hold of someone with Google, which is almost impossible to talk to a live person, but I finally get a hold of them, and their advice to us was to shrink our search a little bit more, that they felt looking for 12 was too broad. And so that's why they hadn't responded to our warrant. So, which at that time,
Follow up on that? I'm
yes,
sorry, I didn't mean to speak.
No.
Did you follow up on that?
yes. So at that time, we lessened it by 2 when we wrote 2021-20 for 10 devices that we felt were of interest. And we did receive from Google at that time the account holders' information on those 10 devices, or 10 accounts.
Okay. And did you, what did you learn from that?
Well, so out of the 10 account holders, background checks were done, checks for associations with Lori, Chad, Alex. We could never find, other than Alex himself, any of the other people that would have had association with these 2 other parties.
So just to clarify, you wrote these warrants for these geofence areas around Chad Daybell's property and where Lori Vallow lived, correct?
Yes, on those particular dates, yes.
And you were looking for numbers that had some commonality between the 2 locations.
Right,
Right. And at the end of the day, the only number you found was Alex Cox's.
that's right.
Just briefly, can you tell us about the last warrant you have on that list?
Yeah, so this was a warrant that, so the children had been found. We were just trying to make sense of everything we had, and we thought it would be a good idea, because we had been in the moment, if you will, of this whole investigation, to have an independent person, an expert, go through the electronic devices that we had already been through, to see if, number one, we had missed anything, and number two, get a fresh set of eyes that hadn't been so involved in the case, to get an outside perspective into the case. And so this warrant was wrote for several of the devices that we had already searched, to take them out to Pennsylvania and have an independent expert go through what we'd been through.
Did you learn any new information from that process?
So the answer to that question would be no, nothing new was obtained that we hadn't already discovered.
Okay. Second, I want to just talk to you briefly a little bit about some of the things you found when you did your searches. I listed on Exhibit 296, and you've spoken about Lolly Time Forever.
One of Lori's Gmail accounts, yes.
And did you ever look, did you specifically look at that account yourself?
Lolly Time?
Yes.
Yes.
Right. Did you ever have occasion to look at the search history on it?
Yes.
Were there any searches that stood out to you through your investigation?
Yes, there were a few that brought me concern.
Right. Was there a search on August 25th that interested, or that was of note to you?
Yes.
What was that for?
So on August 25th, the user of this account, which the name on the account was Lori Vallow, the user of this account on the 25th looked up wedding rings made of malachite, visited some sites with that. At one point, the user attempted to make a purchase of 2 of those rings, and they were basically silver with the green malachite through the middle of them. Each one was an 11.5 size ring, and the other one was a 4.25. And the purchase was attempted for a total of $808 on that date.
Are you aware if that purchase was successful?
No, I was later able to find out that the credit card used had failed, and so the purchase was never completed.
And on the same account, Lolly Time Forever, was there anything that you noticed in the search history on September 20th?
September 20th, which was 3 days before we believe JJ.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. It's non-responsive.
I think he's just providing information for the answer, Your Honor.
It's non-responsive information.
It's overruled. You can answer.
So on the 23rd, when we believe JJ was deceased, on the 20th, knowing, well, the user of the account looked up the definition and meaning of possessed.
Okay. And to clarify, I don't know if I did this before, Lolly Time Forever, who was that account associated with?
Lori Vallow.
And then Was there anything that stuck out to you in the search history on that account, Lolly Time Forever, on September 30th of 2019?
Yes, so on September 30th, which would have been 2 days before Brandon Boudreaux's attempted shooting, the user of this account looked up how to remove the back seat from a Jeep Wrangler. The user of that account then accessed a video, a YouTube video on how to do it, and that video was accessed.
And why was that of note to you?
Because 2 days later, gray Jeep Wrangler with Texas license plates was noted as being the vehicle that a gun was shot at Brandon Boudreaux from the rear of that vehicle in Arizona.
Is that in fact the same Jeep that you found, that law enforcement found in Rexburg,
Yes, on the 4th.
4th of November,
Yes,
2019?
that's correct.
Did you do any searches on the account of chad.daybell@gmail.com?
Yes,
Did you look at that search history?
I did.
Why did you do that?
Again, at this time, we were still looking for children.
And was there anything in the search history of chad.daybell@gmail.com that caught your attention?
Yes,
What was that?
it would have been September 8th, 2019, the day before we believe Tylee was
Judge, I'm not sure I heard the year. I may have heard that wrong.
2019.
2019. Thank you.
And what did you find?
The user of chad.daybell looked up what the wind direction was going to be for the following day, which would have been the 9th.
And in the course of your investigation, why was that of note to you?
Judge calls for speculation.
Because we believe on the 9th was the day that Tylee was, her body was burned and buried in the fire pit behind Chad's house.
Detective, we had talked about when we were going over your list of warrants under 2020-25, about 10 electronic devices seized from Chad and Lori in Hawaii.
Yes,
Did you search any of those devices yourself?
I did.
Did you have occasion to search a PNY USB flash drive?
I did.
What did you find on that flash drive?
Upon initial looking at the flash drive, found several wedding photographs from December 5th of Chad and Lori's wedding in Kauai, Hawaii.
I'm sorry, what date did you say?
Would have been December 5th, or sorry, November 5th.
Okay, thank you. Tell us how you searched that device. Did you just plug it into a computer or did you do something else?
I used forensic software to search the device. One of the reasons we use forensic software is because it is set up in such a way that anything we do looking at the device won't, if you will, disturb its original form. So we use forensic software to search this device.
Okay. And was there anything else of note to you on that device?
Yes.
What was that?
So if I may, just a little bit here, at first glance, if you were to plug this flash drive into, say, a regular computer, the only thing that you would have been able to see on this flash drive would have been the wedding photographs. However, when you plug this type of device in and use forensic software, you were able to obtain and see anything that may have been, might still be there, deleted, so forth and so on, that you wouldn't be able to see with a regular computer.
And did you find anything that had been deleted?
Yes.
What was that?
I don't know the precise number, but it appeared to be photos of Chad, Tammy, their kids, if you will, a history. It appeared to me that possibly Chad and Tammy's courtship, to their marriage, to their kids being born, to their kids growing up, just basically a family album, I guess would be the best way to say it, that had all been deleted.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 61A through 61S, and I believe a courtesy copy has been given to the court and counsel.
All right, A through S, Mr. Wood?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Okay.
Detective, can you briefly review 61A through S and then let me know when you've had a chance to do so?
Okay.
Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yeah, these are all, if you will, hard copies of the photographs that were located on that flash drive.
And are those true and accurate representations of the photos you viewed on that flash drive?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that State's Exhibits 61A through S be entered into evidence.
And there won't be an objection, Judge.
Okay, exhibits 61A through S are individual photographs each. They're all admitted into evidence. Mr. Wood, we've got a request to take our morning recess this time. Let's go ahead and do that with the admission of those exhibits, and then we can move on after that. So we'll be in recess for about 20 minutes, intending to come back on the record here at about quarter after.
All right, please.
Time warp. 20 minutes would make it shoot ish. Let's see. All right.
We just concluded the mid-morning recess. We're back on the record on KCR 22-21-16-23, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. Detective Stubbs still on the stand on direct. We just admitted State's Exhibits 61A through S. And if you'd like to continue on direct, Mr. Wood, you may do so.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I may publish.
You may. And as you publish, please reference each individual photo by its exhibit number.
Detective, was this one of the photos that you recovered from the flash drive we've been talking about?
Yes.
What does it appear to be?
Appears to be Chad and Lori on the beach in Hawaii with the pastor, possibly doing a wedding ceremony.
In this photo?
Again, Chad and Lori and their wedding on the beach in Hawaii.
And what was that, Mr. Wood?
I apologize, Your Honor. That was 61A. And for clarity of the record, the first one I showed was 61I. If you can say what you observe in 61B.
Again, appears that they're on the beach again. Chad has a ukulele, and Lori appears that she's dancing.
This is 61E. E is an echo. What do you observe?
Again, another photo. This is one that I do get a glimpse of a ring on Chad's left hand. This isn't the best of them all, though, but.
Okay. 61K.
Picture of the wedding rings, which appear to be silver with possible malachite in the middle of them that both parties were eventually wearing on their fingers.
61H.
Appears to be Lori and Chad holding hands, revealing Lori's ring on her left hand.
61M.
Similar to the first, other than you see rings on both parties' hands.
And 61R.
This would appear to be Chad and Lori at some point. Appears to be in Kauai, Hawaii, in front of what appears to be the LDS temple.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, I have no further questions for this witness.
All right. I'll have the bailiff retrieve those photos. Mr. Pryor, cross-examination.
Okay, 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 okay. Okay, okay. Okay, 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 okay.
Judge, before I start,
Yo,
I understand it's by
Turn on the
one.
microphone, please, Mr. Pryor.
I'm gonna learn, am I? Before I start, Judge, I understand this is by stipulation of the parties. I have Exhibit 50 and it's Defense Exhibit 50. And I still, again, it's Glenn Bard's report that was referenced by Officer Stubbs on the last line of his exhibit. I have the actual report of Glenn Bard, so I'm moving for admission of Glenn Bard's report.
All right.
No
any-
objection.
No objection. Very well. Defense Exhibit 50 is admitted.
And Judge, let me know when I can proceed.
You may inquire.
Officer Stubbs, there's a term about universal time as it relates to adjusting cellular data. And could you explain that a little bit to me?
So UTC, where, if you will, where time is zero, and then as you move around the Earth, you gain or lose an hour from that standard time. Okay. So depending on where you're at, it's UTC plus or minus.
Okay, and then when we're dealing with Rexburg, Idaho, St. Anthony area, do you have a recollection of what the UTC adjustment is?
It depends on the time of year, but it's usually UTC minus 6 or 7.
Okay, so six depending on
Daylight savings.
daylight savings time. But for generally, it's a six-hour adjustment. Would that be fair?
6 or 7, depending. Yeah.
Okay. Now you made a habit of going over the body cam of the apartments, 175, which would be assigned to who? Apartment number 175 Pioneer.
Well, Lori Vallow was living there.
Okay, and then on 174, who was living there?
Melanie Boudreau.
And then 107, who was living there?
Well, 107 was originally assigned to Lori. However, we know Alex was living there at one time, but when we went there on the search warrants on the 27th, it was totally vacant.
Okay, and as part of your search warrant, did you also have a habit of going through the garages of those particular units as well?
Are you referring to my body cam or?
No, I'm talking in general. Did you also go through and look through the garages as part of your search?
That would be practice, yes.
Okay, and you did that on this particular occasion?
The garages were going through, yes.
Okay, that wasn't necessarily part of your body cam, was it?
Well, from the body cams, I did reference the garage.
Okay, you didn't take particular notations during this presentation, anything substantial about what was found in the garage, is that fair?
Other than the guns, no.
Okay, and if you were to see pictures of items that have been previously provided to the defense, would you be able to ascertain whether you believe those were items that were in the garage of the respective parties?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'd have to see.
And if I provided you with those pictures and an opportunity to look at those pictures, would that be something that could refresh your recollection?
Possibly.
And Judge, if I could have the bailiff hand to Officer Stubbs. I have a thumb drive with a number of pictures. I'd ask Officer Stubbs, if you have some difficulty, please advise, and I can help you scroll through these respective pictures.
Okay, the device can be handed to the witness.
And if you have some difficulty, Judge, may I have permission to go to the witness or the bailiff help him?
Let's just see if the officer's able to sort through how to scroll the photos. Is it a touchpad? Can you swipe, or do you have to use?
I think you can arrow them down, Judge, or
Yeah, I can see the arrow to next. So you want me to go ahead and look at all
go
these?
through 104A through the bottom of all of those, if you could.
I don't see where it's listed as like 104A. Oh, okay, it was on 104B when I got it.
And if necessary, you can zoom in if you need to.
You want me to go through how many, sorry?
Just go through the end of them, and it's 104A through, I think there's about 15 photos, so if you could go through the list there.
Okay.
I don't need it now, but I will at some point. Thank you. Not today.
Yeah, I think I've looked through 104J.
Okay, and if I could have that. Now, officer, do you recognize any of those photos?
unless I previously stated, the only, if those came from 175, I was not, other than documenting the initial entry, I was not, from my body cam, what everyone saw, I was not involved in the search of 175. My directive was more in 174, so I don't recognize.
Okay. So other than the fact that you made mention of guns, you don't have any specific recollection of the items that are listed in these.
Mr. Pryor, please talk into the microphone.
You don't have any recollection of the items that are listed in that particular series of photos. Is that fair?
No.
Okay. So you don't have any recollection of recalling seeing any of those items in any of the photos. Is that fair?
Personally, no.
Okay. Did you find any other information through your investigation to determine whether any of those items are items that were found in any of the garages of the three parties you searched?
Restate that.
Through your investigation, were you able to ascertain whether any of those items were items that were obtained from the garage of the three parties that you searched?
I wouldn't be able to testify to that.
Okay. Okay. Now you spoke of the fact that you felt that the apartment of one of those folks was abandoned. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you spoke of the fact that you felt that, at least you implied that you felt that Lori Vallow was fleeing. Is that correct?
Objection misstates the testimony.
Sustained.
How about you felt that she had abandoned the home? Do you seem, is that what you were implying?
Objection, that also misstates the testimony.
Overruled.
I believe that in walking through 175, that the clothes were all missing and possibly the people left in haste.
Okay. Now, as part of your continuing investigation, did you come across any data that suggested tickets or purchase of tickets to Disneyland or to Knott's Berry Farm were made prior to your search on the 26th?
That's not something that I investigated personally.
Okay. Do you have some information that there was a trip planned by Chad Daybell's family 2 weeks prior to the search of the 26th?
I don't recall the date, but I do recall that there was possibly a trip to Disneyland or something. Yes.
Okay. So this wasn't a situation where Mr. Daybell was trying to hide his whereabouts. He purchased tickets and planned a trip 2 weeks before this search to go with his family. You're aware of that, right?
Objection, Your Honor, that misstates the testimony. His testimony was about the apartment of Lori Vallow.
Sustained.
So the representation that you felt that the apartment was vacated by Lori Vallow, that doesn't imply that Chad Daybell was vacating his premises, does it?
Objection,
No.
calls for speculation.
Overruled.
That doesn't mean Chad Daybell was vacating, was it?
Well, it wasn't Chad's home.
Right. It was Lori Vallow's home, right?
Correct.
And then the other one was Alex Cox's home, correct?
Melanie Boudreau was next
Melanie
door.
Boudreau. Now you made mention of the Jeep and the search regarding the Jeep and regarding Brandon Boudreau, correct?
Search?
Yeah, the search to how to get the back seat out of a Jeep, right?
Okay. Thank you for clarifying
okay.
that search.
That's okay. And are you aware that Chad Daybell is not criminally implicated in the attempted murder of Brandon Boudreau?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we may revisit it, but on Exhibit 59, I think that was the initial 10-minute surveillance tape of you talking with Lori Vallow, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and on that tape, she made a number of representations. And during the 10-minute interview that you had with her, who was present with you at the time again? I'm sorry.
Lieutenant Ball and Officer Kellen Wetton was also there.
Okay. And during that 10-minute interview of her, you folks decided to leave. Is that correct?
Yes, with the understanding that they were going to get a hold of us of JJ's whereabouts.
Okay. And during that interview with Miss Vallow, she indicated to you that her friend, and I don't know if it was good friend, but her friend Melanie Gibb had JJ. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you had testified that you took some effort to get a hold of Miss Gibb, correct?
Correct.
And did you subsequently learn that you got a hold of Miss Gibb at some point shortly after that meeting with Lori Vallow?
That would have been later that evening that we finally got a hold of her.
And Miss Gibb confirmed at that time that she had JJ Vallow. Is that right?
No.
What did she say?
She said she did not have JJ.
Oh, well, isn't it true she lied to the police about the whereabouts of JJ Vallow on that day?
I don't know. I wasn't involved in that conversation.
Okay. Okay. So when you say that she said she didn't have JJ, how do you know that if you weren't involved in the conversation?
Because the next day is when law enforcement obtained a warrant because she had stated to officers that she did not have him.
Okay. So your recollection is that Melanie Gibb did not lie to the police initially about having JJ Vallow. Is that what you're saying?
Objection, he's misstating the testimony.
Overruled.
Is that what you're saying?
Ask the question again, please.
So what you're saying is that you got the search warrant because Melanie Gibbs said she did not have JJ Vallow. Is that what you recall?
That's what I recall.
Okay. Now, during the conversation with Lori Vallow, she made a number of representations. She made some mention of the fact that she was going to be moving back somewhere with Melanie Gibb. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And then her and that JJ and Melanie were at a Frozen movie or something. You recall that?
She said that Melanie and JJ were most likely at the movie Frozen 2.
Okay. So from what you heard her say about moving back, the fact that you felt that the apartment when you went back for the search warrant was abandoned, did you look into the possibility that Melanie Gibb had made plans to leave Rexburg, Idaho and move back with Melanie Gibb in Arizona?
Melanie Boudreau
Melanie Gibb
was moving back where?
with Melanie Gibb. Lori Vallow was moving back with Melanie Gibb to
Okay,
Arizona.
you said Melanie
Yeah,
Gibb
and
was moving back.
And I apologize for that. I'll rephrase that. I misstated that, excuse me. Did you look into any information that would support the idea that Lori Vallow, after she abandoned that Unit 175, had the intent to permanently move back with Melanie Gibb?
Well, she had told us that, so we were looking into that possibility,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. So at this point, what you have is you have information that would suggest Lori Vallow may not have been honest about the whereabouts of JJ Vallow, correct?
Correct.
And you had information that at least her friend Melanie Gibb was accused of having JJ, correct?
She stated that Melanie had JJ, yes.
And at some point, Melanie Gibb contacted law enforcement, which gave you concern as to where JJ was, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, as part of all of these records and all of this information, you didn't look at Melanie Gibb's phone records, did you?
Not at this time, no.
Well, this time we're in trial right now, sir.
Right.
So when are you planning on looking at the records? A week from now or a month from now?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
You never looked at David Gibbs' record, David Warwick's records either, did you, sir?
Nope.
Okay. Are you aware of the circumstances regarding September 23rd and 22nd and 23rd of the last known existence of JJ Vallow?
The circumstances?
Yeah, the circumstances surrounding his disappearance on those days. Are you familiar with that?
Not exactly sure what you're referring to.
Are you familiar of who was with JJ Vallow or in the close proximity of JJ Vallow on the 22nd of September, the day he was at least last observed?
There was a number of people that were at Lori's residence, yes.
Right. And one of those people was Melanie Gibb, correct?
Correct.
One of those people was David Warwick, correct?
Correct.
And you're trying to locate JJ Vallow, and Lori Vallow on this tape says to you, my good friend Melanie has JJ, right?
Correct.
And you didn't look or bother to look into either David or Melanie Gibb's phones, did you?
No.
Okay. Would you agree with me that Miss Vallow was very convincing?
No.
You wouldn't?
No.
Okay, well, you showed up and were there for 10 minutes, right?
Correct.
She talked to you about a number of things and made a number of statements, and would you agree that a good number of those statements were not truthful?
That's correct.
And yet you didn't take any sort of action to detain her or to hold her, any type of any sort of action that way, law enforcement action to detain her, to hold her from fleeing on the 26th, right?
Correct.
Okay. Then you went back again and talked to her, correct?
On that same day?
Yes.
Yes.
And then again, you didn't take any action, correct?
Well, we hadn't established that JJ was not with Melanie Gibb at that time. Therefore, we had no reason to detain her.
Now, I noticed during the tape recording that there was a comment that was made right after the first visit with on the recording. And if we have to go back, please tell me if you don't remember, we can revisit that. But after you left Lori Vallow's apartment, you made the comment, not. Do you remember saying that?
I do.
Yeah, and not, if I understand correctly, and please correct me, is a situation where that's sort of a code word for telling law enforcement to turn off your body cams and not record what you were about to talk about, correct?
That would be correct.
So in other words, as part of this investigation, you chose that we're going to not allow these statements to be recorded. We're going to stop this body cam because we don't want to reveal or provide the information that the three of you officers were going to discuss. Is that correct?
Objection argumentative.
Is that correct?
Yes, we were going to state our opinions.
Okay. We didn't get the benefit of your opinion then because you turned.
Wait a daggone minute. Did he say not? Like, not the girlfriend? Or I'm not having cake for breakfast? Did he say not? He, you know what? Okay, so Kel, yes, I don't like him. He's very good. And yes, Gail, he sounds much more aggressive at this speed. So, I need to know, did he say knock, knock? Like knock, knock, who's there? Or did he say not, like not the girlfriend? Cause I have questions. I need to know. Is that a thing? Like, am I doing a cop thing and I don't even know it? Wow. Okay. All right. Back to it.
Turned off the cam, right?
That's right.
Okay. And at the conclusion of the second body cam, did you do a little knock knock there too?
No,
Okay. Turned off the cam, right?
that's right.
Okay. And at the conclusion of the second body cam, did you do a little knock knock there too?
No,
Okay. Ms. Vallow also mentioned that Alex Cox was her protector, right?
that's correct.
And you made mention that Melanie Gibb was not answering her phone, correct? You testified about that?
Yes.
And you made mention that Lori Vallow was not responding as well to phone calls, correct?
Later, yes.
Okay. How many phone calls did you make to Chad Daybell seeking information about JJ?
Myself, I did not make
Okay.
any.
Okay. And there was no warrant to search Chad Daybell's property at that time, is that correct?
That's correct.
And through your research of all of the devices, you didn't find an email or Facebook posting or text that said from Chad Daybell saying, Lori, let's kill the kids. You never found anything like that, right?
I did not.
Okay. Now, during the search of the of one of the apartments, I noted this, and I noted this before. You made it, and you know everybody was at the apartment during the search, right?
Most likely.
Body cam, most likely, or did you?
What about the body cam?
The body cam search of the three apartments. You knew everybody who was in there at that time, correct?
I'm sure I did.
Okay, all right. And at the time, you made a comment during one of the searches, and you said something to the effect, "Going that way, Rob."
Okay.
Who's Rob?
That would have been Prosecutor Rob Wood.
Okay, so Prosecutor Rob Wood was present during the execution of the search and review of which apartment were you searching when you told Rob going that way?
I believe that was 175.
Okay, Lori Vallow's.
Correct.
Okay. Did you have any information as to where Chad Daybell was living after he got back from his Knott's Berry Farm trip?
I can only speculate
Okay.
from what I had heard.
All right. Now, you mentioned the fact that you also tapped some phone calls. Is that correct?
No,
That you sought a warrant to place, go ahead.
a tap is to listen to somebody. We did not listen to anybody.
Did you do any location? And I don't know what the proper word is. The warrant that you searched to be able to do a location on someone's phone like you did in this particular case. What's the term of that again? I'm sorry.
Tap and trace.
Tap and trace. That's right. I thought I had the first word right. So did we happen to do a tap and trace on Melanie Gibb and David Warwick's phone as well?
No.
Okay. So the link to get Chad Daybell's phone information, that was based on the fact that you saw Chad and Lori holding hands at the Hobby Lobby and that they were married at that time, correct?
Can you give me a little more than link?
All right. The reason for the search warrant to get Chad Daybell's phone is that he was married to Lori Vallow, correct?
Yes.
There was no indication that he had any involvement in the disappearance at that time of JJ Vallow, correct?
Other than he wasn't responding to our requests.
Well, he wasn't responding to yours because you didn't call him, right?
Well, I believe attempts were probably made to his phone, not by myself.
Okay. And the question is that you said probably. So you really don't know the length and extent of what was taken to contact Chad Daybell, do you?
That's right.
So when you testified earlier today, when you said attempts were made to contact Chad Daybell, you really don't know what attempts were made, do you?
I can't be specific, no.
Well, you can't give us any information because you don't know. Isn't that right?
Objection argumentative. Overruled.
You don't know, do you?
Mr. Pryor, once I make a ruling, then the witness gets to answer the question, so don't jump in with another question like that.
I'm sorry, Judge. You can answer it.
I know attempts were made.
Now, on the subject of cell tower information coverage is really designed to show a phone company has an area, specific area covered, correct?
Roughly.
Yeah. And it's not a way to locate where a device is. It's not appropriate to use cell tower coverage to show where a phone is in a particular location, is it?
It would be of the three methods, the least accurate.
Okay. Well, the least accurate would be there's towers that are shooting down a coverage area, and what the least accurate is that that's showing that potentially the phone's in that designated area that covered by the cell tower, right?
Of three areas, yes.
Right. Okay. So the wedding photos, it's not unusual to have photos of a wedding, is it?
No.
And you don't know on that thumb drive that you said the family pictures of Mr. Daybell, you don't know whether those were copied to another thumb drive, do you?
I do not.
And just the photos of themselves are not anything peculiar or particularly alert to anything, correct?
Are you talking about the wedding photos?
Wedding photos, yeah.
No.
And did you research why people use malachite?
It has something to do with the spirituality and other things.
Okay. And you have no information that Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow, prior to the searches of the malachite rings and the purchase of the rings, had ever discussed getting married. Is that right?
Not that I know.
Okay. Okay. Judge, could I have one moment, please?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Judge, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That concludes the cross-examination then. Mr. Wood, any redirect?
Just briefly.
Very well.
Detective, you were asked about doing a search on Melanie Gibbs' phone and David Warwick's phone, correct?
Correct.
You testified earlier about a geofence.
Yes.
Did Melanie Gibb or David Warwick's phone show up in that geofence?
No.
And you asked about Melanie Gibb and David Warwick and doing a tap and trace on them. And you didn't do that, correct?
That's correct.
At the time you did tap and trace warrants on Lori and Chad, was Melanie Gibb cooperating with law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. So you didn't have to do a tap and trace to find her.
No, we were in communication with her.
You were asked about any link between Chad and the search for JJ, correct?
Correct.
Where was JJ Vallow's body found?
On Chad Daybell's property.
Were any of Melanie Gibb or David Warwick's kids found on Chad Daybell's property?
No.
Grounds? Well, the objection's untimely, overruled.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right, that'll conclude the testimony then of Officer Stubbs. I'm going to inquire of the state. Is there a potential that this witness is going to be recalled for further questioning during trial?
Your Honor, it's not likely. We have, with our law enforcement officers, though, decided we're probably not going to release them just in case we need them for rebuttal.
Okay, well, in that case, then, Officer Stubbs, you are still subject to the court's exclusionary order, so please don't follow the trial or watch the trial in any way after you step down in case you're recalled, unless you're advised by the prosecutors you can do so. If you are recalled, I'll be inquiring on whether or not you've abided by that instruction. Thank you for providing your testimony. You can go ahead and step down, and I'll let the state call another witness once you leave.
Your Honor, if the state would call Steve Daniels, I do need to confer with my team about something really quick, but we would be calling Steve Daniels.
Okay, take a minute to do that.
Just FYI, y'all. So we do have a repeat on the tie. He last Friday wore the yellow tie, and this Friday wore the yellow tie.
Okay, okay, okay.
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be.
It keeps repeating.
Okay, the witness has been sworn. What title do you prefer, Mr. Daniels?
Agent.
Okay, thank you. Agent Daniels, There's an exclusionary order in this case, meaning people testifying are not permitted to view testimony of those that testified before, and the case has been live streamed as well as open to the public. Have you viewed or watched or in any way observed trial testimony since this case began?
No, I have not.
Okay. Have you discussed with anyone else the testimony they've given during trial?
No, I have not.
All right. With that declaration, then, Mr. Woods, if you'd like to proceed with your directing name.
Thank you. Can you please state your name and spell your name for the record?
Steve Daniels, last name Daniels.
What is your occupation?
Special agent with the FBI.
How long have you worked for the FBI?
I've worked for the FBI for 26 years, approximately.
At any time in your work with the FBI, were you a part of the evidence response team?
I was.
What is the evidence response team?
The evidence response team is basically the crime scene investigation team. We do forensics for the FBI.
How does someone become a member of, now the evidence, we're saying evidence response team, can we call that ERT?
Yes, we can.
Is that how you normally refer to it?
Correct. Yes.
To shorten the time, how does someone become a member of ERT?
And real quick, approximately 1 year ago, I stepped off of our ERT team.
Okay, so you're no longer a member of ERT.
Correct.
When did you become a member of ERT?
I was on ERT and off ERT. My original entry on ERT was approximately 2001.
How does a member of the FBI become a part of ERT?
Once you become an FBI employee, then there's a hiring process to become an ERT member, like an internal process to become a member.
Okay, and what training is necessary for that?
Once you become an official ERT member, then you get to go back to Fredericksburg, Virginia, and you receive an 80-hour ERT training, a basic training. And at that basic training, that's where you kind of learn the original beginning policies, procedures, how to process crime scenes, how to process, execute search warrants, that type of thing.
And did you complete that basic ERT training?
Yes, I did.
Is there advanced training available for ERT members?
Yes, there's a lot of advanced trainings after you get the 80-hour basic course completed.
What, if any, advanced trainings did you complete as a member of ERT?
I've completed a lot of advanced trainings. I think the one that's relevant today would be the Recovery of Human Remains course. And I completed that one approximately March of 2014. And at that course is held at the University of Tennessee in Knoxville. And that's a course, it's a 40-hour course. And you have to complete the basic ERT course and another course, advanced course, before you take it. And the pertinent things are, that's the course where you're taught by certified experts from the University of Tennessee how to process human remain recovery sites. So how to collect those sites, how to process the sites. They have a large area where they actually have human remains. And during the course, and it kind of varies, but you get to excavate approximately 4 to 5 burial sites. So my course, we excavated approximately 4 human remains sites during the course. And then at the end of your excavations, your team members, or each team will present those, their excavations, what they did, how they did it to each other. So you kind of learn from that. And then besides that, in this area, there's other human remains that are at various states of decomposition. So throughout the course, you kind of learn how the human remains, how they decompose under different circumstances, different variables, and that's all part of the training.
And you completed that training?
Correct, in 2014.
Have you, other than this case, ever participated in the recovery of human remains?
Yes. So since 2001 to approximately a year ago, I've participated in many different circumstances of recovering human remains.
Okay. At any time, did you hold a leadership position within ERT?
Yes.
What was that?
When I left ERT, I was the senior team leader for the evidence response team out of Salt Lake City, Utah, out of the Salt Lake City division. And our division covers the states of Utah, Idaho, and Montana.
Were you involved with a search of the Chad Daybell residence on June 9th and 10th of 2020?
I was.
What was your involvement there?
I was the ERT senior team leader for that search.
And who asked you to be a part of that search?
Approximately 1 week prior to the search, a local FBI case agent from the area contacted me and informed me that there would be a search warrant execution on the Chad Daybell property. And one of the things we'd be looking for would be human remains.
And do you know where Chad Daybell's residence is located?
Yes.
Where is that?
In Fremont County, Idaho. And I'd have to look up that address now. I can't remember the exact address.
That's okay. What did you and your team do in preparation for the search of Chad Daybell's property?
So once that FBI agent contacted me about a week prior to the search warrant execution, I spoke with that FBI agent who was one of the case agents for the FBI. And then we contacted local Rexburg Police Department. And then I would have contacted our evidence response team unit. And our evidence response team unit oversees all evidence response teams nationwide. And then I would have contacted the evidence or our FBI laboratory. And at the FBI laboratory, we have a group called the Operational Projects Unit. And together, all of us came up with a search strategy. So we kind of pulled our resources together, talked about this case, this search, this execution, and then The Operations Projects Unit was able to give us some satellite imagery of that property. The case agents, the local police were able to provide us with some information about the case. One of the things was like telephone information, text message information, and we kind of put that all together to come up with a plan. So we had a little bit of prior knowledge before we got there. So we kind of had a little bit of an idea of what we wanted to do.
When did you arrive on the Daybell property?
It would have been June 9th of 2020, and it would have been sometime after 7 a.m.
What was the first thing you instructed your team to do?
Since we had a week of preparation, we had approximately 8 ERT team members, official team members on site. So given that week of preparation, our team members were pre-assigned roles. So we kind of all had at least an initial role or responsibility prior to arrival. So some of those roles would have been to start a crime scene sign-in log, start overall photography of that crime scene. And that just involves getting as-is photos of what that property looks like. We had a plan in place for how we wanted to start those, start with some priority areas. And then I would have been starting my own log. I have an administrative log that I do. And one of the things, my responsibilities as team leader is to do a walkthrough. So just doing a survey walkthrough of that property to see what we're actually dealing with now that we're there. And those are some of the initial things.
And I'm sorry if I missed it. Did you designate priority areas for search?
We had a couple of priority areas. So one of our known priority areas from the aerial imagery that we looked at ahead of time, like satellite imagery, we knew there was a fire pit on the scene. So that was a priority area for us for sure. So 2 of my ERT team members, they were designated to find the fire pit or go to it since we knew it was already there. And they were designated to further assess that fire pit. We knew from the aerial images that there was a fire pit, at least from whatever date our images were from. But we needed to, once we got there, we needed to see what does this fire pit actually look like? Could it have been somewhere else on the dates that we were really interested in? Which the dates we were really interested in were what did this fire pit look like in September of 2019? So I had a couple team members that were just designated with, once we get there, go straight to the fire pit, trying to assess what is it, what are we dealing with? Is there anything else in that area? And so we had 2 people designated to that for sure. We had a text message that talked about burying something in a pet cemetery. So we knew that there was some kind of pet cemetery supposedly on the property. So one of my jobs was to try to figure out where is this pet cemetery. So that was something we didn't know, but we wanted to try to assess that and see if we could figure that out. So that was something I'd be looking for once we got there. And then we had a telephone ping that showed one of the suspects in the case. We had a few, 3 or 4 telephone pings on the property from that September of 2019 time of interest that we had pre-placed on a kind of a satellite image of the property that gave us a few indicators that in September of 2019, these persons were in these areas on the property. So at least that gave us an idea of, hey, let's at least go check out those areas to see if there's any discrepancies, anything interesting in the vicinity of those, where those telephone pings were at. So we had a couple of those areas that we for sure wanted to go check out. And one of those was northeast of what we assessed to be some kind of pond on the property from those aerial imageries.
Your Honor, I apologize. May I have a brief sidebar with counsel in the court?
Yes.
Sidebar city. All right. Can y'all hear it okay? I turned mine down a little bit. But I want to make sure that y'all can hear it okay. I don't think me turning my computer down affects the stream because I have it turned up on I think I do. Let me look. If my computer would respond when I click on it, that'd be great. All right. All right, cool. Y'all can hear it. Okay. I need to figure out how to keep that from continuing to repeat. I know Jenny figured it out, so maybe I'll let her find that soundbite and then she can figure out how to fix it. I had another one that I liked better, but I couldn't get it to work. I'll have to keep playing with it. Oh, there we go.
All right, thanks, counsel. You can continue with direct. Mr. Wood.
Thank you. And after that sidebar, Your Honor, I do have some pictures to admit by way of stipulation. I do have copies for court and counsel. The first set of pictures would be 170F through GG. And I, by way of stipulation, move for those to be entered into evidence.
Any objection to 170F through GG? Okay, exhibits 170F through GG are all admitted.
The next set of photos is 170QQ through 170, or I apologize, 170V through 170QQ.
Thank you.
And so by way of stipulation, I'd ask for those to be admitted.
Any objection to 170? Was it V through QQ?
V through QQ, V and Victor.
Any objection to those?
If I could just have one moment, Judge, please.
You may.
No objection.
I do want to say really quick, if you're watching on the replay, I probably should have said this earlier. We are at 1.5 speed. You can click the dial, the settings dial, and turn it down, like turn the speed down if you need it not so fast. I probably should have said that sooner, but here we are. So, anyways, we'll continue.
No objection, Judge.
Okay.
Thank you. And the next set would be 170WW through 170XX.
All right, for the record, then 170V through QQ were admitted. 170WW through XX, I'll review those next. And I do want to clarify on marking, Mr. Wood, the first set of F through GG, I'm going to call them out individually to track on the record if these are what you have as well. These were admitted, but it's 170F, 170G, 170H, 170, and it goes to 170X, 170W, 170V, 170U, 170T, and then it's 170GG.
Yes.
Okay.
And I understand they're not necessarily exactly in an order, but that
Okay.
is what they are.
Because the second set would appear to overlap through the first, but they don't. So we'll track those. And again, when they're admitted in for the jurors, they're not necessarily all inclusive of those numbers in between or letters. So we'll make sure that's clear. But there's a third set now, which is WW through XX. Have you had a chance to review those, Mr. Pryor?
I have, Judge, and there's no objection.
Okay, so the set of pictures 170 WW through XX are admitted. And if they are to be published, Mr. Wood, any of these, please reference them clearly on the record so we're tracking which ones are being published.
Okay. And then, Your Honor, the next set of photos is 170Y through 170 J. I believe those come in by way of stipulation as well, so I'll move for their admission.
All right, Mr. Pryor, have you had an opportunity to review those?
Yes, Judge, and there's no objection.
Okay, the photographs that are contained in what's marked 170 YY through JJJ are admitted. And again, as you reference those throughout testimony, Mr. Wood, please clearly indicate which ones individually are being referenced.
And then, so I have two more sets. 170 KKK through 170 WWW. And if there's no objection, I'll move for the admission of those into evidence.
No objection, Judge.
Okay, exhibits 170 KKK through WWW are all admitted also.
Thank you. And then the last set, Your Honor, is 170A through 170U. And if there's no objection, I'd ask that those be entered into evidence.
And if I could just have a moment, Judge.
You may.
I have no objection, Judge.
Okay, then 170A through U are also admitted. And again, council will ensure that on the record and the way they're entered, eventually the different sets are individually entered as exhibits. So those have all been admitted now.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I appreciate the court's patience in getting that clarified on the record. Agent Daniels, those pictures, were you able to look at those pictures as they were entered into evidence?
I was.
And do you recognize those pictures?
I do.
What are they?
Those are the photographs that our ERT photographers took while we were there on June 9th and 10th of 2020.
And did you work with other members of the FBI to create an interactive exhibit that detailed the work that you and your team did on the Daybell property on June 9th and 10th, 2020?
I did. I worked with our our Salt Lake City total station operator. I worked with our Salt Lake City Faro scanner operator, and I worked with the operational projects unit. That's our unit at the FBI laboratory in order to come up with an interactive.
And you mentioned total station. Can you just very briefly describe for the court and the jury what a total station is?
So total station is just a measuring device, and it's a point-to-point measuring device. It sits on a tripod on one end, and on the other end, it has a pole, and at the top of the pole, there's a prism. And on the end that's on top of the tripod, it shoots a laser to the end with a pole with the prism on top, and then that laser will shoot back to the tripod end. And like I said, it's really good for longer distances, and it's a point-to-point measuring tool. So the team can kind of dictate which pieces of evidence or objects it shoots in or measures. So in a scene like the one we'll discuss today, it's good at outdoor scenes. It's good at long distance measurements. It's good at measuring perimeters or grids. And we'll discuss that today later.
Is it fair to say that it's somewhat similar to a surveyor's tool?
Yes, it's similar to what you'll see road construction crews using on the side of a road when they're shooting in longer distance measurements.
And you mentioned a Faro scanner. If you just briefly describe for the court and the jury what a Faro scanner is.
And the Faro scanner is another measuring tool that we'll use on our crime scenes. And it also sits on a tripod, but there's just one measuring tool on the tripod, and it has a laser also, but the laser that it emits is directed by a mirror that spins on it, and it has a horizontal coverage area of 360 degrees and a vertical area of 300 degrees. And as it rotates, it will shoot thousands, of measurements at a time. And we can't really, wherever we set that scanner, we can't really direct what it's picking up, but it's really good at scanning a lot of areas as it scans. And then we'll just move that around. And for this scene, we did just over 40 scans. So it's when they kind of complement each other. So it's really good using them on these scenes.
You talked about the total station of the Faro scanner. Is the data collected by that voluminous?
Yes.
Okay. And this exhibit that you worked to create, was it created to summarize the voluminous data you collected through photographs, total station, Faro scanner? Was it used to summarize that in a way that is presentable to a jury?
Yes, so there was a lot of data that was collected from all of these tools, and that all was presented to the defense and prosecution teams. And then this exhibit was meant to just summarize everything and make it as easy possible for everybody today.
And would that exhibit make it more convenient to provide your testimony rather than bringing in every Faro stand, every total station measurement?
Yes, it would.
Your Honor, based on Idaho Rule of Evidence 1006, the state would move to admit that demonstrative, or I apologize, the summary exhibit 171 that the agent has just described.
All right, has defense counsel been able to review the exhibit?
Yes, Judge.
Is there any objection to the admission of summary exhibit 171?
With the understanding, Judge, that it's being offered as a summary of this officer's testimony.
All right, without objection then, and pursuant to Rule of Evidence 1006, the exhibit is admitted.
In Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
And just for the court's information, that exhibit is on a thumb drive.
Okay, so it'll be marked with the corresponding 171
Yes.
designation. Okay.
I believe I gave the court a courtesy copy earlier, and then this one will be presented into evidence.
Very well.
Agent, is this the exhibit you prepared?
Yes, it is.
It's just taking a second to read. Your Honor, I apologize. I appear to be having a small technical difficulty. I'm going to try and reboot this.
Okay.
They're having a lot of technical difficulties today. They didn't have that worked out before they got started.
All right, I think I have it going. Agent, can you describe to the jury what they're seeing right now?
So this opening screen just shows the city of Rexburg to the south, and then north is going to be to the top of our screen on all of these. And then our Daybell property, Chad Daybell property, is going to be up to the top here. And then I think the only thing else to mention is that on June 9th in the early morning, our ERT team staged at this Salem church as local law enforcement secured the Chad Daybell property prior to our arrival.
I apologize, Your Honor. It still seems to be having an issue. There we go. Or maybe not. Your Honor, I do apologize for the technical difficulty. I'm going to try and reboot this one more time. And if it doesn't work, we have an alternative way of presenting it through him.
Judge, could we approach this very so quickly? Sidebar.
I would prefer if Mr. Wood maybe continues working on that. Is there another prosecutor that can sidebar in his absence?
Sidebar City. How's everybody doing? We doing good? We hanging on? Time warping. Going fast. We're doing good though. We're doing good. We got about 2 hours and 10 minutes, 15 minutes at regular speed. So I did slow it down momentarily. He was kind of a fast talker.
Yeah.
Lord.
Well, your memories about it too.
Let's do this. Let's do this.
Yeah, that's part.
All right, y'all. I'm glad you're doing good. I appreciate you hanging in. Whew. It's a lot to do 2 days in one. A lot of information. He got a hot mic. Hot mic. Hot mic.
Well, I can hide with all of that. So that is stipulated. That is not only so that is the Alex's garage. It doesn't be one of those.
Oh, he got it. He realized it was a hot mic. He was talking about stipulating to something. What you stipulating to, sir?
Again, I apologize. We this last night and so.
I understand.
Y'all nasty. Hair on a biscuit hanging in there like a booger. Y'all real nasty. That hair on a biscuit's nasty, but
Fine, you're doing splendidly. Speed it up a little.
The time, I don't know if we'd want to break for, I don't know if lunch would already be here. If it is, if we'd want to break for an early lunch, we can get this figured out.
If you think it's going to be some additional time, that's probably the best choice at this time.
That may be the best choice. And if we could have, I don't know if it's possible today to have a shortened lunch based on what the court had mentioned earlier.
Okay, let's try and do that. We'll break for lunch at this time. It's 12:45. I'd like to try to get back on with additional evidence at 12:30 if possible for a 45-minute lunch recess. Hopefully that's enough time to get lunch to the jurors and allow everyone to take the necessary break. So we'll break now for the lunch recess and we'll resume back, hopefully starting back up at 12:30.
All right, please.
wee time warp. Okay, so listen. So 45 minutes would put us at 4:15. Come on, computer, catch up. Ish. There we go.
All right, if we could have the jurors brought in, please.
Tiny whiny. Wee. You could have said a dingleberry, which you kind of just did. I saw them staying and I thought the jury was already in there. I thought I got it, but I did not. Here we go.
All right, we.
Lord. Thought they were already in.
Please operate the counter for you.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, we've concluded the lunch break. We're back on the record on CR 22-21-16-23, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. Agent Daniels is on the stand in direct examination. I'll remind the agent he's still under oath for his testimony. And Mr. Mr. Wood is continuing with direct and had an exhibit you were working on that I understand is functioning now. Is that right?
Yes, and I thank the court for your patience.
Okay, thank you. If you want to go ahead and continue with direct, you may.
All right, if I may publish through the HDMI.
Yes.
Agent Daniels, you were in the process of just quickly describing what this picture shows.
On the bottom, it just shows the city of Rexburg, and it shows the Salem Church where the ERT team staged the morning of June 9th, 2020, prior to the search warrant execution. And at the top, which is north, and it'll be north on all of the pictures that we show, it shows the Chad Daybell property.
And just to clarify, you were part of the search there on June 9th, correct?
Correct. I was the ERT senior team leader.
All right. Agent, I'm going to start with the house on the property. Can you describe what you see in this picture? And Your Honor, this is State's Exhibit 170 VV.
This is just an overall photo showing the front door of the residence, which is located on the west side of the property.
Okay. And can you explain what you saw in this picture and where it was taken?
This is just a vantage point photo, and it was taken on the second story level of the residence, which is right about there. And the picture is taken outside of this window, and it's just looking towards this large tree, and that's in the area of where we found JJ Vallow's human remains. And then in that photo, you see a trailer there, and that's not typically there. That's a law enforcement trailer.
Okay. And where was this photo taken from?
This is another vantage point photo from that same window on the second story of the residence. I'm pointing to it with my laser pointer. And it's just showing, we've just changed directions a little bit. So now it's showing some of the outbuildings. We call them outbuildings. So a chicken coop, another shed, and then there's a larger garage or barn in the background. And just past that garage is where we found Tylee Ryan's human remains. And then over to the right, I'm trying to point to it with my laser pointer, and this area is the area of where the fire pit was located. And then there's another law enforcement vehicle right here that typically isn't there. And with these vantage point photos, we're just trying to show the perspective. If you were a resident in the home, these are some of what you would see looking out of the home.
Judge, could I have a listing of what picture number that was last?
That was 170 TT.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Wood, if you'll try to reference those each time, thank you.
And this next picture is 170 WW. Agent, if you can tell us what you see and where that was taken from.
This is another ERT photograph, another vantage point photo from the residence, and it's looking through a kitchen window. And this time it's still pointing to the east part of the property. And this time you can see kind of that area of that large garage or barn. Eventually we'll see better pictures of that barn, but this is the area where there's a large garage door, so the entryway to that barn. And then on what ends up being the southeast corner of that garage or barn, there's kind of a man door. So from this photo, you can see the entryways to that large garage. And then past that garage again was where we end up locating Tylee Ryan's burial site. And then just to the right is the area of the fire pit.
And Your Honor, this photo is 170 SS. If you can just briefly describe where that was taken from and what you see.
This is another ERT photo, and it was taken from one of the bedrooms on the southeast portion of the residence. And it's another vantage point photograph. And as you look to the east of the property, again, you can see the outbuildings, the entrances to those outbuildings, You can see the entrance to the garage. There's a garage door in this area where I'm pointing. And then there's a man door. Can't really see it, but it's in the southeast corner of that garage or barn. And then you can see the top part of the large tree. And in the at the base of that tree in that area is where we found JJ Vallow's remains. And then just past the large garage is where we found Tylee Ryan's remains. And just in this area is where the fire pit's located.
And Your Honor, I misspoke. That was picture 170XX.
Okay.
And Agent, you testified earlier about how when you got there, you picked out some areas of interest. Can you, with your pointer, show the jury where those areas were?
Prior to arriving from our aerial images that we saw, like satellite imagery, this was the area of the fire pit. So we knew that was a priority area. We were going to look for Pet Cemetery, which we didn't know where it was on the property yet. And then we had some telephone ping information. One of those pings was in the area up here where I'm trying kind of circling. JJ's human remains end up being found where that orange rectangle is. And our Pet Cemetery ends up being found in this area right here. And that square ends up being Tylee's burial site. But at the time, prior to arrival, we didn't know that was going to be exactly, that was going to be Tylee's burial site. We didn't know exactly that was going to be JJ's burial site.
I'm going to click on this fire pit area and click on show measurements. Can you explain for the jury what those measurements are?
So initially when we arrived, we had 2 team members that were designated to go to the known fire pit and start assessing what are we dealing with on June 9th. And so part of that assessment, they started observing ash on the ground in the area of this fire pit. And they started setting up this grid. So this outer portion that I'm highlighting right now is the outer perimeter of the grid they set up. And the reason they did that was just because of the ash that they could see on that ground in the vicinity of the fire pit. And the grids that they ended up setting up, they just kind of quadranted out. So they made a quadrant here, a quadrant there, one right here around the fire pit, and then the fire pit actually became a quadrant. So that was just an easy way for us to kind of designate and search each of those individual quadrants and search the fire pit. And we'll get into that in a minute. And it just, as we collect those items from each quadrant or grid, it's just an easy way for us to kind of document where things came from. And then in a minute, we'll show some photos of a charm that we located. And that's dot right there is where the approximate location of where we found a silver charm. And we didn't get an exact measurement to that charm, but with our total station measuring tool that I described earlier, we total stationed in all of these outer points, the perimeter and inner points, like just where these corners meet of this grid. And with our operational project unit was later able to take a measurement from that northeastern corner and then take a measurement. This fire pit ring ends up being center blocks. So at each end of each of the center blocks, we took a total station measurement. So from those measurements, we were able to get a precise measurement of that northeastern corner to one of the ends of our center blocks. And so that's the measurement you're seeing there, 33 feet, 1 inch. And so you get an approximate distance from the northeast corner to the fire pit ring. And so we're at least able to show you an approximate distance as to where that silver charm was located.
So, Agent, I'm going to click on these photos. And Your Honor, this photo is 170CCC. Can you explain for the jury what this vantage point is?
This is just an overall photograph showing an as-is photo. And in this photograph, once we were there, we could assess that this was an area, or I was able to assess that, hey, this is probably where our pet cemetery is. And I made that assessment based on there was a small dog statue right there at the bottom of that pole. And then in front of this dog statue, there were some discrepancies to the ground or some depressions. And so I was quickly able just to make a pretty decent sized square in this vicinity and get a team to start processing that area. And that's what we called our pet cemetery initially. And then in the background, you can kind of see where the fire pit area is back here. And so that's just an as-is photo showing what that looked like initially.
And this photo?
And this is just an example of that. The piece of the measuring equipment you see in the middle there, that's our Faro scanner. It just sits on a tripod. And then this fluorescent tape that you can see around on the ground, That's the team starting to create those grids that you can see over on the left side here. So the creation of the grids, and then you can see our Faro scanner starting to take scans of that area.
And Your Honor, that's States Exhibit 170 FFF. And this is States Exhibit 170 BBB as in Bravo. And Agent, can you describe what you see here?
And knowing that there was a fire pit and knowing that that could be a place where we could potentially find evidence, we processed this fire pit, and we wanted to show this photo just to talk about that a little bit. So this is an as-is photo of what this fire pit looked like when we arrived on June 9th. And the way we're going to process this fire pit is we're just going to process it layer by layer. And I'll probably say that a lot today, but we're going to process this layer by layer. We're going to take that initial top layer of tree branches out of there, look through it for evidence. And then eventually when we start getting to the soil and debris that's in the fire pit, we'll start processing that soil and debris. And we've got a particular way that we'll process that. We put a tarp down, and then we have sifters. So we have wooden sifters, and within these sifters, we have wire mesh. And then on top of that tarp, we use 5-gallon buckets. And so eventually we'll get shovels and usually end up scooping out the different soil, the layers of soil into these 5-gallon buckets. And then it's a team effort. So the team members will start taking the soil to the sifters. And it's usually at least a 2-person operation. One person is required to operate the sifter. You kind of have to shake it back and forth. And at least one person has to pour the 5-gallon buckets of soil and debris into the sifter. And then you start watching to see what you're collecting. And then we'll start, if there's anything valuable that shows up, we'll start collecting that. So that's kind of a quick explanation of what that process is like. And that sifting process is done at the fire pit. Eventually, when we start identifying the burial sites, we do a sifting process at JJ's burial and at Tylee's burial. So that's a common sifting process that's done throughout this scene this day, or these days.
And Your Honor, this is photo 170 AAA. And Agent, can you tell the jury what's going on in this photo?
And this is just, we're continuing that process I just described. So those tree branches are obviously gone. We're at a new layer. And then we're just continuing to go through these different layers. And that process I just described would be happening. And then as we're going through that soil and we're sifting the soil, we're going to start collecting evidence. And we'll start to see some photos of that in a minute of what we start collecting. And then this just is just closer to being finished processing the fire pit. You can see that we've finally taken a rake. You can see the different lines through the soil. So we've raked a lot of that final layer. We've removed even the center blocks. So we've kind of getting close to completion here, but that's what it looks like kind of when you're done. And then a lot of the outside grids, they most likely didn't have any sifting done in those outside grids, but this raking process was probably done on those harder surfaces, and usually just a visual inspection of the harder surfaces with some kind of raking tool is all that would be required to see if you can see any evidence.
All right. And Your Honor, that was photo 170ZZ. Detective, what is, and Your Honor, this is photo 170YY. Agent, what did you observe in this photo?
This is a Pura Vida chain that was collected from the fire pit. So from that sifting operation that we did, this is one of the important pieces of evidence that we collected. And so this is the type of things that you will find when you do those, sift through all of that soil and debris. And then other things that were collected from the fire pit were possible bone fragments, possible organic material. There was at least one possible fabric piece and a possible cloth piece. And I'm using possible because at the time we're doing this out there, a lot of the smaller things that we're finding in fire pits, we can't make the determination on scene. So for a lot of that stuff, we'll just collect that, and then later we'll send that to a laboratory to get determinations.
Judge, can I voir dire a native objection?
You'll have to wait till another question now, Mr. Pryor.
And Agent, what did you observe in this photo?
This is the silver charm that was collected, and it's the one that will reference back to this red dot in the measurement screen over here at the northeast area. And so,
Your Honor, just for the record, that's 170DDD as in Delta.
And as the team was setting up this grid, this was one of the first pieces of evidence that we collected on June 9th. As they were setting up this grid, they observed that silver charm just outside of our grid perimeter.
And what is that photo of?
This is just a closer view of that charm in place on the ground.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's 170GGG. And what do you observe in this photo?
This is the same charm in place. We've just placed a placard. And obviously this is item number 1. So that was the first item collected.
And Your Honor, that's 170HHH. And this is 170III. And can you explain what you see there?
This is it. Now we've moved it. We've just put it on a piece of paper and with the same close-up photo with scale.
Your Honor, the court has States Exhibits 175 and 273. We'd ask that those be provided.
All right, we'll get those.
And then while they're getting that, if the state could be handed States Exhibit 6.
Submitted. What's that? Okay, we have 6. Did you also want 175 and 273?
Yes, those are 2 pieces of physical evidence that were brought in.
Oh, okay. And you want those brought in at this time?
If that's possible, Your Honor.
Yeah,
yes.
we can do that. So we've got some physical evidence that's going to be brought in at this point. I'll
273.
ask the bailiff to please coordinate that.
Your Honor, I might inquire now. These next 2 items are smaller items. Do you want them placed on the table or can they be given to Mr. Daniels on the stand?
Let's get them admitted first before they're handled, and then if they're smaller, I don't mind if the witness is able to handle them. You want to allow defense an opportunity to view those,
Yes.
and then we'll.
Marking them, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'll instruct the bailiff, please hand those to the witness at this time, and you can inquire in aid of admission if you wish, Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Agent, do you recognize what's been marked as States Exhibit 273?
Open these or?
Your Honor, may he open those to identify the, without showing to the jury, to identify the content?
Yeah, and we do have gloves up there if you'd like to wear those. I don't know if that matters to the state. And
I think he's wearing some.
okay, didn't see that. Thank you.
I recognize these.
What does it purport to be?
It's the Pura Vida chain and the silver charm.
Okay, and which one was marked as 273?
The Pura Vida chain.
Okay. Is that the same chain that was collected from Chad Daybell's residence on June 9th, 2020?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'd ask that States Exhibit 273 be entered into evidence.
Any objection? All
No
right.
objection, Judge.
All right, that objection, then that was 273 is admitted.
And then can you identify State's Exhibit 175?
Yes,
What does that purport to be?
it's the silver charm.
And is that the charm that you and your team recovered on June 9th, 2020?
Yes, it is.
You recognize it to be the same?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, I'd ask that State's Exhibit 175 be entered into evidence.
No objection, Judge.
Very well, 175 is also admitted.
And Your Honor, we'd like to show those to the jury. I don't know how the court would like that. We do have plastic baggies they can be placed into, so nobody's actually handling them. If you want the witness or the bailiff to show it to them.
You can do that either way, Mr. Woodard. You could also probably project an image of them with the Elmo.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'll also mark these bags with the corresponding State's Exhibit numbers.
Yes, you may do that.
And may I publish by the Elmo?
Yes.
Agent, can you describe what you found in State's Exhibit 273?
This is the Pura Vida chain that was found inside the fire pit. And then on this end right here is where it says Pura Vida.
And was that actually in the fire pit?
That was in the fire pit. And then the team found that when we were conducting the sifting operation that I described.
Your Honor, for the record, I'm now publishing State's Exhibit 175.
All right, 175 is being published.
And can you describe what you see there?
That's the silver charm. And that's the charm that was found in that northeast corner, just outside of our grid perimeter. And that was seen on our exhibit, indicated by that red dot over by the measurement area.
And Your Honor, for the record, I'm now publishing State's Exhibit 6. Agent, have you seen this image before?
I have.
Do you know who that individual is?
Tylee Ryan?
Do you see her wearing any jewelry?
I do.
Does that jewelry resemble or look like the jewelry recovered from Chad Daybell's property?
It does.
Thank you. And Your Honor, if I can go back to the HDMI.
Okay.
Agent, I'm going to click on this area that's marked as Site 2. And what was Site 2?
Site 2 is the burial site for Tylee Ryan.
Your Honor, this is photo 170V. Agent, can you describe what the jury is seeing in this photograph?
This shows our initial pet cemetery site, and I'm kind of highlighting it with the pointer. And you can see the dog statue. This was the area that was right in front of the dog statue that I initially said was the pet cemetery. We ended up finding a dog remains in this area right in front of the statue, and then cat remains in this general area. And we processed that area initially by hand, kind of doing a layer by layer approach. Once those remains were removed, we utilized this backhoe. And the backhoe in this picture has started to go deeper in our initial excavation of the pet cemetery. And now the backhoe started to expand that initial site and go north on the property. And that's what we're seeing in this photo, is that expansion northward. And what we'll end up finding is Tylee Ryan's burial site will be in this just north of that initial pet cemetery area.
And Your Honor, I think at this point, you talked about turning off the
Publishing of these photos.
publishing of the photos to the public.
Okay.
This may be a good place.
Going forward here, there's going to be some more graphic imagery in these photos. I am advised, and for that reason, they'll be shown and published if requested to the jurors and the parties. However, the court's going to prohibit their introduction on the live stream or otherwise to members of the audience attending. So we'll get the monitors set up in order to continue to publish these photos going forward. All right. I don't know if we probably need to reseat some of the members of the public as well. So if everybody wants to just stand up and take a stand up break for a moment, we'll get that arranged. All right, please. So,
What a terrible
folks,
thing.
all seats are fair game at this point. We got to clear off from this side. So you can sit anywhere in this general area, even in that front row, right over there where it says reserve, so we can accommodate everybody. And then once you are settled, you're welcome to sit down. Okay, thanks everyone for accommodating that request. Are the jurors' monitors working? Okay, thank you. You can proceed, Mr. Wood.
Thank you. And Your Honor, this is photo 170W. Agent, can you describe what the jury is seeing in 17 or in this photo?
As the backhoe is expanding northward from the pet cemetery, this is one of two vertebrae that were identified. And at this time, we weren't able to determine if this was a human vertebrae. But the key thing was, at this point, we stopped and we had a forensic, or we had an anthropologist with us on scene, and we tried to make a determination if this was human or not. And while that determination was being attempted, I caught an odor of human remains decomposing. And so that leads us to stop utilizing the tractor, and we start processing this area by hand.
And Your Honor, this is photo 170X. Agent, can you describe what you see in this photo?
This photo was taken around that same time frame that the two vertebrae were uncovered by the tractor. And once we smelt that possible human remain decomposing, and we saw those potential vertebrae that could be human remains, these bricks that are in the top portion of that photo, those were so close to this area. And at the time, we don't know yet if these are human remains. But if that is human remains, those bricks are close enough to where this human remains could be, that we decided we wanted to keep those, or potentially keep those as evidence. So this photo just shows kind of that initial, we may be onto something here. This photo just helps show that initial, our clue that we could be hitting human remains. And it's important to note that at this time, we had already found JJ's burial site. And when we get to JJ's burial site, he was covered with stones and cement blocks, or stones and cement. So we had an idea that it's possible her remains something could have been placed on top of her human remains too. And then in the middle of this photo,
Agent, if you could just, one moment, I need to identify this photo for the court, 170Y. And what did you observe in this photo?
This is a photograph we took, and then it's important to note that I wish I could point to it, but in the middle of this photo, this is the other vertebrae that was discovered around this same time. So these were the two vertebrae that the anthropologist was trying to make that determination on, is this human or not? But again, at this time, we couldn't make that determination yet, but we decided to start using hand tools.
Agent, can you see the mouse from my computer screen?
Yes.
Is this
Yes.
what you were talking about?
Yep, that's what I'm talking about. Thank you.
And Your Honor, this is 170Z. Agent, what do you see in this photo?
In the very middle of that photo, there's a larger white piece of bone, and that area ends up being Tylee's burial site.
And Agent, I don't mean to interrupt you, but is this what you were speaking about?
Yes.
With my mouse, okay.
And then I wanted to take a second on this photo, again, at this time, we couldn't tell, we weren't positive that these were human remains, but we were treating it like it could be, and we were going to start excavating. And I just wanted to take a second to how we process these scenes is we'll set a perimeter, and then we'll start processing layer by layer. So try to take layer by layer and excavate the site, just so that we can hopefully tell the story. If these are human remains, we want to know how they were buried.
And Your Honor, this is photo 170AA. And Agent, what did you observe in this photograph?
And this is just a closer, now we've excavated that bone that we saw in the last one. So we're getting a little bit deeper around it. We haven't fully excavated it, but we're just getting deeper around it, trying to excavate it. So now you're starting to see flesh. You're starting to see some charred parts of it. And so the team's just attempting to make sense of what is this. It still doesn't have any, we can't associate or identify it with human yet. Our anthropologist can't say it's human yet. So we're just trying to excavate down. Can we get to it? Can we see more of it to try to make those determinations? And another thing just to note is that we have a variety of tools that we'll use to do these excavations. We have shovels, rakes, picks, typically when we're further away from the remains. As we get closer, we'll use smaller things. We have smaller shovels, rakes. We have wooden tools that we'll use. We like to use clay modeling tools. We like to use tongue depressors if we get closer to bone and flesh. So that's kind of the variety of tools that we'll use for these different scenes. But this is just that closer up view of what we were dealing with. But again, at the time, we couldn't make the determination that this was human remains. So we're just trying to get to what this is and excavate it.
And Your Honor, this is photo 170BD as in Delta. And Agent, if you can describe what was going on in this photograph.
So we were finally able to remove those pieces that we saw in the last photo. And these were the first pieces of what ends up being Tylee Ryan that we were able to excavate. And you can see from the photos, it was difficult for us to excavate. And when we finally excavated it, these were the first pieces that we were able to say, these are human remains. And at this point, this was kind of our ending point, or we started wrapping up for the day. And so these human remains ended up going to the coroner. So they ended up going to the coroners. The coroner removed them from the scene. And then at this point, we knew for sure that site we were just looking at, that's going to be Tylee Ryan's burial site. And that's where we're going to excavate. So we set up a good perimeter now, and we'll come back on June 10th and finish excavating that site and come up with a better strategy or plan to finish the excavation. At this point, it was kind of hard for the team, the entire team. We have more than the ERT team out there, all of law enforcement. It was just, we didn't know necessarily what we were dealing with up until this point. So it was nice to have that final confirmation that these are human remains. And now we kind of stop for the day knowing that at least we've got the right site. We'll come back tomorrow and fresh, and we'll finish the excavation.
And Your Honor, this is photo 170BB as in Bravo. And Agent, is this just a closer up photo of the last?
Yeah, this is just a closer up photo of those bigger pieces that we were able to excavate that day. And it just shows kind of some of that charring pink flesh, what we were able to remove on June 9th, 2020, kind of closed out our day with that burial.
And Agent, what did you see in this photo?
After we removed those larger pieces on June 9th, this is just the photo of what was left in the burial. So this is what it looked like once those bigger pieces were removed. And this would have been what we came back to on June 10th.
And for the record, that's 170LL. And Your Honor, this is 170CC. What was happening in this picture?
And I would just call this more of an exit photo. So now we've kind of wrapped things up for June 9th. And that's just kind of how we started. We were starting to put things away, and then we're getting ready to leave the scene for June 9th.
And Your Honor, this is 170EE as in echo. Agent, what do you see in this photo?
This is going to be the morning of June 10th. So now we're back on scene, and we're one of our priorities, we have a lot of priorities, but one of the priorities for June 10th is going to be to finish the excavation of Tylee Ryan's burial site. And in this photo, you can see those orange stakes. The orange stakes is the perimeter I set up around Tylee Ryan's burial site. So that's going to be one of our main focuses for June 10th.
Agent, you had spoken earlier about sifters. Can you see where my mouse is located?
Yes.
Or pointer, I should say. Is that one of the sifting tools you used?
Yes, that's one of our wooden sifters. And on the inside of that, there's a wire mesh. So that's what the sifters look like.
Your Honor, this is photo 170FF. And Agent, what was going on in this photograph?
So this is just showing there's those orange stakes. So that's just outlining kind of the perimeter now of Tylee Ryan's burial site. And that's going to be where her remains are. Now we just need to do that process we've talked about, just kind of layer by layer excavation. And we're just going to try to note anything significant that we find as we go layer by layer down. And we're just going to try to show that story of how we find her inside that burial site.
Your Honor, this is photo 170GG. Agent, what did you observe here?
And now you can see on this one, on one side of the burial site, we were able to excavate pretty deep, and you can start to see a green melted 5-gallon bucket. And then at the very bottom, we finally see something identifiable to us, which was Tylee's skull. And that's what you're basically seeing. On the top portion of that photograph, just something to note was the soil on the top side was, there was a harder substance to it. I don't know what that was, but it just made it difficult for us to excavate. And what we end up doing is and I don't know if it was concrete or a quickcrete or what it was, but it made it hard to excavate. So we end up getting the backhoe and kind of pulling back that hard substance. And that's kind of what I wanted to show or talk about in that one.
Your Honor, this is photograph 170HH. And Agent, what did you observe here?
Now you can see that we've got around the entire human remains. And this is just we're pedestaling out these human remains, and it's just something really unique. They don't look like human remains. What we end up finding is just kind of this melted mass of remains. And you can see that you can kind of see the edge of the melted green bucket on this photo. And we finally did get to the other side where that harder substance soil was. We got past that, but we're able to at least give you guys an idea of how these remains were buried.
And Your Honor, this is photo 170II. Agent, what did you observe here?
This is just a close-up of that mass of remains. And initially, when we were trying to excavate from the top, not knowing what it was, this is just a good example of kind of why we didn't know what it was. We were trying to excavate this. It felt like it was organic material, but we just couldn't. It didn't make sense to us. Like, this doesn't look like human remains, but it's not dirt. And I mean, that was the top part we were trying to get through, and we couldn't make sense of it.
And Your Honor, this is photo 170KK. Agent, what did you observe in this?
And this is just close-up photos of what was identifiable to us. So anytime we see something that we can identify with, we just naturally want to get good photos of that. So this is just closer up shots, the best we could get of that melted green 5-gallon bucket and the skull that was at the very bottom.
And Agent, if you can see my pointer, is this the skull you're referring to?
Yes.
And Your Honor, this is 170JJ. Agent, what is this?
This is just another close-up as best we could. Again, we're trying to get deep in that hole or the burial and get a close-up as best we can in place of that skull. And that's what you're seeing.
Your Honor, this is 17000. Agent, what was this?
And then this is just the the human remains, the massive melted remains. At some point, we just had to make the decision. We've excavated as best we could. We've shown everything we can. Now we just need to try to remove those remains. So when the team got in there to remove those remains, they fell apart. But this is just showing that burial with the remains removed.
When you say they fell apart, how did that happen? What was going on when they fell apart?
Well, just as a team of people tried to lift that pedestaled out massive remains, it literally just fell to pieces. And so then just imagine us all trying to pick up those pieces and put them into a body bag that was placed close by.
Your Honor, this is photo 170NN. Agent, what was this?
And then this is the coroner's body bag that was nearby that burial. And then these are those pieces that were then placed in the coroner's body bag.
Your Honor, 170MM. Agent, what was this?
So once we've removed all of the human remains that we could see in from the burial, we had the anthropologist just go through the remains just to give us kind of a filled inventory of what remains do we have? Does it look like we have everything? As a team leader, we just want to make sure, could there be other burials on the property? Do we have everything? And so the assessment was we have everything that we need from the one burial. And so that's kind of what this was. It was the anthropologist coroner kind of going through the pieces just to give us some feedback as to if we have what we need.
Your Honor, 170PP. Agent, what is this a photo of?
This is just a closer up photo now of those bricks. So now once we've decided, hey, the human remains were here, this was the burial, let's go ahead and collect those bricks. We still couldn't say that those bricks were on top of Tylee Ryan's grave, but they were close enough. And after what we saw at JJ's grave, we decided to collect those as evidence just in case.
Your Honor, this is photo 170QQ. And Agent, what did you see here?
This was just at the very end after we were done collecting the human remains. We had the backhoe just go a little deeper in the burials in each of them, but this was Tylee's. We had the backhoe just go a little deeper and a little bit wider at the burial, just to ensure that we had everything and we didn't see anything else unusual in the area. And then once the backhoe was done, then we covered the area back up. So we put the animal remains back in and we covered the entire area with backfilled all of the holes that we dug.
Agent, what do you see on the screen?
I see Faro scanner diagrams at the bottom, and then over to the right, there's our ERT photographs in a line.
And can you describe the relationship between these photographs and the Faro scanning that is pictured?
So the ERT photographs are to your right on this screen. And as we click on each one of the photographs, it's just going to show, it's when you click on it, that photograph's going to be blown up in the middle. And then it's going to show a layer. We'll start with layer A. And then when we click on that layer, you're going to get a line in the bottom Faro scanner diagram. And all it's going to show us in the Faro scanner diagram is just an approximate depth for where we were at on that ERT photo, that layer.
Okay. And the numbers going down the middle is that?
And that's the numbers going down the middle is just a depth measurement, and it's going by feet. So 0 to 1 foot, 2 foot to 3 foot.
And at this level, it was approximately 2 feet.
Approximately 2 feet at layer C.
And at layer D?
Just under 2 feet.
And at layer E, when it was removed?
Still just under 2 feet.
Agent, I'm going to call your attention to what's labeled here as the shed or barn. What is the jury seeing in this photo? And I apologize, Your Honor, that's 170WWW.
Oh, this is a picture of that garage or barn. And if you were looking from some of those vantage points from the residence, if you walk out of the residence, the back door of the residence, you would see this garage door. So this would be the first big entryway from the residence. So we're about to walk into, it's an overall photo showing the big garage door as you walk into the garage or barn.
And what do you see here?
This is another what we call overall photo of that garage area as you walk inside. And then over to the right, things of interest will be the tools that we're going to be looking at inside this garage. And one of the keys is for me, what I'm interested in, the ERT team's interested in, or law enforcement's interested in a burial site, is what tools could be used to bury somebody.
And Your Honor, that's 170QQQ. And what did you see here, Agent?
As you walk to that big garage door, which you can see in the photo, and if you just turn right, then you're going to see the tools lined up on the right side of that garage, or it's going to be the south side of the property.
And Your Honor, that's 170PPP. And what did you see here, Agent?
And this is just a medium shot now of those tools on that same side of the garage. We're just getting a little closer to them.
Right, and that's, Your Honor, that's photo 170000.
And just to inquire, Mr. Wood, are we through the graphic imagery at this point, or is it coming back in?
It would be coming back in. Could we have a very brief sidebar?
Yeah, let's do that. Thank you. Exhibit is that?
Oh, I apologize. That is.
We already
missed
excavated and processed the fire pit, and so it just seemed dirty, a tool that we would be interested in for this scene.
Thank you. And it could be wrapped up again. And Your Honor, that actually went a little faster than what I had anticipated. If leave it at the discretion of the court, I believe I could finish up my direct by 2:30. If the court would like us to do that, I'll leave that up to the court. I understand that we'd still have to bring this witness back for cross. So however the court wants to do that is fine with the state.
Why don't you, well, I guess I can leave it up to you somewhat as well, Mr. Wood. I don't want to. Would it make sense to go another 10 or 15 minutes? Or would that just put it too close to when you want to conclude your line of questioning?
I think it would probably take about another 40.
Okay, Well, given the schedule and concerns we had today, I think what we'll do is go ahead and recess for the afternoon then, given the time. I appreciate you inquiring on that, Mr. Wood. We will go ahead and break until Monday then, and we'll continue with testimony of Agent Daniels on Monday. As we break for the day, first, I'd like to thank those in attendance for complying with the courtroom conduct order throughout today. And for ladies and gentlemen of the jury, before you break for the weekend, again, I will give you the admonishment you've heard many times before, which is to please not discuss this case at all amongst yourselves or with anyone else. You're not permitted to do that until you begin your deliberations. In addition, avoid any kind of investigation into the case or review of any of the facts of the case from outside sources. If you see the case being reported in the media or otherwise, please avoid paying attention to that. And we'll ask you about that as you return Monday morning with your daily juror affirmation that you've complied. So thanks for your attentiveness today. We're going to recess for the afternoon, and we'll begin again on Monday morning with our calendar starting at 8:30.
All right, please.
Y'all, we did it. We made it. We did both days. Also, I would like to note that the attorneys are the ones that say, Judge, it's close to what you said you wanted to finish, so maybe we should stop here. It's not the judge who says that. Just saying Karen Reed's case. That's all I got. Yeah, look, your old mama got called by the prosecution. Wow. That's messed up. So, all right. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me today. It was fun, and I'm glad we were able to get through it. That was a lot, but that was good. It was good. So, Jenny will be back on Monday, I believe, as far as I know. We'll be doing Karen Reed. So we should be starting about 8:45. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me for a few days and letting me, do my little thing. I definitely appreciate it. So I'm glad y'all could hang out with me, and we'll be back on Monday. Should be doing Karen Reed. Should be 8:45, I believe. Ish. Early. It'll be early. But just have your notifications set. Hit the ringy dingy thing. If you haven't already, if you wouldn't mind putting a like on the video, and it just helps Jenny with the algorithm, and do all the other YouTubey things. 5:45, Margaret. Yes. But do all the other YouTubey thingies, and share and subscribe. And if you're watching on the replay and you got this far, thanks for hanging with us. Put hashtag replay. And sorry I didn't tell y'all till later to slow it down. But whatever. Anyways, y'all, I appreciate you. I appreciate you hanging with me. I appreciate you. I just appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all. So I hope that you have a wonderful rest of your weekend. I hope that do something nice. Go outside, touch some grass. It's beautiful here. I don't know how it is where y'all are, but go touch some grass. Hug your friends. Tell them you love them. And that's all I got. All right, y'all. Have a great night. Have a great Sunday. I'll see you on Monday. Bye.